Chapter 401 Hua. 3. I see you are in the blessings. Now there is more beautiful. I still get out of a tired dog. If I wait a few days, I am so happy to talk about it. Let you have a few years in Fu County. Save your elderly. I feel tired. Luo Sheng said that it was a bad laughter. Luo Sheng is clear. This 3. It is to make complaints, for the current little life. Actually satisfied. Wang Bo said in a lot of occasions. When he was 2 years ago, he was still in place. Smoking is a big production of a 5%. Drinking, a few people, a wine bottle, buying a wine bottle, the cheapest bulk wine. After eating and drinking, it is a problem. You can't eat a meal, or you can give him some relief in the big sister home. He can starve to death in bamboo plate. Now it's nothing more than talking about things. Management companies, giving the campaigners middle and high-rise openings. There is nothing to be tired. The entry is the driving of Qian Hao, no matter how it is more than the peasant or fishing tired. You are stinky. There is nothing to take you 3 hurried. My big old distance just returned from Chi City. I was opened by your kid. I really don't know if you have no conscience. Wang Bo saw Luo loyalty as a laughing, not a look. But he really didn't have any way to take this big heaven and earth conscience. I really didn't take you. Don't you tell you a joke. You have a lot of people, you have a lot of gratitude. Come on, our faith company is busy, go back to work. I will give you back. Luo Sheng smiled while starting the sleeve. Get it, I really want you to be tired. I am too exhausting. Wang Bo said that Luo Sheng didn't have to give him back, and said, this time I arrived. And the mayor of the city, and the mayor of there were already determined that the clothing factory in the Black Province would not be acquired by us. The Light Industry Bureau of the city is not yet. The resistance is very large. The leadership of the workers and the factory under the factory is quite large, and the acquisition of clothing factories is basically not blade. Wang Puton suddenly looked at Luo Sheng, who had no expression, and drunk a sip of the water before, and continued, although the acquisition of the clothing factory is not possible, are there about cement, steel bars, a series of electrical materials and other things have been arranged in accordance with your requirements, and they have signed contracts. In particular, we signed contracts to ensure quality. If you find that you don't have the product of our loyal construction company standard, stock cooperation, you have to pay a loss of loyalty company. The construction materials such as reinforced cement. The mayor of the 2 cities have agreed to the loyalty company. Try to arrange train transportation. Walk Jiangqing's west line of the cargo line, unloading the items in the western Jiangqing. In addition, according to your kid, to integrate the Black Province resources, the province's resource sharing is performed, and this thing in the province's wholesale market. The principian of the mayor of the city and Chi City is now preparing to report to the province. Once the province can agree to this matter, the 4 major cities in the Black Province will unify such a wholesale market. Let the circulation is expanded. Sanshai Heart. After Luo Sheng said, the face slowly returned to a status of a serious state. 3. This thing is very beautiful. If the 4 prefecture-level cities in the Black Province have opened such a wholesale market, your first work. You have a first time, you don't have a one. You usually have a little bit. Wang Bei, after Luo Sheng, did not speak again. Faithful. You let them engage in wholesale market and the factory signed a sales contract. I always feel that it is not the point wrong. Although the 3 urban construction wholesale markets, the impact of I wholesale in Jiangqing, the impact is not big, but that is all. Let's pick your head to give others a wedding dress. I didn't see any benefits from it. Building a wholesale market is a great thing to benefit the country, and after the wholesale market, the goods will be able to make fast flow, people will also make money quickly. Tell these things, some you don't understand. I am talking about you. Luo Sheng paused, saying that the odds said, the wholesale market in the Black Province, except for the small market that Jiangqing's loyalty company, other places have not been built yet. Get up. The fluidity of the goods is very poor. In this way, the price will appear in terms of price. There is no money in the hands of the people, and there will be difficulties in food and clothing. Once the product is a large-scale circulation flow, then the people will first earn. There are more goods purchased by ordinary people, cheaper. Naturally, there will be other aspects of money. It is also a good thing for loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. By comparing the price among the wholesale markets, the people will have an intuitive understanding of the price of goods in the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. They will see that the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are a conscience of large supermarkets. The goods sold are basically consistent with the wholesale price. For the future trust of users, it will enable considerable benefits. Second, the construction of wholesale markets. Now this time, people who recognize this market will not be a lot. We can invest in the construction market, we buy the market and land, and use a low price to rent to those who want to do wholesalers. If there is no money to do a wholesale business, our faith can also borrow money to invest this matter. If there is no way, the faith company can also introduce some of these people to do. What do you say? Communications company takes out the money to cover the market, purchase the property rights of the land, build the building and warehouse needed by the wholesale market, and then rent these things with a low price. If someone wants to do wholesale business, if you have no money, loyalty can borrow money to give him a business. There is no way, can a faith company help with brush? After Wang Bo listened to Luo Sheng, it was seen that Luo Sheng's eyes changed. What kind of tiger is taken in recent days? Can you think of such a way to engage in the wholesale market? I know that there is such a kind of intention, wholesale market. Who is going to do? He doesn't take advantage of the mayor of the city and Chi City. In this case, the liquidity of the faith is not all pressed to that place. The faith company has some money, but according to the speed of this kind of defeat, the faith company will soon not have any money. The west of Jiangqing has a large building, throwing a lot of money from the loyalty company. If it is in accordance with Luo Sheng to engage in several large wholesale markets in the Black Province, and are all loyal to the company. So, faith company is afraid that even the payment is almost. Chapter 402. Tanzu Wang Bo saw that Luo Sheng nodded very much. His face appeared slightly with some black-gray, and asked some of the hardships. You said that the investment cover goods wholesale market is this kind of thing. Is it a grass rate? After taking the money to the building, after the building, use these buildings and warehouses to rent a low-cost price to some merchants who want to do wholesale business? What's wrong? Can I say it? Do you think that I have talked with you before? You can relieve it. Luo Sheng saw the exaggerated expression of the three princes. He blinked a few eyes and asked very depressed. He asked Wang Bo asked why he would invest in the purchase of a house and land on the other side of Beijing. And I was infused for Wang Bo. Some real estate will gradually start the price increase. At this time, it is the beginning of the reform and opening up. Many people have no concepts on the house and land. After working, the factory and the country will give an allocated house. You have extra houses in your hands. The factories and countries will not give you a house. The house is not worth the money. The land is. The reason for the house is similar, especially the northeast. The land reclamation is quite. Basically every homestead is coming to calculate. So, for many people, the house and land are not worth money at this time. Luo Sheng gave Wang Bo to Wang Bo. Just a superficial concept. He just told Wang Bo, according to the current development speed, from the reform and opening up to now, the time has developed into such a point, and the country will soon be rich in the future, and the money in people will be more fast. When there is no money before, an old and 7 octopus can live in the third square bundles, but after they have money, people will try to improve the residence. At that time, real estate will be born. They are all learned from the other side of Tokyo. In the past, when you told me, sometimes, when you invest some things, you don't necessarily have a look, a lot of things, just invested in. Almost everyone thinks you are a fool, but, after the test, everyone slowly saw it is what you are making money. Cover the wholesale market for renting things. I think I can understand some now. Wang Bo's words turned sharply, very unexpectedly. But I don't understand those things that you said later. Why do our loyalty companies lend those money to do business? We are faithful to help them contact the manufacturer, help them find the source of supply. Luo Sheng looked at the three sorrows. He said with a touch of smile. He smiled and said, 3. You are because of this thing. I am telling you, our company can loan from the bank and can borrow into money, and this time, where do ordinary people have money? Take our Jiangqing here. How many people have a total of 10,000 yuan? Want to do business in the wholesale market? Wholesale, no funds, no source. They go to the wall with your fingers. Can you pick up the goods? Impossible. At this time, although there is also a credit saying. But these people have no mortgage things, and people's factory is believed to deliver them. If the goods are sent to these people run after the goods are sold. Then what should these money do? We set up such a wholesale market, or if there is no merchant to enter our market, you can't get rid of the company's family. Do not say that hundreds of battles in the market are constant. The flowers are also almost the same. If there is only a wholesale, what is the value of this wholesale market? At this time, people who want to engage in business, people who dare to engage in business, basically all kinds of gallbladder, or those who have no way out, they want to engage in this kind of thing. They often don't have money in their hands, and some are just their courage and guts. Our loyalty company nor isn't simple lending money. Don't interest, we will also charge you certain interest. Just this interest will be cheaper than the loan to zone individual households over the bank. In this way, they can have funds to engage in wholesale. When I saw Wang Bo, I was so humbly taught him. Luo Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. He slowly continued, borrowing is an aspect, another aspect. It is to cooperate with them. We can play, funds, and even help him contact some factories or some business, all by the operators themselves. What about us? Signed an agreement with him, accounting for his shares, and everyone will be divided by every year. After these two modes, I think that the wholesale market should have no big problem. Wang Bo turned over Luo Sheng, and the eyes showed a deep despise, and said in the language, the same. I know that your kid wants to do such a thing. There is a different idea. The blackout market of several prefecture-level cities in the Black Province has formed an abdomen in this kid, but he is going to play a front stop. See the attitude and province of several prefecture-level cities in the Black Province. Inside the attitude, once the province really wants to engage in this wholesale market, it is true that it is not allowed to follow the idea of the big outer. Wang Bo suddenly remembered. He just thought about the issue of the current funds of loyalty company. This Luo Sheng said that the sky is like a sudden pendant, but according to the defeat speed of this defeated child, there is still nothing to build, and the money in his hands will be lost. Big outside, you said the profound gates, I still can't understand there, but you spend this money, I haven't waited for you to get these buildings and you want to engage in the market. The company account will be no money. Wang Bo said with his mouth and said that there was no money on the company. Wang Bo has never understood that this big thing is so fidelity. A loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, plus the industries such as Mountain Wild Vegetables, have earned countless people to earn money, but he has not stopped when he has not stopped, and it is doing such things. Now Wang Bo feels confused. He does not understand. Luo Sheng is what is going to do. Money thing. You don't have to worry about it. When you use money, I will naturally arrange how to do it, on this thing. You don't worry. Right, you have this evening. In the meal, I will introduce you to the people named Yin Yifeng. In the future, he is the president and editor of the communications press, and is also a medium and high-level management personnel of the faith. After Luo Sheng said, he told Wang Bo directly. He wants to introduce Yin Yifeng to Wang Bo. What? You have selected the selection of the president of the publishing house in these days. The speed of your boy is really fast. No sound. My general manager is not clear. The president is down. Wang Bo looked at Luo Sheng surprised. To Luo Sheng, and his heart is also very wonderful. He went out to the Mayurian Chi city. This only took a week. This stinky kid actually put his faithfully published. The president of the society found it. 3 brings, let you say, I don't want to say anything. I am not talking about your busy person. Contact the president of the publishing house is a thing. These days I came here. A French guest is a child of a big family on France. He wants to seek cooperation here. I see if he has time. If there is time, I will let the guy come over. Let's eat dinner. When I introduced you to his beauty translation, people are still quite beautiful. Just see how you are your eyes. Luo Sheng revealed a smile. Chapter 403 Yang Pan, the Chinese girl. Luo Sheng's eyes. It is definitely a beautiful woman. Yang Pan is very beautiful. It seems that the body is tall, and the front convex back is as if it is a cola bottle, especially Yang Pan. There is always a good value of everyone. Now is 8 or 4 years. Luo Sheng also saw a lot of beauty in Jiangqing, but like Yang Pan as a beautiful, you will dress up, he has not seen one. After all, Yang Pan has been studying in Paris, France, with a romantic gas that is romantic in Paris. It is nothing more than Luo Sheng's childhood. Or if he will find a way to make Yang Pan this beautiful beauty. Luo Sheng felt that Yang Pan has such a condition. He can introduce the 3 King Bo. If Wang Bo can look at him, he really doesn't mind giving 3. Just. Luo Sheng is slightly aging. At this time, the Chinese picking a wife and the world to choose a wife's vision. At this time, it is necessary to pick a daughter-in-law. The first thing is that people can work. Can hear housework. Then the second point is to see a woman's ass. There is an old saying in the Northeast, but a big woman is good. This view is universal in the rural people in the Northeast. They think that the probability of the boy is born than the buttocks. Looking for a wife. It doesn't need to look good. The key cannot be worked. Can you hold a home? After these 2 standards, it is basically a big point. Wang Bo's faith in the faith company, it has been fully transformed from a second-grade farmer who has no one, gradually turning into a diamond Wang Lao Fifth. Plus, the grandfather is often forced. Let Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking gave Wang Bo Jiang Luo in Jiangqing. Wang Bo quickly became fragrant. But, at this time, Wang Bo saw a lot of knowledge. He really did not plan to marry the idea of these 2 years. In the past few years, I walked into the north of the north. Wang Bo's standard for the object of the northeast has begun to conflict, and the hipster aesthetic concept in the hipster beauty and the rural northeast has changed. Whether it is he went to Dalian or to Beijing, you can see many beautiful women, especially in Tokyo. Wang Bo felt that the women introduced by Jiangqing, he can't see it. If you are married, he also wants to find a long way to say that he likes the type. You have to find a person who can talk together. Although Wang Bo has tried to avoid this kind of thing, but many times, it is difficult to escape the clause. Recently, I was forced to be a blind date, and Luo Sheng knows at least 3 times. Wang Bo has been very hard after this year. It is very busy with the air every day. And he is hard to read 2 objects by his mother Wang Yaking. At that time, the object and later generations were introduced. When you were later, you can go to the coffee shop or find a small restaurant, and this time, this is basically in the home of the introducer. When I use Luo Sheng, Wang Yaking, I met about each other is more understanding. Now watching movies, you can go to the cinema to see the movie exchange. Nowadays, I have a great difference with the previous year. When she and Luo Shangyong got married, 2 people had seen a movie in the cinema, and the name of the movie was Premiers Visited Myanmar. In the later generation, this thing was taken by her. Luo Sheng did not think of these people. Luo Sheng did not expect that the mother actually gave people to the movie. Because it is the object of Luo Sheng's home, Luo Sheng looked at it, the long phase, according to Luo Sheng's opinion. Where is it better than the second? Don't say that one is long and dogs. It is almost far away. But the only long position of these women is that the ass is big enough. According to Luo Sheng, this ass, the body is not good. I am afraid it will be killed by a butt. Luo Sheng was very glad that he was still small now, or if it is not good, it will become a mother who is forced to be a blind date. In the later generation, Luo Sheng is particularly late, almost late than the classmates of the same age for nearly 10 years later. Otherwise, it will not find a daughter-in-law than him. Luo Sheng tried to suffer from the mother of Wang Yaking, that feeling. It is really difficult. Women have 3 treasures, a 30 calendaring of 2 cars. As long as it is to introduce the object, the mother is soft, and it will basically take these 3 treasures. If Wang Bo is busy in the faith company, the mother is not familiar with people, and Wang Yaking can't catch people. He is struggling to see the object. The object of being forced by Dong Yuosheng's wife. Although Luo Sheng did not see people, Luo Sheng was listening to Dong Ziguo to vomiting. According to Dong Ziguo's statement, his heart is too bad. Give Wang Bo, a member of the girl's tenant girl, knows that there is nothing, and it can be called each other. However, the long phase, it really made him dare to compliment the shortness of the fat body, and it is a small cylinder. If there is still some colors wearing clothes, I will be used as a large water cylinder. What do you say? You are not at home in recent days, you actually get out so much thing. Do you want to be alive? Wang Bo just listened to the communications publishing house founder president called Yin Yifeng. This matter has not been digested yet. Actually, I heard the big outside. I would like to ask a French-speaking to eat. I simply let him feel some crazy. Both of themselves know, these 2 people, since they want to introduce him, want him to meet these 2 people, that is, this big. I will give him completely. 3. This is it. Is it going to the mouse tail? Is it still? Luo Sheng saw Wang Bo's appearance, and there was a dissatisfaction. This 3 is good, that is, I always feel that I have nothing to find for him. Is it so bad? If you don't have something to find it, I have a good idea to give him a heart. I can say that I can't live, I can't hurt his heart. But Luo Sheng suddenly understood the idea of Wang Bo. He said with a smile, Sanxi, publisher Yin Yifeng Big Brother and the Foreigners Things temporarily not doing you. For a while. You only have to eat normally. Yes. After Luo Sheng said, he grabbed the call in the Wang Bo office, and gave the Jujing Scorpion. Mr. J. Mino, my boss Luo Sheng just gave me this side. He invited you to and your secretary. If it is convenient, I hope you can go to the side of the communications company. Juxi, I knocked on the door of the Temino house, I saw J. Mino, and the body said in a slow man, invited to go to the loyalty company to eat! Exclamation mark. J. Mino heard the Jujing Scorpion and greeted him to eat to the loyalty company, and immediately raised an exciting color. Chapter 404. What is this? Miss of the Scorpion, I am now calling my translation. We will have over the now, J. Mino said, very happy while wearing a suit, who just cleaned back in the afternoon. J. Mino did not think that this only went to the last news in the family. Luo Sheng actually asked him to go to the company. Luo Sheng invited him to eat in the past. That is, Luo Sheng is very interested in cooperation between them, and is more eager to invest in the construction of the automobile factory with his family. The more exciting, the more exciting. The face smile is also getting more and more prosperous. Mr. Jamin, then I will wait for you and your secretary in the hall downstairs hall. I hope that your movements can be faster. Let's try not to be late. Jujing Scorpion saw Jamino played a shirt in her face, and she glanced down the body of Gno filled with masculine, turned to the hall downstairs. Jamino's young aristocrat. Although the attraction of Juxi is very attractive from all aspects, but the Juxi Scorpion can restrain the idea and the idea of her heart. After all, 2 of them are 2 worlds. People, different countries do not say, identity status, they are too far away. The family behind Jimomo is so huge, and the woman found is the world-level ladies, and she is a salesman in the Bordeaux region in Paris. They have no possibility at all. For open French and Japanese women, there is nothing, but she is now the assistant of Luo Sheng, and at this time, Luo Sheng will conduct a series of cooperation with this Jimamino in the future. If she is really unclear with this Jimamino, I really don't know if he will not make your boss unhappy. If such a thing is expelled from the assistant, then she will not pay. Now her life is very beautiful. It can be said that it has entered the high-level circle on Tokyo, Japan. Although she doesn't do the assistant from the Faith Company, she can stand my feet on Tokyo, but everything in her today is Luo Sheng. She must be loyal to Luo Sheng, can repay Luo Sheng's appreciation. Without Luo Sheng's appreciation, she is still in a white stone in Tokyo. There is a waiter. In other words, Luo Sheng changed her destiny. She would repay his boss. Pan Pan, my boss is ready to greet your boss to eat. Now please have to prepare. Wait for us to leave. After the Jujing Scorpion left Jimino room, she thought about it, and knocked it directly. Yang Pan, the two doors of the Jimino room. Although I saw 2 and 3 sides, she had only to chat with Yang Pan. Different from the 9 wells and Yang Pan Pan, Chinese is Yang Pan's mother tongue. In Jiangqing, Yang Pan is able to communicate with people. The 9 wells are not good, because the Juxi Scorpion will only speak Japanese and French. So, many times, when you go out or at the hotel, Juxi is needed to do, often let Yang Pan Pan help her to translate. When I went, 2 people became friends. Coupled with their 2 are studying students studying in Paris, France. Very common language. Very fast, 2 people become friends. Sister, my sister, I have no packet here, I can go directly. Thank you for notifying me. Yang Pan is very happy to inform her of the Juxi Scorpion to inform her. After all, there is a 9-shaft notice. I will come to her later. She can go directly. What is you polite? Don't you call me in the future, I will call you Pan Pan. The Juxi Scorpion smiled in Yang Pan. Very good. Jimino and Yang Pan Pan and a few people in Jijing Scorpion sat on the half mountain. So soon they came to the headquarters of the company. Jimino went to the way to the party headquarters of the communications company. He was very confused. That is, this is the headquarters of the communications company. How can you go more and more? In the few days of Jiangqing, Jimai did not sit down with Martin to give him a car. He is clear in his heart. The city center of Jiangqing only has a few miles. The other places are the suburbs of Jiangqing. Now he takes the direction of the car. He took the car away, actually to go to the rural areas of Jiangqing. Can this Luo Sheng's Faith Company can also drive to the suburban? Mr. Yang, you remember some routes from this? These days, we may often come here, let our drivers driving, can also find place. Although Jimino's heart has flourished, but he did not ask these questions, but he told Yang Pan using French. Welcomes Mr. Jim and beautiful Yang Pan Pan to participate in our party's banquet. Please ask. After hearing the car's horn, Luo Sheng gave Wang Bo and Dong Zigo greeted from the canteen. Yang Pan is quickly translated by Luo Sheng to Jimamino, and translated the words of Jimino. I am honored to participate in the banquet here today. I am very honored. Beautiful Yang Pan Pan Miss, this is the General Manager of Communications, Mr. Wang Bo. The whole loyalty company is managed by the King Manager Corporation. In the future, he will return to Mr. Wang Bo. You have something, you can always give it. Mr. Wang Bo called. Just when you call, you must be self-reported. Otherwise, my general manager is afraid that I will know why. This man, Mr. Dong Ziki, a visionary deputy manager of the loyalty company. Today, I take the liberty to invite you to come over, but also hope not to mind. Oh, yes. This is Mr. Jimamino. Luo Sheng smiled and introduced Wang Bo and Dong Zigo to Yang Pan. This time, Luo Sheng directly ignored the words of Jimamino. Honored to be unhonored, I really don't care. Come over, nothing more than, by this opportunity to invite Miss Yang Pan. Warmth. So great Yang Pan is the main. Luo Sheng introduced Wang Bo and Dong Zigo to Yang Pan Pan and Jimamino met, but only. Luo Sheng took Jimino to Yang Pan, but also the attitude of the perfunctory. Nima. What is this? When Yang Pan Pan is translated, Luo Sheng introduced Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo's identity. Jimamino's eyes were long. Chapter 405, You Are Still Tender Nima. Is this as a companion? Exclamation mark. After Jimino wandering from the shabby cafeteria of the loyalty company, Jimai did not show any smile, and he kept the belly to Luo Sheng. If the Jukesi Scorpion conversation with him, he doesn't know what he is doing here. This obviously didn't take him a matter. He really didn't expect that he led the translation of the loyalty company. Luo Sheng and the company's two executives actually ignored him directly, and even talked with his translation Hotfire. When I started, Yang Pan also gave him a few words. However, Luo Sheng said over to let the Jujing chat with him. Yang Pan, I didn't give him the translation there. He didn't know that Luo Sheng them talking about. What makes Jimino doubtfully, the so-called headquarters of the Faith Company, actually in the suburbs of Jiangqing. According to his thoughts, the headquarters of the Faith Company is not a super high building, at least a richer building. However, after the loyalty company, he actually saw that in addition to shaking is a brake. If the yard is parked into luxury version of Toyota Crown, he will absolutely not imagine this place is the so-called headquarters of the Faith Company. Although there are 10 dishes on the dinner table, and there is a few cooked steaks he like, but Jimino is like chew wax, and there is no taste at all. There are not many people who have dinner in the cafes in the cafeteria in the evening. In addition to Luo Sheng, Wang Bo, Dong Ziguo, there is also a lot of Yin Yifeng and Luo Liberation. Yin Yifeng has just listened to Luo and said that there is a general manager here, but he has never seen it. After this time, he feels a surprise. He was surprised to find that the high-level team of this Faith Company is too young, and you can't believe it. Two people in Wang Bo and Dong Zi, the top of the 2,677 years old. And he compared with the two people with Luo Li. I have to be big. I saw them, and I was also Yin brother, Liberation brother. Short call. Before the Jimamino didn't come, Yin Yifeng also asked Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo's busy things. When he heard that two of them did, he was even more awkward. Wang Bo's general matter of loyalty is the size of the company. Almost all of the big things will be pronounced by Wang Bo. In addition to these things, all kinds of running, various things management, in short. Wang Bo said in general, let him feel a speechless. It is very pleasant to do these things. After all, the level of contact is getting higher and higher, and the mayor and the senior officials in the city will talk about some things. But Wang Bo has revealed a very uncomfortable expression, as if doing this is very uncomfortable. Wang Bo's general dupe is all matters, and Dong Ziguo has been responsible for small household power plants in recent time, as well as the approval of the construction company accounts and personnel of Yang Huadian. Yin Yifeng gave quite high for Wang Bo and Dong's estate. After all, Wang Bo and the number of two people of Dong Ziguo were there. At this time, so many people can manage so much. It is the general state-owned businesses. Heart of beauty in everyone. Two people in Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo are very good for Yang Pan. Not only because Yang Pan is very beautiful, dressed in fashion, just talking, there are two people. Just Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo, Luo Sheng. The three people put Yang Pan as the protagonist. Yang Pan is very uncomfortable, and I want to get rid of such a dilemma. Yang Pan is clear, she is the translation of the Jimamino boss. It is definitely not to ignore the boss feelings. It is true that she became the protagonist of this banquet. How did Jimamino? I don't know if she is still. She is to translate this side, earn Jimamino's translation. If she has become the protagonist of this banquet, that is, the guest is invert, in the heart of the boss. Do not give her translated salary at that time. She didn't know where to cry. Yang Pan is very many in his heart, and the beauty can't live on the face of everyone. After talked for a while, she smiled and took the Yin Yifeng into the conversation. This gentleman, how are you? I am Yang Pan. It is my French boss. Mr. James, I am very honored to meet you with my boss. Yang Pan directly took the topic. Wit not in Yi Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo Luo Sheng's views of their several people. Yang Pan thinks very thorough at this time, She must get rid of such a state. Hello, I am Yin Yifeng. It is the president and summary of the loyalty company, Yin Yifeng, and asked in courtesy, this lady, your boss is France people. I asked him, look, is you here to work with Xinj? My boss is a member of the French Rose Elder family, and it is to cooperate with the Faith Company. Yang Pan said that the problem of Yin Yifeng is directly transferred to Jimai, her head turning to Jimamino. It is very precise, Mr. Jimano, Mr. Yin, telling you. He is the president and editor of the publishing house of communications company in my country. Can become published the social president or the edited person. It is not average person. It can be said that the highest level of cultural level in China. They are responsible for the mission of China's cultural revival. Yes, I will ask me and Yin Society, when I have time. I hope to exchange China's culture. I am quite pretty for China's profound culture. Jimno saw Yang Pan so knowledge I turned back to him, and let him re-entered the rhythm. And the face showed a smile. Yin Yifeng president, our boss let me say to you, he said that he likes China's profound culture, hoping to have time to communicate with you. Yang Panli laughed and smiled in the heart. The heart is more peaceful, this time it is very beautiful, the boss gives her a smile. You know, Miss Zizi, this time I am going to let you go to Paris to go for a while. At this time, you should ask Mr. Jimamino has time to accompany you. After all, you are going to be with Jami. Mr. Noor is cheering for France football. Also, you go there, this time it is a place representing a loyalty company, the Foot. Need Mr. Jamino to give you a big hotel, a girl home. The home is outside, must pay attention to this kind of thing. You asked Mr. Jimamino, what time did the ends of Paris can give you a high-end hotel? Luo Sheng said in Japanese. After reading the Yang Pan weather side, his mouth revealed a smile, and his heart was even secretly, the little girl was played, and I played a big move, you are still tender. Point. Chapter 406 is not fooled. What? Jamino is not running to China, but also prepares a car business with the Chinese. This thing is simply a sputum. Yeah? This kid, the business here is just some of the way, just ran to China. It is some unreliable. China, I have studied for a long time. Don't say it is French car. Into China, it is some small way to enter China. I think it is not to be grasped at this time. That country is really too poverty. I personally think that this matter cannot be. The German Volkswagen said by Gemman has investing in the factory in Shanghai. But the news I remember here is that the German public has not signed an agreement with China. If you say fast, the signing agreement has to be around the end of this year. This is a thing of the German Volkswagen company and China's national negotiations. Jamino is fell. Go to a small city on the northeast of China, actually commenced, and a personal campaign. His boss invests in the construction of automobile production base, introducing French cars to China. I think this is not reliable. Just when the Rosner's young member said that Jamino was not reliable, he was sitting on the top of the family, and he said, you can't quietly put in your hands. After reading, look at it, then publish your opinion. Now don't let you discuss, try not to blame. David, a little Mai, who has a Rosny family, sits on, overlooking these self-cultivation of the elite family disciples. And a black appears on the face. He didn't think that he didn't make people put it into the things that Jimino said. It was just sent. Some idiots were there. After David passed the news in Jimamino, he was considered for a long time. He felt that this thing is necessary to do. The Rose Elder family has a large stall in Europe. Almost the entire European banking industry and some of the back of some of the money, have the existence of the Rosny family figure. However, David is in remembering the words of hidden in the back of Jiangshan, in the distant east. There is a dragon that is gradually awake. If possible, the family must go to the east to invest. Only do this, it will be more powerful to keep the influence of the family in the world. The business of the Rose Elder family has been done for more than 200 years. Mercedes car, bank and Suez Canal are a gift to human beings in the world. The Rosiad family brings far more than one of the world. The 19th century European pops, Europe has 6 strong countries: Britain, France, Russia, Austro-Hungary, Prussian and Rothschild family. Today, the first 5 major empires have lost their longs, but only the Roseney family is still as heaven. The Rothschild family has huge wealth, and it has become a top society in Europe and America, but they always insist on the fine tradition of the Jews. On the other side of China, the Rothschild family wants to get involved in the entry. Now Jimeno has ran to China, to do car business, absolutely a feasibility plan. The German Volkswagen signed the contract with the Chinese government and is not important. It is important that the Germans have begun to grab the previous step into China. At this time, their family entered China, although it was slightly late, but with a huge strength. It casually supported Jimeno. The car base they engaged soon exceeded the German en masse. Demo gave him a report on some of the information on the partner Liu Sheng. Especially mentioned that Liu Sheng is a famous comic master in Japan, and has a huge investment. When Jimeno reported, he said in the family, "This person called Liu Sheng is last time to Lafite, a person who has purchased nearly 50,000 bottles, high-grade Lafite. The economic strength is quite strong." In Jiangxing, he saw the 3rd largest cement plant in China's investment in the construction of faith, and has also been identified. This cement plant is basically a loyalty company and a Japanese investment company. On the side of Jiangxing, he also saw a lot of large construction machinery from Japan. The value of these construction machines has reached more than 10 million francs. This Liu Sheng initially wanted to invest in architecture and steel industries in China, and faith companies in China, and the company has more than 50%. Because the family is different in the direction of China's investment philosophy, but will not accept the right to say in such cooperation, he refuses Liu Sheng's proposal. It is precisely because he refused the previous 2 proposals, it is especially important to enter China in China. Jimeno reported directly to David, and Liu Sheng because he mentioned the European Cup event. Because of his sentence, Liu Sheng decided to take it out of $50 million. Let the assistant to play to France play football betting. Because Jimeno is very cautious, it is a news collected by family channels. David has also appeared in his hands. It is because of this reason, David is very important to Liu Sheng. After all, the partners are the most critical ring. Although Liu Sheng said that he has some suspicions, he has some doubts, but I believed that as a member of the family, Jimeno should be responsible for the words he say, and should be responsible for the family. The number of $50 million, this amount, even if it is in the Roseney family, it can be a non-small fund, and he doesn't help but pay attention. It is necessary to take a $50 million to carry out football betting, which means that there is enough strength to cooperate with the Rose, such as the Rose, such a rich partner. The family must catch. Now, the information in your hands should also be finished. Then we start to discuss whether Jimeno's investment plan will be implemented. I think this program is good. You can try to touch China. David, the family's case, directly proposes to discuss this investment plan and directly say his view. This Jimeno is not reliable. There can be someone else to take it from $50 million. It is simply this statement to gamble on the European Cup football match is really reliable. I think Jimeno is quite large. The young generation of the Roseney family looked at David's information, and they were discussing that Jimeno is a liar. These young members of the Roseney family basically have a certain study of the economies of the world, and they are not secret to the report of Jimeno. And they actually say that there is someone in China to come out of $50 million gambling. They feel that I don't know if Jimeno is crazy, or it is fooled by people there. Chapter 407 Your sincerity is insufficient. I veto Jimeno proposal. Seconded. I also withdrew. 7. 8 families' young children see Bravi at this time. They had given the proposal to reject Jimeno. They have a veto. They feel that the data of Jimeno has a big problem. Most of these young family children are engaged in banking or are master of investment. The family resources have been tilted to them. No matter what Jeno said, this is true. They don't agree. Once the joint venture of the car in Jimeno, The family should take a lot of money to operate this matter. They don't want to see such a result. Now Europe, the business is booming, and the funds are put into investment in China. Then, they will appear in terms of funds. They are not willing to see such a situation. David didn't expect that he had just announced this proposal. Bravi and a short person immediately showed the vote. Although David is a helm man who has handled an incident, he can't stand hard. When he saw that Bravi proposed a veto proposal, there were 6 or 7 people to choose to support Bravi. His face begins to look. If this proposal cannot pass, whether it is his authority or an eye, it will be questioned by the young generation. If he insisted on supporting the negotiations over the side of Jim Amino and Liu Sheng, the following elite members will have opinion. And the tradition in the family, the tradition is that everyone is twisted into a rope, together. Only doing this will ensure that the family has been ingenue. Just when David felt things to develop in the bad direction, Bruno said out, "I agree with this plan. I think the interests of the family, Jamino's proposal is very feasible. As long as it can prove China's partners are true, I personally think that the iteration of cooperation should be increased, ensuring that the Rose Yielder family can enter China in the first time. In the direction of our young generation choice investment, Jimino made a correct choice. I also agree with the family and China to cooperate. At this time, when I explore China's developing country market, I personally believe that not only agree to the plan of Jimino's automotive production base, but also to invest in China." After the young generation of Bruno proposed a decision to support investment, more and more family members agreed with Jamino's motion. They all came out. Consider developing partners at this time. Joint venture is a car. If you are doing well, Jamino is nothing more than a member of the family. There is no great impact on the competition of their young generation members. After all, Bruno and Bravi, etc. in the younger generation have entered the core layer of family age. Jimio is even better. It will not exceed these two people's achievements in Europe, and their two have a certain position in the European bank system, and it will never be a cooperation in Jim Amino. The thing can surpass. Every generation in the Roseny family has some leaders. They are no exception. They don't think that there are some competition, which will make this leading person's competition colorful. That is settled. The family will give Jamino and the Chinese company negotiations. If it is possible to reach an agreement, then I will let Jamino invite Chinese companies to come from this side of Paris. At that time, we will study the specific cooperative program. I will report on the people in the family, and the specific matters. Wait until the next family agents will be announced, David said. The next issue of the family agenda meeting was announced. After the end of the family directors, David reported this matter and 5 major executives first and raised his views. After the approval of the 5 major executives, David has played the Wei Yang phone for Jamino. What is the principle of our family agreed to cooperate between us? Let you be the responsibility of the family representative. Good. I hope we can cooperate. Liu Sheng heard the family of Jamino said his family. After agreeing to cooperation, the face revealed a touch of smile, very happy. Liu Sheng really didn't think that Jamino's family did so quickly, although it was just a preliminary negotiation. But once the big direction is aggregated, the last negotiation will start. My family has raised a big framework. I hope that our cooperation is at least to enter China in the German Volkswagen. The money is in terms of money. Our family will fund 60%, technical. The acquisition of a car company over France. Working with this car company and you. Yang Pan translated the words of Jamino to Liu Sheng. No, you are not possible. I will not accept this condition of being hold. If your family is such an attitude in this thing, I think we didn't talk about the value. That if you are a waste of me and your time. Liu Sheng is very unsatisfactory for the conditions raised by the Roseny family. This preliminary negotiation has not started. It took advantage of such a condition. He thinks that the sincerity of the Rosiad family is not enough. Liu Sheng's facial expression is slightly yellow, but also coldly to Jamino. His face and eyes have told Jamino, if you negotiate, he will lift your ass. or when you don't. Jimamino is ready to cooperate. Loyalty, you are not right. Negotiations, we have to sit down and talk. Can tell each other, we can talk. Jimamino listened to the translation of Yang Pan. It immediately put the tone soft, and it is even more negotiated to open the conditions between each other and then slowly negotiate. Luo Sheng said with a mood, and said unfeigned, I feel now I am not sincere enough. I am very dissatisfied. I have said it very much. I said the most bad thing here is capital, and I have to have an interest equity. If you don't like this, the faith company plus 10% of the funds you said, and the loyalty is 60% of the controlling rights. How do you see? Chapter 408 Bottom line and bottom. How is it possible? Jaemin, after listening to Yang Pan's translation, it was like a rabbit that was stepped on the tail. He suddenly stood up, and he took the table with Luo Sheng. Jaemino is very clear. What is the minimum requirement of family David? If it goes to the bottom line, there is no need to negotiate. The minimum bottom line given by the family is at least 50% of the cooperation, and the increasing capital is increasing. Each show, seeing the last who can get a higher share in the company. These shares, it is not allowed to be transferred within 10 years of building a car production base. Both sides must go all out to work, and strive to build the car production base in these 2 years, catch up with the world, become the largest manufacturer of Chinese cars. Why, I said that it is more than 600%, your reaction is so big, then, you have more than 60% of our front. I don't agree, I don't agree. Luo Sheng's mouth out of a sneer, but also stared at Jaemino. Luo Sheng knows that this initial negotiation is nothing more than to reach an agreement, and if you want to truly do this, it takes a long time to negotiate negotiations. Such a big project, no matter what it will not be, if it doesn't have too much accident, the Jaemino family will invite the last negotiation to Paris. Luo Sheng is very clear, like this high-level negotiation, it is not possible in China. Some laws, regulations, and terms, and is the most normal in accordance with the world's rules. Ming people do not do a secret. We put things on the desktop. These things can be, your family gives you the bottom line, nothing more than our parties each 100%. This kind of thing is the bottom line of our negotiation. If this requirement can't be reached, there is no need to talk about it. Luo Sheng directly throwing a statement about the bottom line of the shares. He is clear in his heart. Since Jimamino has opened more than 50% of shares, that is, the Rose Yield a family consistent with his ideas and wants to hold this company. However, whether he is, or a Roseny family, will not receive this matter of others. So, directly slightly more than this link, and the other things will be dissatisfied with dissatisfaction. Xinj, our Rothschild family will come out of technology, to go out of equipment and pipeline, and even move the complete set of pipelines and skilled technical workers to Jiangqing. Most of the parts need to be transported from France to China. The cost of our family is too big. Since you want to choose cooperation, Jaemino expression is quite exaggerated to Luo Sheng. He still wants strive for it. I haven't waited for Jaemino. Luo Sheng interrupted Yang Pan's translation, and the look was reluctant to say, those things I have in my heart. You want to break through the bottom line. Now I will go back to China. Many countries in the world I can contact the car company. Do not have to cooperate with the family behind you. Luo Sheng is in the heart. He is away from Jiangxi. Do not believe it. You can eat hair. He now has absolute strength. As long as he thinks it is a US car company, he can talk about it at this time. Many times, the strength is the biggest fighter. As long as he shows his muscles, he believes that many car companies will find his company to cooperate with him. Jaemino listened to the translation of Yang Pan. He suddenly opened his mouth. Some of them looked at Luo Sheng, who was a sumep, enough for a few seconds. He shrugged the shoulder staidling and said, let a brother, okay. In accordance with what you said, in the shares, our 200%. I represent the Roseny family. Principled agreed to the 2 other shares. In this way, continue to talk about other things. Jaemino is somewhat discouraged at this time, but the family has, he must fight for more than 50%, even if there are some funds. The Rosier family and other investments are different. They have to go out. They want to go out of equipment and pipeline, and even move their complete set of pipelines and skilled technical workers to Jiangqing. Otherwise, China will not change out of a car production base in China. In the initial stage of production base, most parts need to transport domestic transport to China. The cost of their family is too big, and these things must be explained, and the shares will take the shares 50%. 1. However, he listened to Luo Sheng, then immediately discounted. He understood that Luo Sheng said that he did not joke, he did not agree with the 200%. You can directly talk. The negotiation is negotiating, and if the core of the core begins, if it is not talking about it, there is no statement of subsequent negotiations. Luo Sheng can say so straightforward, he doesn't have a way at this time, but he thought in his heart, he should try to take advantage of other partial opportunities in the negotiations behind him. Absolutely can't be taken with Luo Sheng. Since you can represent the Rosny family and I talk about cooperation, I am here. I will not fight for too many things. In short, let's work will be profitable. The cooperation will be happy. Luo Sheng saw a satisfactory color on Germano after the translation of Yang Pan, and he continued to say, now the German Volkswagen is about to be with Shanghai. The company discusses the formation of a joint stock company. If it is not too big, it can be successfully established before the end of this year. China's salary is a large part of the France. The accessories. I have such a request. As long as there is a manufacturer in China to produce the qualified suitable accessories, or the manufacturers of the Faith Company can produce qualified accessories, then this accessories will no longer come from France. I imported in China. I will be manufactured in China. I have mentioned such a request, and I also give you some benefits from the signing contract. Within 5 years, all of the accessories are provided by your family. I am here. For models in models. The models. You also saw the Santana sedan produced by Toyota Crown and German Public, and our joint venture. The car must reach the horizontal sedan of Santana. The model and technical level must be achieved. International first-class level. This model can be applied to official business and business. Chapter 409. Luo Sheng and Jamino proposed two selection principles, and Santan's selection principles are similar. One is intermediate sedan, and is an intermediate sedan with modern technology. The second is that this car applies wide, both for business cars, business vehicles, can also be used as a taxi. Luo Sheng frankly, now the German Volkswagen will discuss things with Shanghai Municipal Auto Company. If they want to engage in car, there is such a model, and the car produced will populate. It will also sell some when you sell. As for other models, he will not consider this here. After all, he is a Chinese. I know what the Chinese people need, what kind of intermediate sedan. Luo Sheng has a lot of benefits in the production of intermediate sedans in China, whether in terms of manual, or in other aspects. It is much lower than that of France. China's reform and opening up has just started. Salary and prices compared to France and developed countries, it is quite low. As long as the Roslud family chooses to build a car production base in Jiangqing, how much time does not use Luo Sheng to deliberately say that there will be part of China? As long as these components can be produced in China, then the China's automotive industry will enroll a positive role in the future development. China is the fastest in the world, the country in the world, the most car purchase, but the manufacturing level of domestic cars has been in an embarrassing situation. If he can introduce the Roselder family with him in such a stage to engage in car business together, then in the future, China's automotive manufacturing level will have a very significant impact. The Roselord family has always been the shadow cabinet in the financial sector. No matter when it is not bad, do business. It can be said that it is the top family in the world. Almost European countries have the figure of the Rose, reinvestment, and the company behind the manufacturing and construction industry. have also have a shadow of the Roseney family. Investing in the vision of the car, later generations, Mercedes-Benz is a big wealth to the Roseney family contribute to the world. The Rose-Yielder family has a huge relationship with the Mercedes-Benz car, that the world's largest brand. However, Luo Sheng is in this regard, but it is a Roseney family that is not very believed in France. In the later generation, Luo Sheng remembered that France's automobile company has encountered several slungs in China, and it is detained in a form of fiasco. The French arrogantly always think that the car who makes it will be the Chinese, but the Chinese do not buy these things. For the Chinese people who have just purchased the car, the standard of the car should say and buy potatoes. The head is big, the appearance is bright, it seems to be delicate, the price is cheap, so that the nutrients, heat, variety, and rare care. In such a market environment, the legal system low quality, boutique potatoes is destined to succeed in a short period of time. At this time, China's rich people, the concept of the car is equivalent to the sedan, only two flat, low before and after, high in the middle, four flat and steady, plus four wheels lift, only have the feeling of the sedan. If the French is willing to turn over the history book, look at the position of the old Buddha's driving driver to the car driver is worried than himself, and it will definitely understand the magical customs of the ancient civilization. However, the Frenchman chose to persist, adhere to the trend of the hatchback representing the development of the car. Adhering to the high-speed engine is Wang Dao note. Even today, China's driving school master is still teaching the student, adhere to the speaker can't be placed in the direction of the steering wheel, must be placed on the direction of the steering wheel. The French believes that it does not affect the speaker when turning. Insist on that compared with its own rear wheel. German Volkswagen. The German Volkswagen, in the seventh year of China's 780s, and Jetta, which is about to be confused. The French for persistence will soon be faded in the market. In the state of the discipline, it is also because of such a reason, Luo Sheng chooses to have a model and Santana, not the two boxes. What high-speed engines? Yang Panpan put Luo Sheng's request to translate to Jimamino, and conducted a record directly, and these things needed to record a case. The Juxi Scorpion is also the assistant of Luo Sheng, and also records everything that Jimeo has said. Since the loyalty company has raised some requirements, then the Rosiad family also has some requirements. Jimeno said pigly, our family has investment funds in northeast China, must be obtained. Powerful guarantee to ensure that our family has invested in China's funding. This thing. It is the top priority of our cooperation. The construction of the car production base is successful. After the vehicle sells, the profit obtained by the family cannot guarantee the hand on this issue. We also need to discuss, after all, in China, the foreign exchange settlement is very difficult. Jimeno's capital security for the family, he is very concerned. After all, the safety and withdrawal of this fund is the most important thing in the entire link. Investing in the security of China's big funds is a difficult point. After entering the money, it will take it out. That this is another difficult point. At this time, the capitalist is the most worrying thing to enter China, and become China's money. They can't get their hands. The Rose Lord family has lost weight in a battle and World War II. Its assets in Germany, France and Italy were destroyed, including the French office even after the end of World War II. As a Jewish family, Rosiad's hit under Nazis is heavy. Although the British headquarters basically has no loss, the family forces in the European continent are basically destroyed. During the Cold War, the Rosiad family was taken over by the Soviet assets in Eastern Europe, and the results would like to know that these assets will not be returned. It is also based on such a reason. They are extremely cautious about asset investment. They are most afraid of repeating the same mistakes. Once the asset sides in China are taken over, the loss will make their families will not suffer. In terms of capital security, Jimamino must first be mentioned and hopes that Luo Sheng gives him the best answer. Chapter 410 is so smooth I think you should not be clear, in 8 seconds. Our China's Singapore law implementation regulations have officially introduced. This joint venture law is quite normal, detailed. The introduction of the regulations also guarantees that all pay bands can be able to follow. The introduction of this joint venture law has laid the legal basis for the cooperation between Chinese companies and foreign companies, and the meaning is quite far-reaching. At this time, give you a suggestion. That's, when you play this 2 days, I will find someone to come over, let Yang Pan, who have translated it, you have learned. After Luo Sheng. He said this. His face revealed a smile and continued to say, as a partner, you have proposed this piece of funding. The mouth said that there is no way, and it is said to China. The joint venture law, I am afraid that you can't let your family feel relieved. So, we can sign some agreements. I can take out your family to invest in China's 3/3 of funds or other industries. Sign an agreement. If your funds are not guaranteed, or if the fund is not guaranteed, or if the fund is exhausted, the funds or real estate is to the Rosny family. What is the requirements of your family? Not very excessive. I can do the main agreement or further consultation. After saying these, Luo Sheng's finger is tapped, and it continues to say, this prerequisite condition. It is specially tailored to my friend Jimamino. If you change your family to operate this matter, then, I will never make such a concession here. After all, you are the first friend who found me. I cherish this friendship from France. Luo Sheng said that the expression on his face appeared a touch of smile, but also a smile. I can feel that you are not very high in the family. Then, after working with me, I will let you feel what is called money. What is the family status is fast. Luo Sheng has seen some books about the Rose Yielder family in later generations. In his cognitive, after World War I have experienced that the Rosny family has hurt the bones, and many money and assets have been used in Europe. The national state is standardized. I was afraid of a snake. I was afraid of a well rope. And the Rose Yielder family considered financial security than anything important. He wants to cooperate with Jimamino and Jamino's Rose, and he must make guarantees. Luo Sheng is very clear that after China's joint venture law, the biggest guarantee for foreign investors and investment in China, which does not have the country's nationalized things that are imagined abroad. Rose Yield. Their family-run assets are not entirely their own assets, more of the assets of European private investors. The property investment is to Rose, because they have organities in Europe, good credit, have the ability to make money, and their mouths are tight, and they will never boot gold. Otherwise, the Rosny family will not be as large as the components of the entire European banking world. The Rose-Lied family has unique in the field of investment. Investment in oil and other futures stocks. There is something that ordinary people can't know. At this time, with Jimamino, put Jamino if the Rose-Yield family in France, their cooperation will be more, and cooperation will be more enjoyable. Jimamino felt that Luo Sheng was the naturalness of the born. He had a person who had a person, his hand is waiting for people, and raising his hand and speaking. Luo Sheng said that the funds guarantee this kind of thing, so that Jamino feels quite shocked. According to Luo Sheng, after the family reached an agreement with the faith, the funds will be guaranteed, and there will be no funds that will occur in the socialist country. The most worrying thing about capitalists is to say, that is, the security of funds. When China's experience is turbulent, don't say it is a foreigner. It is not guaranteed with the property and life of the Chinese people who have the relationship between foreigners. Although China is open, China is a socialist country, naturally, and capitalism. What is the problem? That is, a big problem. If the agreement is signed in France, if the funds have problems in China, the World Court or the World Bank's world-level institutions will be implemented in strict accordance with the contract. In the heart of Jammu, it is possible to give the Rosnian family to be safeguards. This cooperation is basically fixed. Singe, the funds, you can give our family so protection, I think. Other problems are small problems, since you have to give me a part of the profits. Let everyone satisfied. I think we will cooperate happily. Jamino's face has also emerged from a single smile. He did not expect, and Liu Sheng negotiated actually so smoothly. Although there is no request to meet the requirements of the family in some respects, it solves the biggest troubles of family investment in China. Since Liu Sheng, since it can see it in his family, it is unable to mix, and say that it will bring yourself to take off. Then in the back of the negotiations, Liu Sheng will never have the idea that is difficult. Jim Amino can't think that Liu Sheng is ready to make long-term cooperation with him, or if it is absolutely can't say such a word. And Liu Sheng thought that Europe and the United States, the Japanese auto market has entered the rapid development and even near the saturation phase, and the domestic sedan is still unrelenting to ordinary people. Liu Sheng also heard through some channels. At that time, the project implemented this car is not purely in order to develop China's car industry. The main original intention is to introduce the car assembly line, and then export the car, earn foreign exchange, restore the economy. When the public entered China, it has always been a kind of careful posture. In order to test the sincerity of Shanghai, the public suddenly put forward a group of CKD cars in China. The so-called CKD sedan, Pleklik Knockdown, is intended to enter the car in full, disassemble, and then assemble all the zero and components of the car. Karl H. Kahn, chairman of the Volkswagen, known as the strategist who broke into China, and its prospective vision laid the foundation for the promotion of the project. In fact, the public is not optimistic about the Shanghai project, but Han believes that China has come out from the shadow of the Hua Revolution, and the development of all aspects will not block, and finally, he has to force the proportion and decide to personally be responsible for the project. Obviously, he understands that even if the public does not choose to cooperate, the development speed of China's automotive industry may be just slow, but it will eventually develop. At this time, J. Mina with strategic vision has reached the preliminary agreement in Jiangqing Construction Automobile Production Base. For the future, China's ordinary people can open the car soon, will definitely inflicate the extraordinary impact and role. The big country is here to thank all the book friends who have been supporting the brothers. Recently, the old mother is seriously ill, and the new chapters are automatically updated. Thank you. I hope all the book friends can forgive. Thank you again. Chapter 411 is all sent. Then I wish our partners a happy cooperation. Liu Sheng and J. Mino have told a few important issues, and he smiles. For this initial intentional negotiation, Liu Sheng's heart is still looking forward to. After all, this is his breakthrough progress in Europe. Many times, Liu Sheng felt guilty for how to enter Europe or entered other developed countries through some ways. After all, now his age is there. Now, I have been in contact with Jim Amino and Rosny family, with a springboard entering Europe. Liu Sheng is more clear in his heart. He only holds J. Mino Rose Yield done, so that he got the status in his family, and their cooperation can be more and more close. Steel, automobile, building is the three economic pillars of the French industry, and there is a world-class reputation. The Faith Company must learn from Jim Amino Rosen, let the technical staff of the Faith to learn from France, and learn the most advanced science and technology knowledge, then come back to build the motherland. This time, Liu Sheng did not position all people who learn to learn as the employees of Faith, but put their eyes on some students who were about to graduate. At this time, many college students have graduated from graduation, and they have the idea of studying abroad. After all, in developed countries can learn a new system knowledge, so that their eyes are broader. Just at this time, college students' family conditions are unable to support them to study in developed countries like France. If he can fund a group of qualities and learn excellent students to study in France, no matter what direction, it is a quite good thing. These students are, even if they are not going to work, and they will make their own contributions to the construction of the motherland in other places. This thing is quite difficult for college students who want to study abroad. However, for Liu Sheng, it is nothing more than a single point of agreement outside the cooperation framework. In addition to bringing some college students to study in France, Liu Sheng also mentioned that if possible, in the future, he will consider and study the luxury goods on France or other items on the French or other items. Chain supermarket. France is a well-old country that is a very early market, accounting for nearly 25% of the world. The most famous brands include familiar LV, Dior, L, YSL, Givenchy, etc. Other big brands are like Chanel, Hermes, and Givenchy, etc. are also the same. In stylish Paris, luxury stores are almost all over. The Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets will come to the global shopping malls in the future, and these luxury goods will also put them in the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Jim Amino responded quite satisfied with his conditions behind Luo Sheng, that is, Luo Sheng gave him a lot, at least in the preliminary intention of this cooperation. Jamino's negotiation is ahead. In other words, he can give a family a perfect explanation. As for the following, Luo Sheng said that some people who want to let the Faith Company and some students go to Europe, and reach a strategic partnership, Jim Amino feels that some little things are small, nothing is not. He is in the family there. There is a business relationship with the strategic partnership, and the two people do business together. There is no harm. Luo Sheng his money. He has resources in Europe, and the family is a guarantee behind him. Once he has more cooperation with Luo Sheng, he will increase a lot in the future in the family. Luo Sheng said that he is very happy. The construction of this auto base is just the first step in their cooperation, but the squat stone in two people cooperate. In the future, in various fields or other aspects, they will have a lot of cooperation. In summary, Luo Sheng is very optimistic about Jamino, hoping to cooperate with him to make Jamino get a higher position among the family. Their cooperation will be more enjoyable when they come. The flower sedan is lifted, and the people will have a lot of money. If the project he cooperates in China and Luo Sheng is really fixed, then he is definitely not bad in the status of the family. In the family, don't look at the people in Europe. There is a good time, but the strength of the family accounts for a lot. If there is no family to support them behind, they will never reach such a status of today. And he did not use the family's power, and found a strong cooperative object directly in China. After the initial intention, he went to the family where he returned to the family. How did the family will do this? Since the matter is now over, then we have a dinner together at night, to the Loyalty Fish House. I will give you some delicious meals. The last time that the steak doing the international student looks good, you and Yang Pan have been eaten very well. This time I will let the international students will give you the stove. Tomorrow, you are ready to return to China. Just give you a blessing. Luo Sheng smiled and said to Jamino and Yang Pan. The head asked to the Ju Jing. He laughed with the spring wind and continued to ask, Miss Zizi, do you have anything I want to eat? When I told the following people to do it. These days you have worked hard these days. Luo Sheng is ready to gain Jamino again in the faithful fish house, and he also wants to see it. His three king waves or two people of Dongzhigo, and there is no idea to do to Yang Pan. At the previous banquet, Yang Pan is very impressed by the two people of Wang Bo and Dongzhi, but the two goods always feel that they are uniform, and Yang Pan, no matter from temperament, or other talks, their two are worse. This time, Luo Sheng and Jim Amino have finished cooperative things. At that time, he will let the Ju Jing Scorpion as the translation of his two people in Jamino. At that time, further see if Wang Bo and Dongzhigo have two people. One idea. Luo Sheng and Jamino two people talking about it, and ended the dinner at a very friendly atmosphere. And Wang Bo and Dongzhigo two people. In this banquet, it seems that it has changed a person. It actually made Yang Pan is aware, and even drunk directly with Yin Yifeng. Directly drink Yin Yifeng. Luo Sheng didn't understand, but did not deliberately asked what they meant. He estimated that when two people saw Yang Pan, I felt very amazing. After a few days, I saw a few times. There is no kind of amazing idea, and I didn't want to find a woman who studied abroad as a wife. Early the next morning, Jamino was sent to Luo Sheng. When Martin gave him a car, she took Luo Sheng to give him a lot of specialty products. leading Yang Panpan and Free Car. A peak is going straight to the Beijing city. Under normal circumstances, the Juxi Scorpion should go to Paris with Jamino, but the Juxi Scorpion can't leave the country, more need to go back to the village to take the village from the Swiss bank. She can fly to Paris. However, Juxi Scorpion and Jimamino are ascended, waiting for her to settle to Beijing to Paris to the plane ticket in Tokyo. I will call Jamino. Walk away from Jamino and Yang Panpan, sent away Juxi Zizi and Yin Yifeng, who took the resignation of resignation, and returned to the origin. Chapter 412, He Fang Yang Panpan and Yin Yifeng have returned to the city of Jamino, and Jamino gave Yang Panpan a night holiday, and let the driver send Yang Panpan to her home. As a reward for Yang Panli, this translation made him satisfied. Jimamino also saw something. Liu Sheng. There is a very good sense of this Yang Pan. Many times, Liu Sheng seems to say what they say to Yang Panpan. More words to him. Liu Sheng took out so many native products on the side of Jiangqing, put a rear preparation box, which is Jimino, but Jimamino can't think of it. He will take the plane back to Paris after he arrived in Beijing. On the side, these things, it is not prepared, and his family has a good thing. These things are still left to Yang Pan as a good. When he saw Liu Sheng, he also had a good topic. Yang Panli, this small translation, Jamino did not feel anything special, but at this time he found that this little woman is very simple, in the side of the loyalty, whether it is translation or all kinds of things. Treatment is like a very mature person. Jimamino wanted to understand. Her translation came to Jiangqing once. There will be so big gains. Not only Liu Sheng is very good to Yang Pan, but the next 2 days behind Ju Jing and Yang Pan, they are commensurate with sisters. Jimamino doesn't understand that the Faith Company now has to cover so many buildings. Why is the headquarters that is so shabby? Is a 6-story office building in the back, is beautiful than the headquarters? He can't understand. Yin Yifeng sat in Jamino's car to the Jingqing hotel. He directly filed a message. This time I went back to Jingqing to let foreign VIPs have been a big face. He will never get inch to get Jamino sent him home. What's more, after this time I go home, he will go to a few relationships, and he wants to recruit a group of people belonging to himself. Yang Pan is sitting on the French embassy to lend Jamino's special car. When he returned home, he just wiped herself. The people in the second floor of the court saw such a car, heard the court, and the probes were probed. I looked up. Whose people are coming back? He still takes a luxurious car. You are a small voice. This car is quite extraordinary. It should be a foreign vehicle. You see that there is no word on the car. That is the car of the embassy representing which country? Foreigner's car? Can you have foreigners in our institute? This is too strange. The people in the court have disclosed that they block their children from their children near the car. At this time, there are people who have cars. They are all people, let alone things that are foreign related. Everyone has grown up. I want to see, what is the sacred to their family? The family is coming. If Liu Sheng is given to her and the native product of Jamino is too much, Yang Panpan will let the driver will stop her far away from the house. However, there are many things in the car. She can't take it at all. I have to stop the driver of the embassy parked at the door. You look. The car is a Chinese, not foreigners. It seems to be a very beautiful woman. Yeah, this woman is so fashionable. For this long time, I only saw such a woman in TV. It is too beautiful. I can get such a clothes in such a dress. I really have this. A set of clothes. I will wear it. I would rather live for 2 years. Listed for 2 years. I would rather live for 5 years. This dress is really beautiful. How do I see it is the Panpan of the old Yang family. You look, really like. Yang Pan is getting closer, and they have seen Yang Panpan at this time. Yang Zongxi's old neighbor Liu Wei shouted loudly. Is it Panpan? I am you Liu Wei. Is it coming back from the other side of France? The body is sloppy. Liu Wei waves the slightly furtive hand to Yang Panpan. As the old neighbors of Yang Zong's live home, She recognized Yang Pan at a glance. Although Yang Pan is very fashionable at this time, it is a smile and walking posture. Luo Y is clear. Hello, Luo Y. I am Pan Pan. You help me call my family. Let my father will help me with some things. Yang Pan Pan saw Luo Y. She immediately shouted, Luo Y. It's really the Pan Pan of old Yangjia. Isn't she going to stay in France? How can I still take a foreign car home? Hey. The female is the 18th change. The more it is, the more beautiful. I have no daring. The current help is too beautiful. How can I rub the eyes? Don't agree with the old Yang family. Among the crowds of everyone in the words, Yang Zong lived to open the door. Followed by the neighbors and sister Liu stepped downstairs. Yang Zongxi is not very surprised by the daughter's home. After all, Yang Pan gave him a call, saying that I went home when I returned to Beijing. But Yang Zongxi is very surprised for Yang Pan sitting on the car and the things tied. Yang Zongxi is a driver who drives to the minister. It can be said that he will see a wide range of people. He looks at the first A's, and the car in front of him is a special car that has been used for foreigners. Does the daughter are going to Jiangqing to give foreigners as translation? How can I still have a car in the embassy of foreigners? Yang Zongreal does not understand, but he doesn't want to think about such a problem. Everything is waiting to go home. It is true. God. Is me a look? 2 boxes, 4 Chinese cigarettes. There are so big things. This Yang Pan is going to France? Or to the French embassy. The whole rear preparation box. This is too much. Yang Zongxi heard Yang Pan to say that when the trunk is their home, he is stupid. Mao Tai wine and Chinese smoke. Yang Zong did not drink, and did not smoke less, but when he spent money, he followed it, and smoked some. These things, he just look at all day, but never dare to buy. It is not that Yang Zongxi earn money to buy these things, but his children married and Yang Pan go abroad. Basically, he only lied his old bottom, and he didn't imagine something like this. Old Tanshan, old summer, you come over and take the handle. Wait for the 2 days, my girl is gone, I invite everyone to eat. Yang Zongxi saw that there are too many things. Immediately and not far from the old summer 2 people say it. Several people walked too, and they lifted these things into Yang Zongxi. Chapter 413 Liu Chengfeng. Yang Zongxi took 2 steps, pulled the door, and went very respectfully to the minister to enter the car, which pushed the door to the door again, and ran again to run to the cab. Skilled, booming the red flag car, he gently stepped on the throttle and let the car started steadily. After the red flag car slowly drove, his face was not awkward. Minister, our country's current industrial development is very fast. Is it going to be a national power? Yang Zongxi has slowly asked. As a full-time driver, many times, when driving, it should not be talking about what the leader is talking about, and it should not ask some questions casually. Just. Yang Zong really felt that these things in his heart must be asked with ministers. And this thing is related to the country's development. The language of the speech is that there must be some skills. If he wants to say it directly, he can listen to him, and it is a problem. The industry is the foundation of a country. If you want to develop, you must have the power of the country. It is far less than a few people. It is far less than enough. Our country is not too understanding of the importance of the industry. I want to be a power of industrial powers. It is far away. The National First Machinery Industry Department and the Ministry of Agriculture, the State Instrumentation Industry Administration, the General Administration of Machinery Equipment, is incorporated by the Ministry of Machinery Industry, which is for the country's industrial development. Do you know what is the most important thing in our part? Liu Minister asked Yang Zongxi. For his machine, he still valued. After all, Yang Zongxi has stayed in several departments, understanding a lot. As for that Yang Zongxi suddenly asked such a topic, he didn't think much about it deeply. Now, the most current work of our machinery department is to sign a contract with the German Volkswagen, ready to produce domestic cars that belong to our China. I am not wrong. Yang Zong is very precise. Just. His face revealed a smile. Yang Zongxi followed Liu Chengfeng for a long time, and he was very familiar with Luo Chengfeng's speech. He asked questions. It is also a story of Luo Chengfeng to say this. Yang Zongshi's words suddenly said, "Minister, I suddenly heard a matter last night. Now there is a company that is called Any Loyalty Company now. They are now positive in France there is a super family, and it is also necessary to produce cars. What? Is there a company in the northeast to join in France?" Luo Chengfeng's mouth is round, as if a boy can swallow a big egg. Next moment, Luo Chengfeng recovered the previous kind of state, but also a feeling of untrustworthiness for the driver of the eyes. "You said that you are all age, how can you tell you how?" Exclamation mark. Is this not pulling? There is a company in the northeast to produce cars, which is absolutely impossible. The status of the northeast is compared, that is, it is simply in the sky. The Chinese government has used such a big strength, and the German Volkswagen has reached a framework of cooperation, a small company, and how can I cooperate with a big family in France? I haven't waited for Luo Chengfeng. I heard Yang Zongshi's unhappiness and continued to say, "My daughter is studying in France. This time I returned to a member of the French. What kind of mad family is translated? She." The whole process follows this matter. When his boss arrived in Beijing, the French embassy was specially sent to send a car to pick up. It can be said that it is a very powerful person. This time my daughter go home is the black bottom of the foreign embassy. White trolley brand. I also saw the word collar. Luo Chengfeng's brow twisted into twist. He did not expect that there is still such a situation. Yang Zongshi does not say that there is no such thing, but how is this possible? In the process of driving, Yang Zong lived. Through the rear view mirror, I saw Luo Chengfeng's expression. When I saw Luo Chengfeng's brow, his heart was born with a sense of accomplishment. "Old Yang, you tell me, this is something. Your daughter returns to the home. How do you say it? You take a clutter with me, I have to listen to it." Luo Chengfeng slightly smashed for a while. The opening slowly asked Yang Zongshi. Yang Zongcheng heard Luo minister's inquiry. He told Luo Chengfeng after the matter of Yang Pan, who took his daughter Yang Pan, told Luo Chengfeng. After Yang Pan went home, he said that she gave birth to her back to China from Paris, and Jimamino came from the plot of Jiangqing. Yang Pan told Yang Zongshi. This time she studied her in France. With her relationship with a good guinea, I introduced her to a translation. Her job. She only knows that this translation is very light, which is to accompany a big man on the side of Lafiterie to stay in China for 10 days. At that time, the big figure will give her at least 500 francs. If the translation is good, it will even increase some of this basis, and the eating, the general people are responsible, that is, the return ticket to the plane and the cost of the cost, but she doesn't have to worry about it, just responsible for translation. What she didn't think of, followed Jimamino returned to China, sitting in the plane, living in the hotel, actually is the capital hotel, eating and drinking, but also dining together with Jamino. Did not be seen by Jame. It is the kind of it. Yang Zongkai continued to interrupt the daughter, and asked some things that occurred after Jiangqing. Yang Pan published this statement in Jiangqing in this state of the father. From Jamino arrived in Jiangqing, I was eaten by a deputy mayor of Jiangqing, and he had been eating in Luosheng. And finally in Luosheng reached a thing to build a car production base in Black. Yang Pan told Yang Zongshi. Through the translation of Jamino negotiations, she understood that she followed the nobility of the aristocrats with the translation, which is a member of the Rosiad family named throughout Europe. It is such a person who has arrived in Jiangqing and Luosheng, and Luosheng has been suppressed on the wind. Yang Pan has finished speaking these things, but also praises Luosheng and communications. Yang Pan said that she has lived in China and France for such a long time, or the first time I saw such a super-rich Chinese. Yang Pan said that Yang Zongshi is also originally explained to Luo Chengfeng. He thinks that he knows such a thing. As an excellent old member, he must report to the leader. He is more responsible for the country. Luo Chengfeng thought of very depressed. What is the company? What is the young man named Luo Sheng? What is the person? If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name HTTP. Chapter 414 is too pulling. Although Luo Chengfeng is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Machinery Industry, he has never heard of the Faith Company, and he has never thought that in such a period, there is such a company, which can be prepared to build with France. Car production base. China's industrialization process is now just beginning. The most needed is the international leading technology. If there is a company in Jiangqing to achieve automobile production with France, negotiations on the country and the German Volkswagen will definitely start a positive effect. In the heart of Luo Chengfeng, industrialization refers to the social transformation process from an agricultural economy and transitions to an industrial economy. Since the early 1960s, the Watt scheme is started, and the UK began the industrialization process. By the 1970s, the industrialization of Japan, 200 years, more than 200 years, the roads passing through the countries are different. Britain vigorously promotes steam technology, which has effectively promoted the rapid development of textile, metallurgy, machine manufacturing, transportation, mining and other industries, so that social productivity enters the big machine era by hand workshop. This is the earliest industrialization. The United States, method, Germany, Russia, etc. The industrial is pushed into electrification from steam technology, then invented generator, electric light, wireless communication technology, internal combustion engine, etc. Human society has entered the era of electrical era and internal combustion engine, promoted great development of productivity. This can be said to be medium-term industrialization. In Japan, South Korea, Singapore, etc., etc., in the early 1950s, in the early 1970s, in the 1920s, in the past 20 years, the whole world has been developed with scientific and technological achievements in half a century. At the same time, these countries focus on research and development of autonomous technology against Europe and America to obtain a lot of patents. At this time, the world's science and technology has invented electronic computer, atomic energy, space technology, internet technology, modern communication technology, greatly enhanced social productivity, providing technical support for Japan's industrialization and modernization. In the end of the 1950s to the end of the 1970s, China has basically not yet increased. The road to the machinery industry now is to draw the experience of developed countries in the world, create more advanced scientific and technological achievements. This time and German public cooperate to produce Santana sedan. That is, we want to cooperate with German Volkswagen, increase the rapid development of China's automotive industry. At this time, the car share of developed countries has reached a point where China's dust is nothing. China must call these countries at this time. If there is such a powerful company on Jiangqing, then he wants to conduct a field inspection on the other side, and see that this company can help the country's automotive industry. Luo Chengfeng listened to Yang Zongxi, and he heard that the car to produce from the company was also an intermediate sedan. He has an idea in his heart, that is, he has not reached an agreement with the Faith Company and French company at the time. Let the loyalty company change your idea, temporarily do the intermediate sedan with France to see if the Faith Company can talk to the French. Do some other types of cars production projects. Once he can convince the company to change the idea, it is definitely a good thing for the country. Just talking about Yang Pan, how to translate Jema and Luo Sheng in Jiangqing, Luo Chengfeng's mind has turned countless idea. My daughter said that this Faith Company's boss is very rich, and there is a very beautiful Japanese beauty assistant. Before I started negotiation, I listened to the French, saying that this European Cup is to start. This faith campaigner's boss immediately told his Japanese female assistant, let her get to take $50 million to Europe Cup go gambling. Yang Zongshi said that after Luo Sheng and Jamino reached the increasing thing of the construction of a car base, Luo Sheng, who said Yang Pan, said that Yang Pan is said to take $50 million gambling. When Yang Zong lived when Yang Pan said, he also did not believe it. At this time, China has basically no big gambling, usually playing small numbers or playing little poker. Mahjong. On the side of Beijing, there are some people who have some money. When you play Mahjong, you can play the 5-corner, and life is a little more than someone, and the Mahjong of the 2 corners. Like Yang Zongshi like this, playing Mahjong only hits 5 points. It is to play Mahjong in the new year, and he didn't play more than a corner of the year. However, from the don't believe in Yang Zong, Yang Pan is at least $1 million yuan, and only those things are several times. Yang Pan is translated into Jamino in Jiangqing. The money earned is normal as Jamino payment. However, because Yang Pan is translated in the last negotiation process, he was given a big red envelope by Luo Sheng. Yang Zong really felt that the faith company gave Yang Pan a big red envelope, which can be packaged in a 10 yuan or 20 yuan, basically considered very good. Yang Zongshi believes that the amount of this red envelope will never exceed 50 yuan. After all, the general people's salary is nothing more than a month hundred tens of dollars. If the $50, it is equivalent to a 60-level worker salary. However, Yang Pan is giving her red envelope to her father, almost didn't scare Yang Zongzi, not, it should be said to be surprised. When Yang Pan gave him a red envelope, he touched him with a thick stack, pulling the money from the red envelope, and it turned out to be a new big unity. How much is a big unity? That is 1,000 yuan. Yang Zongshi has been working in this time since the work, and there is no more than 1,000 yuan. Yang Pan is just a few days of translation in Jiangqing, and he was given 1,000 yuan by the loyalty company. This 1,000 yuan also exudes the big unity of the ink atmosphere, which has brightened his eyes. Through this matter, Yang Sheng believes that the loyalty company mentioned in the girl's mouth should have such a power. Otherwise, there will be no more money to translate some languages. $50 million to gambling? Exclamation mark. Is this not just a pulling? Luo Chengfeng is almost a mouthful of old blood. He just rose to the thoughts of Jiangqing to go to a trip. To say other, Luo Chengfeng is not allowed to believe, but it is not believed that he will take a $50 million to Europe to go to the European gambling. This thing will not believe it. Is there a concept of $50 million that is equivalent to more than 100 million yuan? In China, I have to say this time collective or a personal business, I can have a few 100,000, 1 million yuan, he can believe it, but the personal hand takes more than 100 million yuan to gamble. This thing, it is a thing that can't be fake. Old Yang, concentrate on driving. Waiting for time. I will send the following people to ask for this thing. I will have a meeting. I don't want to say it. Luo Chengfeng directly put Yang Zongshi, blocked back, and put Yang Zongshi as a non-reliable object. It is also because of this gambling thing. Luo Chengfei to the loyalty company is late over the year. Chapter 415 Different Love. After Luo Sheng, he just returned to his family. He saw his father Luo Shangyong stood in the stairway. Dad, what do you stand on the side of the stairway? How do you get off work so early? Luo Sheng's words have not been finished. I saw Luo Shangyong's face fell to the foot. Luo Shangyong hated Luo Sheng, and took Luo Sheng's ears, like dragging the dog, usually pulled his room. Do you know how to go home? I thought you were dead. Your bunny scorpion, don't fight for 3 days. I don't want to go to the room. Do you know what you are doing? Demo and Yin Yifeng came to Jiangqing's time. Luo Sheng has been busy with their 2 people talking about cooperation and publishing agency, and there are no home for a few nights. Even giving a phone call. It is very unhappy to provoke Luo Shangyong. Although Luo Shangyong is clear, this sun is very extraordinary. It is no longer able to control it, but the sun is not God. He is Luo Sheng's father, He must exercise his father's power. Nothing. It is the busy thing in these 2 days. I have deemed some things in the company. I haven't delayed it. I am. Luo Sheng asked her face. Luo Sheng really didn't think that he did something wrong during this time. Not to understand. Have always been serious. From the father who retired early. How did you block him today? You asso stinky boy. How much is it now? This time often doesn't go home for a few days. Take the home as a hotel. Or do you do it at home? You don't know that you are too old and too old. You are not at home. They don't think you can't sleep. You, Luo Shangyong said, the greater the fire. And even let Luo Sheng feel that Luo Shangyong has a feeling of roaring to him. Luo Sheng was taught by Luo Shangyong for nearly 40 minutes. And he went out of his father's room. He didn't think that the father had learned bad in the last period of time. I actually learned my mother's ears and made him speechless. Onsen, mutter, even if you can learn your mother! Exclamation mark. All aspects of the father said. But Luo Sheng still felt quite uncomfortable. After all, he did not do something wrong with this matter. Everything is for the company. Everything is for the country and his family. Also did not have a shadow of his father muttered. He felt that the ear that had been hurt was caught again. Your rabbit scorpion. I know how to go home. I thought you got outside. Tell me, your kid is not a skin. Want to be? Your father does not hit you. I am not used to you. Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking grabbed Luo Sheng's ear. The speed is very fast, and directly took the ear to her eyes. Mom, let's have something to say. Don't you smoke it? I was just smashed by my father. My ear is coming. Hey, Luo Sheng, a bit of bitter gourd. Got the mother? Asked the mother. Mother Wang Yaking and his father Luo Shangyong are different. Mother is holding the ears, and it is always the Lord that does not slice. One is not good. His ears will be asymmetrical. Mom, you have a good thing. I have a good thing to give you. It is the top perfume on the side of Paris, France. You quickly let go. Luo Zongsun shouted to Wang Yaking, while putting his pocket. Take it out. He is clear. Mother and father are different. The mother will answer this. As long as you give some good things for your mother, my mother will naturally forget his mistakes. And my father is stubborn. It is to give my father to bribe what is also white. If my father does not say anything in his heart, it is not his father. Perfume in Paris, France. Your stinky boy, where is it? Wang Yaking launched Luo Sheng's ear, and his hands won the perfume in Luo Sheng, and bowed down. This perfume tastes good. Just less. Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking looked at the perfume in his hand and didn't consciously. This is the high-grade perfume on the side of France. A bottle of perfume is 100 yuan. This is a good thing. You should use it yourself. Don't give people. Luo Sheng slammed his ear and said in a small while, get up. Luo Sheng did not have a lot of reason. He is afraid that Lozi heard a bottle of perfume to be a few hundred yuan. It is really that he has heard this price. So expensive? Such a small bottle of fragrance is a few hundred yuan. It is not worth it. Wang Yaking is worried about such a small bottle of fragrance. She is lifted. She greeted. Such gadgets. Absolute A price is not worth this. Mom, this is the top price from France. You know this perfume. When you have time, I will make people give you some more in Paris, France. My mother has recently, however, it is a lot of young and beautiful. Luo Sheng said that there is time to give the mother to make some of the mother, but also shouted the mother. Your kid, monkey, this time, you can pay attention, you can pay attention. The people in the home are worried about you. A teenage child. There is nothing to always be outside. I live. Remember, if there is any good thing in the future, I have a filial piety. Your dad is old and stubborn, and it doesn't matter if you have no filial piety. Wang Yaking said like a flower. She is very afflicted for her son. After all, her at this stage, she went to school. People saw a lot of attention. In the past 2 years, Wang Yaking has undergone a huge change in his son's influence, has become a very fashionable woman, not just the teacher in the school, is the leadership of the education bureau, and it has been far away from her, far beyond. When Wang Yaking became our Zhong, playing Mahjong is a Mahjong of a corner, and the Mahjong of the two corners will never go to participate. Now she and the neighbors around them will play Mahjong. How big Mahjong is dare to play, and there is no loss. Too big feeling is purely enjoying the joy of Mahjong brought her. I saw that my mother looked at the perfume and went to the pocket to enter my father's room. Luo Sheng quickly slipped to the upstairs and Taimu asked. Dinner is not very rich, only a 5 flowers and stewed cabbage noodles and fried eggs. But Luo Sheng eats very sweet, and even exceeds the feeling of eating a large table dish at the headquarters of the communications. On the dinner table, I listened to my parents and Taimu, a few people who chatted. Looking at the sound of the family, Luo Sheng suddenly felt that this time he did it. He secretly decided, recently, even if there is a special thing, he also accompany his family every day. Chapter 416, Those Are Money. Days of dullness have passed every day. During this time, Luo Sheng began a life and school 2-point life. It was basically not very much in the headquarters of the communications. The construction of the loyalty campaign is small household appliances as the construction of Dongzigo, the construction of the scientific research base and the anime base is responsible by Yang Hua, loyal to the rich supermarket, is responsible by Zhao Fangxian. As for the field, there is 2 people, know what makes him worry. If these high-level managers have anything, it is also reported to Wang Bo, and he doesn't need to do too much management, and it has become a big treasurer. It is because of such a reason, he just went to the anime studio to see it. Give Luo Yonggo them simply said that Detective Conan and Punish Master rough plots and trend. Also, Luo Sheng's most probably storytelling of Detective Ian can think of, but with time continuously, there are many stories behind. Luo Sheng is some forgotten. Luo Sheng once had a stop of the 2 comics, and the comics of Football King, but he is unwilling. Those are money. The more you write, then, the more money earned. Not only is more and more money to make a book, it is the surrounding. The future income will reach an astronomical figure. Detective Conan and Punish Master are not a manuscript fee, single surrounding. It has brought him nearly 40 billion yen to the income. With the expansion of the impact phase in the future, the benefits of derivatives will be more and more. The premise is that the 2 hot Japanese comics cannot stop. Once stopped, then the benefits will be large. The Scorpion is also a meat, although he now has a quite frightful result in Japan. But in this regard, Luo Sheng does not want to give up. These 2 comics not only brought huge popularity and wealth to Luo Sheng, but also increased his influence in the future in Japan in the future. Although Luo Sheng does not want to get political reactance, the greater the influence, the better the development of him in Japan in the future. This influence is more in the future layout of Luo Sheng in Japan. If he does not appear too much, he feels that the first place of the country is Japan. Earn the money of the Japanese. He has no psychological burden is on the one hand, and the Japanese have money in the hands of the Japanese. As long as the goods in the supermarket are good, they are in line with their purchases. They are in loyalty to the money in surrounding supermarkets. The profits obtained will far exceed the profits of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets in China. The loyalty of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets is huge in China. Basic profit margins account for only 11% to 15%, and after the national gates, the profit margin of loyal food and smashing supermarkets, Luo Sheng will not be so fixed. In short, the profit margin in Japan will mention a new height. Tokyo stock market and Tokyo real estate investment. Now, when the Japanese economy has a big collapse, he will gradually enter some Japanese high-tech enterprises. At that time, some primary technology things gradually enter China through his layout. The anime studio of the Faith Company has always been creating around the Japanese market as a temporary body, but also to make the money earned in the Japanese market to raise an anime base established in the future. Luo Sheng felt that he looked at the so good money and huge reputation to slip away from his hand. He was unwilling. Luo Sheng suddenly remembered that at this time, the original author of the Detective Conan, King Shan, King Shang, Wan Cheng, should just go to college, or have not graduated from college. At this time, Luo Sheng did not know that King Shan Gangcheng started comics creation. At this time, I came to my studio. I just gave him an assistant screenwriter. When I gave this goods in my thoughts, I went to write the following script, and give more future. He opened some wages, then it was not joined. In this case, this person is also given some small compensation for this person in King Shan. Detective Kuian. This comics were originally written, and what is White's, as long as he tightly on him slightly, King Shan Central should create behind those plots. Luo Sheng thought of these, immediately gave the small village Huixiang past the phone, let her find the original author of King Shan Gangcheng in Japan. Luo Sheng told Xiao village Huixiang, and found all the comic books for this person to leave the detective Kuian and punish master and give King Shan Ji Chang him in China. She told King Shan Gangcheng, if there is an idea to draw comics, I can call Luo Sheng. If possible, King Shan Wangcheng can go to China's loyalty anime creation base, which will be affected by his culture. Luo Sheng is very clear, and now, King Shan Gangcheng should still be a very lonely teenager. He will be quite eager to be guided by a comic master like Luo Sheng. As long as he throws olive branches here, King Shan Wangcheng will come to China Jiangqing. As for the authors of grunges, Luo Sheng directly ignored, because in his impression, this time grunge master author is a teenager. He found this author, there is no great value. In the future, if he is getting better and better in Japan, when you see this author, it is a wish. Pumping Duncan's Detective Kai-an have great different, rough things in Luo Sheng. There are, even if there are more plots, there is no such thing, let alone, now loyal anime. The people in the studio have more and more, and these people are brainstormed, and they will be better than the original grungers. Luo Sheng thought of doing it, pick up the phone that has been connected abroad, and directly gave the village Huixiang. Luo Sheng heard your good voice across the small village. He smiled and said, Ms. Huixiang, hello, I am Luo Sheng. I have such a thing I told you, I want to be. Japan is looking for someone, this person. The name is called King Shan Gongcheng. Now it should be a college student or a student who has just graduated from college. I am studying in Japan. At this time, I have seen this student. I feel that he is very high in comics. I want you to help me find him, leaving him a complete Detective Conan and Irritable Detective Kuian and Irritants that is now published. The Basket Masters and told him that if he wants to follow me to learn comics, or if there is an idea to develop in China, you can contact me. Chapter 417. The small village sitting in the office is amazing, and she called her to call her, and it is actually a matter of letting her find someone. If Luo Sheng is concerned about the stock market in Tokyo at this time, I care about the stock that I have already risen on the sky. She can understand. But how long Luo Sheng does not give her a call and Yazi to call a phone call. It actually let her find someone everywhere. Although the small village Huixiang is very speechless, it is also in accordance with Luo Sheng, and began to organize some people to find the King Shan Gongcheng mentioned in Luo Zonk's son. Because King Shan Gongcheng is a college or just graduated college students, and there is a name, a small number of people, and the people under the hand, there is no strength, and through the Japanese residential hall and the police archives, I quickly found the King Shan Gongcheng, which Luo Sheng is looking for. Xiao village Huixiang also saw King Shan Gongcheng's information. King Shan Gongcheng was born in 1963, the family operated the Gara Bear shop and gas station on the town. He especially likes to detective reasoning from small, often consists of the brothers of the home, and adventures nearby. He is still a comic jailer, and the graduation of primary school is I want to draw a private detective comics. But the parents feel that comics this kind of thing will not have a good person. I hope he is a positive art teacher, and it has been strictly prohibited him to contact comics. Therefore, in the early high school era, King Shan Gangcheng can only sneak his nest in the quilt. Xiao Huixiang looked at King Shan Gongcheng's information, and the heart was even more confused. She didn't understand that Luo Sheng's comic script and drama assistant, it turned out to be such a furhead kid. The small village Huixiang is in accordance with the address you given by the Ministry of Political House. Soon, I quickly found King Shan Gongcheng in Japan University. Xiao Village Huixiang saw that King Shan Gongcheng is not high, it is a little thin, it can be said that it is not ranging, put anywhere, there is no colorful place, typical ordinary student. Combined with the information about the households, she really can figure out, while Luo Sheng let her find such a young student. I am a small village of the three well group Hui. Some people please give you 2 complete comic books, please sign it first. After the small village Huixiang said, the hand, the assistant behind her immediately the 2 weakly teenagers who took this side handed over the past. King Shanji Chengyong took the thick-toed stack of books, see the publication above. His eyes gradually became bright. At this time, King Shan Shichang has just been admitted to the Japanese University Art Department for 2 years. In the alumni, the famous cartoonist of studio as an assistant. King Shan Qixiang saw that Xiao Huixiang actually gave him all comic books published by Detective Conan and Pundunk. Excited, don't know how good. King Shan Xin did not understand. This beautiful beauty sister finds anything to have anything. How can he bring him a full set of comic book published by Detective Conan and Marina Master? Detective Conan and Punish Master, these 2 comic books, King Shan Qihang is quite like, but also the author of the 2 comics as an idol. For the Chinese comic master in the East, the hearts of King Shan viewed, because in his heart, Luo Sheng is the most talented cartoonist in Japan's comic circle. After logging into the weekly Young Boy from Detective Determination, and these 2 comics have also laid the status of Luo Sheng in the hearts of Japan. Because the initial Detective Conan print is not a big, and people in the hand are comic chamans, basically no one is transferred, so at this time, the number of Detective Conan was very small. And King Shan didn't think of it. Someone actually sent him a complete set of weekly teenagers. These 2 books are faithful. I will send you a message. He makes me conveyed you. He let me tell you, if you want to learn about the idea of creative comics with him, I will leave him the phone, when you can communicate with the loyalty. If you don't want it, then I will not be left to you here. Xiao Huixiang saw that King Shan Gongcheng got 2 books and then turned out to have a pair. She looks coldly in her look. When I got a complete set of Identification Conan Weekly Teenager, King Shan Qixiang suddenly listened to Xiao Village Huixiang. If he has the idea of learning comics, you can call loyalty to loyalty. After listening to this sentence, King Shan Jincheng is stupid, standing in the local area as if it has become a statue. Next, King Shan Jing Shan, just actually excitedly at 3 feet. King Shan Jindong is helping in the famous cartoonist Ang Fing's studio. Work is not very pleasant. After all, he belongs to college students in school. It is basically helpful here. The work is much done, but the money is less. Poor, just more than a scholarship than in school. And there are a lot of people in the studio of Ajia, and the time in which he is exchanged with a Feng, the help of his painting comics have always been big. King Shan Ganghang took directly to the request of Huixiang, but soon, King Shan Jishang quickly calmly calmed down. I think that he is still going to college. If you go to China, you will be able to delay his school. This situation is definitely not allowed by his home. Ms. Huixiang, can I ask a few questions? Loyalty wants me to come to him to create a comic creation. How much is the salary given to me every month? What can I have in my future life? What is a certain guarantee? I am studying now. If I arrived in China, what will my academic will do? King Shan Gangcheng directly raised several questions. He did not have a few words from Huixiang. Make a decision immediately. He did not call Luo Sheng, because he felt that this matter would be directly looking for Luo Sheng. Whether he can't go to Luo Sheng, he will have a bad impression of Luo Sheng. Xiao Huixiang shows Yan smile, slowly said, what about these questions? I am not convenient to answer you. After all, I am conveyed is a loyal trick. These things you should call the communications directly to communicate. Seeing the King Shan just tongue face slightly showed some disappointment, the small village continued to say, what you said. For me, I think that is nothing. Loyalty is on the cartoon. Years have reached the point you can't imagine. The money is not a problem. If you have to learn from the loyalty, I am afraid that I am going to college it here, or working in such a studio a lot. The loyalty is said, I want you to help him play some comic script. That is, he gives you enough attention, and loyal people are looking for comics in Japan. You are the first. I hope that you will consider it. Since you have this intention, I will leave a loyal letter and my phone. If you decide to see it in China, go back and return tickets and everything I will take. The passport, I will help you take the fastest speed here. King Shan Jinqing originally wanted to go to the idea of Zongsun Jun, listened to the village. Huixiang said that he immediately decided. When the small village gave away, he ran to the post office to play a long-distance call to Luo Sheng. In the phone, he consulted Luo Zongsun several questions, returned to the school, and he quitted the work of the studio assistant of the comic house. Buy a plane ticket, please leave. Buy a series of things to give him, a series of things for the passport for him to handle the passport for him, and King Shan has just been completed. At this time, King Shan Gangqing has already been determined. He did not even notify it at home. Chapter 418 is hard to teeth. The King Shan Gangqing. I have to reach Jiangqing in the afternoon. It is too good, Ms. Huixiang. This time I have to thank you. Wait for the next time to Tokyo or you go to Jiangqing. Come, I invite you to eat. Luo Sheng heard the news of King Shan Jinqing to arrive at Jiangqing. His heart was very happy. His heart thought that after this goods arrived in Jiangqing, Detective Kain follow-up. There is no need for him to go too much. Remember the time when you arrive in King Shan? Luo Sheng immediately called the seal half mountain, so that the seal halfway took a Japanese translation of the loyalty company, and went to the train station on Jiangqing to pick up. He will see you in the afternoon. A person sitting in the office of Luo Yonggo, Luo Yong, who was loyal. Luo Sheng quickly saw a little, and there was a little thin and small King Shang. Looking at the King Shan Gangqing, who fled from Japan, received from the office. Luo Sheng was also like the village Huixiang, and this is the master of the detective Conan. Jing Shan just Chenghai is really too loyal, and his look and spiritual appearance can only see some decadence. It seems to be the kind of person who is blown out of the body. You is a loyal letter. King Shan Gangqing saw the idols in the mind, excited to start a branch. He had imagined Luo Sheng very small, but I saw that Luo Sheng was still much smaller than him, and the admiration and envy of his face unconsciously revealed. I am Luo Sheng, Detective Kuian and Grunge Master authors. We know it. Luo Sheng stood up and walked over and greeted the handshake. At this time, although in the face of the original author of Detective Conan, his heart has some minor uncomfortable, but his powerful psychological quality directly removes the uncomfortable removal. King Shan Gongcheng is the original author of Detective Conan. It is his life in the later generation. Now he is a real original author, no matter what people will look at it. Moreover, he is ready to give you a good benefit of King Shan. As long as he can work hard, it will become a Japanese comic circle in the future, then it should be a very relaxed thing. Luo Sheng and King Shan Gongcheng have made some conversations, and the issues mentioned by welfare treatment and working time equivalent. On the academic issue of King Shan, King Shang, Luo Sheng gave a clear answer. He would let Xiao Huixiang in Tokyo. He strive for only 1 or 2 months of King Shan, Japan. The course. When King Shan Gaohui returned to the country, he would read the course and did not delay the school of King Shan. As for the issue of salary, King Shan Wangcheng learns some knowledge in the Faithful Animation Studio, and will not come up with this thing. The wage in the first 3 months is half a month. 3 months later, salary is equivalent to Japan the income of ordinary cartoonists there. Because Luo Sheng's atmosphere, Two of them quickly identified the intention of King Shan Wangcheng in the Faith Company. Luo Sheng told King Shan Gangcheng, in the comic studio of Jiangqing. King Shan Jincheng and Luo Yonggo and Wang Rui learning comics. He has time. Will also give him a certain period of time. What he has to do in the future is that two Japanese students study abroad have come back to translate the translation of the Detective Conan. All of the food and housing loyalty, all included salary, will directly enter the bank card from King Shan, Dongjing, and the salary is equivalent to ordinary comic painters. Of course, the premise is that King Shan Gongcheng is worth the price. As a screenwriter in King Shan Jichang in Sheng Comics, Yin Yifeng has brought 3-3 from Beijing, and the dust was arrived in Jiangqing. After transferring the post with Wang Bo, just played a greet with Luo Sheng. Yin Yifeng directly arrived in Harbin, and started the construction of the publishing house in Zhaofangshan. When you eat, Zhaofangshan bought a row of residential in the surroundings of Yin Yifeng, and made a small catering hall for the people here. In terms of eating, it is responsible from the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and 4 people have a big mother specializing in the dish to be washed, so that these people are not restrained in living. According to Wang Bo's meaning, the publishing house is temporarily renting a few rooms. You can do this, but this offer is directly left by Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. Now this time, you can buy the building and the land. It is absolutely not to rent a house. After all, the value of the house will be far more than this time. Wait for the future or recover. It is the money appreciated by the house. It is already able to meet the money of the publishing society. The loyalty company now has money, the money of the loan and the money in the hands of the faith company have to spend it. At that time, he has to have more important things. After the publication of the publication, some processes have passed very quickly. Plus Yin Yifeng has always been a line of publication. How much time does not use? The first anime book of communications company logs into the post office subscription issue on. And Yin Yifeng imagined, the sales of the first anime book is almost a kind of ice point, and the national sale is sold out to more than 1,500, and the proportion of printed 5,000. This is quite after the sale of 30%. This grade is very disappointed with Yin Yifeng, and even feels the trust of Luo Sheng. When he reported this with Luo Sheng, he even had a feeling of difficult tooth. After listening to Yin Yifeng in the phone, Luo Sheng did not say anything, but comforted Yin Yifeng. The first publication sold out more than 1,500 books. Then him thinks, after all, the unified subscription number of the communications company will log into the unified subscription number over the post office. The national unified subscription book is so many subscribers, the first time can have such a grade. He has already feel very satisfied. He hopes that Yin Yifeng doesn't want to get on the fire because of this thing. It is still 5,000. The quantity of this is printing. And how many loyalty is not dissatisfied with the company. They have to come slowly, step by step, strive to be in the future. The sales of anime books published by faithed companies will be getting better and better. In the phone, Luo Sheng also told Yin Yifeng, let Yin Yifeng strokes some talents who can skilled foreign language. Let them translate the tool books and process books that are taken from the loyalty company, and then according to translation, combine the opinions of old workers and old engineers in China's factories are striving to make the first edition of the tool book and the process of the process. At this time, the faithful publishing house only publishes the matters. As for the profit, it is not an important thing. Chapter 419 Heart Cool and Semi. When the publisher was uncomfortable, the Duke Zizi took the Swiss bank from Tokyo to Paris. In 1984, the French European Cup was the 7th European Cup football tournament held in France from June 12 to June 27, 1984. The last time of the gambling was the beginning of the 84 years. After the Juxi Scorpion arrived, it began to purchase thousands of millions of dollars in Jimamino, in accordance with Luo Sheng's remote control football betting. Among them, The 8 strong and 4 summons. Liu Sheng did not think too much. Just in accordance with his heart, it began to bet. This European Cup, Liu Sheng remembers, is not very clear. Just remember, this European Cup did not burst less. It is also because of this. Liu Sheng told Zhu Jing, when buying 4, in combination, don't go to the top 4 strong teams, as long as it is a large number of hot 4 strong combinations. I don't want to buy directly by those multiple proportion of oversized bet. These bitions, Liu Sheng positioning is about 30% of his bet. These bets. Liu Sheng did not think of making too much money, just with this betting of Jimamino and Jamino's Rothschild family. He bought a football color and there is no too much rule, just think that the combination is high. I will buy those teams victory. During this period, Liu Sheng also conducted some football communication with Jimamino, and Temino studied the other bets of nearly $1 million. At the end of the betting bet, Liu Sheng directly told Zhu Jing Scorpion and purchased the championship gaming. Liu Sheng told her to make her and Jamino. If there is money in the Jamino hand, I will purchase the French team with him to get the final victory. And they are also the appetizers before the two people conduct specific cooperation. Mr. Jamino, when you were in China, you said that you have to invest 2 million francs with my boss to buy the European Cup of Football Gaming. My boss said, this time I work with you, for the French confidence. More confident in the French team in his impression, he wants to buy a French team for $3,500 to win the French team. I hope you can follow his footsteps. What? Exclamation mark. Every $3,500,000 is won by the French team? Exclamation mark. Jimamino's betting on Liu Sheng's time is a lot of headaches. He wants to understand that Liu Sheng's ideas come from there. In Europe, it is basically a football team. In the losing wins, no one dares to guarantee that the team will be able or wait. During this time, when I went to buy betting, Jamino had always feel that Liu Sheng's bet is not talking, and this bet is very idiot. He feels that according to Liu Sheng's betting method, don't say it is a gambling to make money. If you don't pay, you are already a very good thing. Don't look at the French team like Liu Sheng, and it is his own football team, but Jimamino did not dare to pay under the French team. After all, there is no weak journey in Europe. Which team will win? The $3,500 million is all bet on the French team, and it is nothing more than 6 times, and the popular champion team of this time is a crucial team, but England and Italy, 2 teams. Germany and the Netherlands, Belgium, etc. teams are very powerful, all have the hope of winning. How can Liu Sheng, how do this kid? When the Juxi Scorpion was betted $10 million, Jimamino did not follow the bet. He always felt that Liu Sheng's betting in the European Cup is not reliable, and the list of purchases for strong lists. I have already felt a deep disappointment. Liu Sheng allowed the 4 strongest purchased by Zhu Jing, except for the French team, the rest of the 4 strong odds, the European Jinzhou, almost one of his phases. Jamino even had a deep doubt at this time. This Liu Sheng understood the football, and did not read the European Cup game amount. Does this, I think, betting 2 million francs to buy a French team champion, it should be very good. After all, I don't have your boss. I will buy these gambling with you. Jamino original. For this there are still some confidence in buying the French team championship, but seeing the 9 wellness during this time, the betting center of the betting center in Paris is over, and his heart has been cold. But he has promised Liu Sheng to follow the French team of 2 million francs. Even if it is hard scalp, it is necessary to buy these 2 million francs. Jamino seated directly, and he didn't want to buy too many French teams betting. He has an idea in his heart. He and a few friends think this time in England or Italy will capture the last victory. He needs to leave a part of the money to win the team, and finally, as long as the 2 teams have a championship, his betting is not lost. Miss Zizi, please, and I have traveled over France, Martigny Hotel, and we have earlier some of the past to deal with the championship of the French team. If it has been late, I am worried that I don't accept our bet. Jay Mino tells the Jujing Scorpion. Now they are not discussing the problem that he feels his incompatibility, but it is necessary to make Liu Sheng to buy Liu Sheng to win the French team who won the championship. The gaming betting of the European Cup is very different, and the oversized amount of gambling is reported through the report. The places where the report is the places gathered in the top society. Many times, large bets are the most luxurious hotels in France or the elite often meet. The company Accepts Bets is a famous gaming company around the world. The payment after the odds have been prizes, and they are the best in the world. Small to buy some gambling, you can bet on the betting station on the side of Paris. And Jay Mino's family has a betting station in cooperation with the World Gaming Company. It has been a bet that the 9 well is uniform. The betting station in the family is next. This time is a one-time purchase of $3,500. The head of the big gaming company that needs to be in contact with the British Gaming Company is also delivered, or if it is the betting station payment. And it is impossible to give such a big converted. Chapter 420 Heroes View. Jay Mino, you actually come to this side of the European Cup game. It seems that your kid is mixed very well. Marley One took a shot on the shoulders of Jay Mino, very happy. Marley One is a member of the Marley family, and his identity status of both Jay Mino is almost the same. Basically a member who is not particularly valued by the family. He and Jay Mino are also a good private hand. See Jay Mino to gambled the European Cup. He immediately greeted Wei In, Cheng Zuzu Award. Recently, there are some small money in his hand. Come to this side to accompany your friends to play a few hands, Jay Mino said very humbly. For the Marley One, he or more in contact. After all, there is not much shelf when they are together, and there must be a common language. This time you feel that the 4 will be produced in the few teams. Champions. Do you think of the team? Marley One smiled. Jay Mino, he thinks, Jay Mino fans should have some good view. This European Cup, I really don't have a particularly optimistic team. According to my 6th, the champion will be produced in the 2 teams in England and Germany. When Jay Mino said, see the Jujing, the face of the Scorpion is a little ugly. He immediately continued, perhaps our French won the championship is not necessarily, after all, we account for the advantage of the home. Thomas Bruce stood not far from Marley Wen, and saw Mary Wen and Jay Mino talking together. He walked around from them, giving Jay Mino Chad Srod laughed. I don't have more and more small guys playing gambling. Ignorant is fearless. Richard Srod is the old opposite of Lafayette, and also in Bordeaux is not a red wine business. The previous period of time, Jay Mino took over 50,000 bottles of high-end red wine. Lafayette Winery, the Red Fire. Richard Srod, because this thing is not ranked by the elders, he said that he is excellent, and the small waist of the Roseny family is more than. During this time, Richard Srod has been full of abdomen. I heard Bruce to say that Jay Mino and Marley, his face was picked up with a slight twitch, and then recovered to Bruce. Don't let 2 small 3 broken Ajaxing, a little guy who can take a tens of thousands of francs, it is already very good. Do not want to be angry and ran to this side to join the fun. Richard Srod was ridiculously and said yet. He saw the petty German that was responsible for the reporting of the proposal. The upstairs can begin betting registration. He glanced at Jay Mino, pulled Bruce, walked in the 2nd floor of Petit Germain. Petit Germain is a member of the Petite family responsible for gaming, and he is full of hope for this European Cup. Petit and the world's top gambling associations have close cooperation. This European Cup gambling, he is responsible for the large bet of the French area. Like this large bet, the average person can't know. The ordinary people want to play the European Cup of the gambling, only to the betting points, but cannot perform bets like Jay Mino. So big hand. Bruce, this time you are optimistic about winning the team. Which teams by it are, we have to discuss before the last purchase. See if we can have a hero. Richard Soldier is walking with Bruce, saying that the champion of the European Cup, I think the 2 teams in England and Germany have the largest possible and our France football team does not look good. But this time it's a problem that I have encountered, can enter the top 4. Many critics have been mentioned before the game. This time the French team does not look at the host, but it is not optimistic by each country. The strength of the French team is relatively good. I personally feel that the French team can enhance the 8 strong. After all, the French team is the host, occupying the tension. If there is extraordinary level, enjoys the top 4, the opportunity will also be. Bruce continued to follow the footsteps of Richard Srod, while the slow Skyly continued, the champion. I am optimistic about Italy and the Netherlands. I think these two teams this time the European Cup will be big. Petit Germain sithed behind a luxurious solid wood table, and 4 assistants had 4 assistants to assist him to complete the delivery task. The 4 assistants have their own division of labor. There are ways to report the amount of betting and betting on the side of the Gaming Association. If you have a payment voucher with the Petit Family specific encrypted bill, whether there is a check or a promise, real, and call the bank to confirm the payment. At this time, although there is no way to buy lottery tickets later, it is also a process of flow, and the time for a basic person is also 2 minutes to 3 minutes. As long as you are here to buy the class or betting method, the check or this ticket is taken, then the most is 2 or 3 minutes. You can get the Petite Family European Cup gambling bill. At this time, the odds of betting bills have some tiny changes, and if the team suddenly detained, then the odds may also make some small fluctuations. For example, this time Liu Sheng won, the winner of $3,500 won the championship, after the report on the above Gaming Association. If the Gaming Association feels too high, it will reduce the odds. If the number of people caught in the French team, there are too many money, according to the ratio of the original French team, it is possible to pay for a 1 more, which will have a possibility of not paying enough, then, this will not be fixed in this one. Odds. It may fall to a 5 o'clock, 1 more than 5 o'clock, in all. In turn, this possibility of decreased this odds is not big. After all, fans in various countries will purchase their country to win, especially those who are popular in popular teams. At the beginning of the initial period, the British wins ratio of England is a bit to 7, but with the British and other countries' big bets, the odds winning the championship have gradually dropped more than 1. That is, the England team, if you win, the normal 100 franc can double into 700 francs, because the odds have changed. The British team won the championship, and 100 franc can only become a 500 francs or less. Chapter 421, Strong Confidence. Mr. Petit Germain, give me 2 million francs, 1 million of buying England to win. Another million by the German team to win. Richard Srod and pay after Petit Germain, the slightly challenged a bit of J. Mino, and the faint disdain on his face. As long as it is an eye, you can see it. Although Richard Srod is the aristocrat here, he has not been optimistic about the French team. He has always believed that the champion of this European Cup is inevitably engaged in England or German team. He spends 2 million franc to buy England or the German team won the champion. No matter which team won the championship, he can get a lot of income. For the provocation of Richard Srod, although the anger is full of anger, he still showed a Weissman style. It seems that it is facing a grade. People are general. At this time, J. Mina will quarrel with Richard Srod, but since I saw Liu Sheng, I have been disdainful and Richard Stroke since I have received the attention of the family. What is wrong? He just smiled softly. He didn't see the eyes of Richard Srod, turned his head, and the 9 sessions whispered, Miss Zizzy, I have never understood why you have a strong confidence in loyalty. He tells you how to do it. How do you do it? And this time you not only take your private room to buy France, still let Yang Panpan that takes the money out and buys the French championship with you. This gaming. J. Mino asked the 9 Wells in confusion. Before Petit Germain, J. Mino accompanied the Jujing Scorpion to call Yang Panpan. He actually heard that the Jujing Scorpion told Yang Pan, no matter how much money in his hand, at this time, I have to listen to her, and I will buy the French team with her. Jujing Scorpion and Yang Panpan said, before you came here, she had purchased the French team to win her private room and the salary of the half a year. If Yang Pan is able to believe in her, put all the money in the hand into the hand in this case, I will definitely let her have a big surprise. Mr. Jamino, you are a nobility, and I am just a small assistant. I invite my boss this time. I cannot follow him to buy a French team to win the championship, is my boss tells me. Let me pre the salary for half a year is purchased. Not only am my side, my girlfriend Huixiang, and the boss of Huixiang, the boss of Huixiang, I bet on this European Cup. I give you a suggestion. My boss is and you said to bring you gambling together. I hope that you can follow my boss. I believe you will never be disappointed. Judging Scorpion in order to take Jamina to this betting chariot, it is also a thought, but only what she said is true. 3 Wells and small village Huixiang on this European Cup. They didn't buy a French team to win the French team through their channels, and even Liu Sheng purchased the 4-strong type of football. They also bought some, although the amount of the 3 people in the 3 people and the village Huixiang have only won thousands of millions of dollars, but it is also a big hand pen. If they don't trust Liu Sheng, I don't believe that Liu Sheng can create a miracle. They will not take so big funds to buy the French team to win. Jamino really purchased the French team to win the French team. If the French team really won the championship, then Jamino will absolutely be grateful to himself. The Juxi Scorpion has a certain understanding of the boss Liu Sheng behind her, and her heart is very clear. At this time, the biggest existence is to do business in Liu Sheng and the Rothschild family. She did better in France, then she will do better at Liu Sheng assistant, let alone Liu Sheng gives her half a year prepaid salary this time, let her participate in the gaming of France to win. Whether it is a 9-well, it is a small village Huixiang. They all believe that Liu Sheng often creates a miracle, and will have a miracle again in the French team. 9 Wells and Yang Pan took out all of their money to buy the French team to win, and the Juxi Scorpion also sent him another information, that is, Liu Sheng's partner in Japan is also in this year. European Cup has invested some money, although the amount of money in investment is unclear. He can't ask the Judging Scorpion, but he sees the kind of power of the Judging Scorpion. He finally decided to buy the French Western team to win. There is also a reason, that is, the Richards Rodham won in England and the German team. He firmly believes that the betting-oriented betting does not have any effect. Mr. Jamino, please sure, what you said is to bet about $3,500 and 4 million francs to win the French team. I hope you can confirm and present your check or this vote. Peter Jieming suddenly heard Jamino to bet about $3,500 and 4 million francs to win the French team. He immediately got a spirit. There are a lot of aristocrats who are betting here. After all, in this kind of gambling, the credibility of family members is relatively high, and it is a football betting gaming in the World League, and there will be no mistakes. I confirm that this is a Swiss bank of the Swiss bank of the Swiss bank of the French bank. This is the truth from the check and the truth. Jamo is clear, in this kind of thing, he must follow the rules between the nobles. After all, takeout is $3,500,000 and 4 million francs. That 4 million francs almost half of the savings. If this bet failed, he would be greatly hit. Jamin has a $3,500 million betting and 4 millions of franc bets, and there is a certain idea in such a thing. The Judging Scorpion takes out of $3,500 betting single. You must take the 9 wells to hold themselves, so that you will keep the trust between them. This time is not very important. It is important to cooperate with the family and Liu Sheng in the future. He firmly believes that according to this situation, the Rosy-Erd family and Liu Sheng have cooperation. There is no problem. Everything just waits early the end of the European Cup. Even if the team won, the team is not a French team. It will not affect the cooperation between them. After all, Liu Sheng has shown his extraordinary strength to the Rosnian family behind Jamino. Chapter 422. What? $35 million and 4 million francs will win the French team? How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Richard's Rod and Bruce's A's are all round. They can't believe that they still laughed Jamie, actually, and the Oriental woman coming out of such a big hand. Just take the thing of $3,500 and the 4 million francs to buy a French team to win. It is hard to accept, and I can't believe it. To spend tens of thousands of Jamino, or hundreds of thousands of francs purchase the French team to win. There are some possibilities, but take out 4 million francs and $3,500 to bet on the French team. It is a bit awkward. Peter Jaimin saw that Jamino put the check and this ticket in his hand. He was waiting for the place to wait quietly, did not say any excess words. He immediately clear, this Jamino's and the Oriental Beauty betting should be true and effective. Mr. Jamino, based on your bet amount is too large, may even affect the change of betting probability. Please, and the lady around you will sit here, you will give you a satisfaction. The reply. Peter Jaimin smiled and Jamino finished, and then took a single-handed manager handed his report phone and communicated with the opposite people. The $3,500,000 and the 4 million franc gambling in the 8th European Cup, it is already focused. After all, most of the more money people are gambling, that is, two people or a few people gamble together, do not participate in this gaming project. Petit Jaimin mentioned the people on the side of the Football Gaming Union. This time, the French is very enthusiastic, and the French is very enthusiastic, plus several big orders from other countries. If there is no more than $1 million, must be reported to the Gaming Alliance, and they will increase or decrease the odds according to the amount of quantity. The $3,500,000 will be on Essex odds, which is directly between 2,000 and 1 million. 4 million francs are 2,004 million francs. This can be said to be Peter Jaimin in a recent period. The biggest list received during time. Mr. Gemno, I am very sorry to tell you, if you insist on betting the French team to win, then the current odds have changed. According to the calculations on the Gaming Alliance, the current odds can only reach a ratio at about 5-1. With the increase in the enthusiasm of France, the last odds will even drop to 5 o'clock below, and even the 5th is also possible. Now I want to confirm with you, you and this women still continue to bet. Petit German has always called you at this time, and the Jamino has already placed the Jamino. I don't say that Jamino is a member of the Rosanian family, giving him a big customer who took out $3 million, which is the gambling. Just take the 4 million francs. It will make him feel very extraordinary in the future. In the question, in the aristocratic circle of Paris, which is the nobles of Jamie such ages, can take 4 million francs to buy their own national team to win. If the French team is a big popularity in this European Cup, Petit Jaimin will not have too many surprises. But the French team wins this time. The hope is not high. Peter Jaimin felt that Jamio was able to take out 4 million francs to support their country, and it is quite good. The most important thing is that Petit German heard in Jamino and Juxie's dialogue, took out the Oriental Beauty of $3,500,000, actually only an assistant from Jamino Partners. In other words, Jamino has a super powerful partner at this time. In the future, the Rose Yielder family has driven behind, and Jamino even becomes the speaker of the Rosanian family France. Petit German, the more you think about this, and the degree of polite Jamino is getting higher and higher. Mr. G Minutes, you call me Xiao Nino. In betting this matter, the odds have a slight adjustment is normal. I don't have any objection. As a French citizen, I have an obligation to support our French team. I believe that our great French football team will definitely get a championship. I just as a little bit of the French citizen. Jamino did not read to open the river. In the event of the French team won the championship, Jamon has decided to bet 4 million francs. However, in such a case, he said to the national honor of the French country, he is obligated and responsibility support the team of the country. In the process of speaking, the Jamino body stands straight, and the tone is more full of pride. Petty German saw that Jimeno face shines a glory. Let him look. You can feel the unique aristocratic atmosphere of the aristocratic. He secretly thought that the elite disciples in Petit family in the future, it would look forward to the Temino contact with Jimeno. Although Petit Jartman did not meet the status of Petty Talks, but in the family, the status of the family was very high, and he was very popular at Petty family. He felt that petty small guys, even if you can't be a good friend with Jimeno, it is absolutely unable to be an enemy. The Jukesy Scorpion stands around Jimeno, and the Jimeno's words are clear, watching the gentleman's style on the face of the Jimeno style, and her face has no expression. However, in the heart, it has set off a small wave, and she has a new teaching for Jimeno's shame. She really didn't think that Jimeno said that there was such a word to actually be in the air, or she was clear. This time Jimeno is betting so much money, she is behind the silence. Otherwise, if the 2 million francs of Jimeno are not necessarily purchased the French team to win. The tree is not skin, it will be undoubtedly. Without morals, anything is possible. The Jukesy Scorpion has some new awareness at this time. For a long time, Jukesy Scorpion listened to Xiao Huixiang and she said that the nobles were not credible. Basically all on the surface. Eating people don't spit bones. This sentence basically said those aristocrats and politicians, they seem to be full of justice, and there is a temperament that is unable to have. What gentleman's style, what gentleman is sent, everything is under the premise of interest and valuable. However, once they arrived, their faces will expose. The Jukesy Scorpion began to be indifferent to the feelings of Jimeno's feelings and love. The heart is even more thinking that talks with the nobles, and is not asked with Tiger. Chapter 423. How can this? What? The Rosenau of the Rosenian family purchased the more than $3,500,000 and the 4 million francs on the gaming of the European Cup. You don't say jokes. This is absolutely impossible. If it is a rose-eyed family to take this money to work, I can believe it. But Jimeno is a boy, no matter how it doesn't take it out. The pen is coming. The guy of the Jimeno is not crazy. Said so much money to buy the French team to win the championship. I see him is blushed to be blusted by this kind of hometown. Just I don't understand. The non-core member of the Roseny family, where can I get the big money? I heard that Jimeno took 4 million francs to win the bet. The rest of the $3,500,000 is a partner of Jimeno partner to buy European Cups. This thing. I adopted the other members of Rosie Erdene channel as the most robust investment family, as a rose. The rose. A rose, who is born, is not in the football betting. It is believed that the group of Rothschild family and the World Gaming Alliance has a relationship. However, let their families take out so much money to buy the French team to win. I think this is not realistic. Does Jimeno have tries? Exclamation mark. The European Cup has not yet arrived in the game, and Jimeno's name is circulated in the circle of the aristocratic children of Paris. Before Jimeno is a member of the Rosenian family, but no one pays too much attention to him. Most people are attracted by the Roseny family of Bravi and Bruno. Cover up. Jimeno's extraordinary. For a time, Jimeno is constantly being invited by the invitation. Although Jimeno enjoyed this pleasure, I also want to participate in some aristocratic circles. However, Jimeno did not agree at this time. He was prepared to take the judging during this time. When the Scorpion is accompanying, after the boots are landed, he will consider contact with these people. Not afraid of 10,000, it is afraid of in case. In the case of the excavation of these aristocratic children, he found Liu Sheng to cooperate. His previous efforts were in vain. During this time, Jimeno seems to be a lover of Jukesy Scorpion. It is around the cowdom of Jujing every day. Please eat the romantic tour of Jujing. After the Jukesy Scorpion arrived in Paris, he was not only sent by Jimeno, but the words of the Roseny family were David, and after $50 million in the Jujing, it was also deliberately in the family. A nine-well is a banquet in the hotel. Through the pleasant chat with Jujing, David is very satisfied with the harvest of Jimeno in China. but also believes that Jim Amino works in China and the Faith Company to make the family further in China. Development. Let their family layout extends to the mysterious Oriental country. David is very good. He thinks that in recent time, Jamino is shining in the family. First is the Lafite vegetarian of Jim Amino, and when the red wine in Bordeaux is light, I got Liu Sheng. The super order there is. After obtaining the super order on Liu Sheng, Jamino has a strategic vision. When the family has not thought about it, I entered the Chinese market and found a powerful partner. When Jamino was a loyalty company of Liu Sheng, the ambiguity in the family was quite a lot of people, and Jimio should have a liar in China. In China, there is a developing country in China. There should be that some people should have economic strength. After the Juxi Scorpion took a $50 million Swiss bank to reach Paris, the families were all disappeared, and the replacement is a praise. Because all family members have a clear thing, as long as Jamino is signed successfully, the rise of Jim Amino will not stop anyone in the future. Time is very fast. How do you feel how to play? The European Cup has quietly opened the big scene. Juxi does not like the football. The group competition basically does not have any attraction. In the process of the start, in addition to the fate of the French team, it is to play with Yangpan Paris. When I studied in Paris, I didn't have to go there many places in Paris. I haven't eaten any special food. Most of the cost is the Rosny family arrangement. They have a special car. She and Yangpan have 2 people. Start shopping tour. Until the 8th strongest, Jamino invited her to watch the event with Yangpan. She saw the first scene of the scene. The French team is home, and it is the 8 strong competition. Jamino deliberately gives Jimai and Yangpan, 2 people each, have a forefront of the football ticket, enter the football field to refuel for the French team. The Juxi Scorpion originally had no feeling for football, but after entering the game, I have been infected by the charm of football. The French team played very wonderful in Belgium in the South Dickey. Pratini took the lead in the 4th minute, and the Greza and Fernandez will expand to 3-0, although the game ding, Prati did not pay attention to his feet, and continued to complete the hat-trick on the 74th and 89th minutes. This atmosphere of this scene, plus the first time to watch football at the scene, the Juxi Scorpion feels very enjoyable, and there is a next game to continue watching the idea. The French team seems to be especially relaxed when promoting the 8th. It is like a leisure step ticket. I saw the French team entered the top 4, and the heart of the Juxi Scorpion finally worked. Liu Sheng bought a French team's 4 strongest bets. Basically, there were French teams. As long as there is too much unexpected, Liu Sheng bought $1,005 million before, it should be able to earn some. After the French team entered the 4, the probability of winning the champion has reached a quarter, which means that this gambling Liu Sheng's success may be quite big. At Paris South Telby Woombert, Jamino received the latest list of 4 lists that were passed by the family. After getting a 4-strong list, Jim Amino is a little dumbfounded, and it is more crying. He didn't think that the British team and the German team he had always had, and the Netherlands did not enter. After the list was handed over by Jamino, after the Juxi Scorpion, Jamino's heart was crazy to set off a wave. According to such a 4-strong lineup, the French team became the probability of this European Cup champion, and he already has 70% of grasping the French team to become the champion of this European Cup. Chapter 424, The Rhythm of Crazy. Let Momino feel incredible that he and most of the team think that the team will win, even a team has not entered the top 4. On this European Cup, the foreign military emerged from a magical Danish team. This team has always been a second-run team. There is no more people to be optimistic at all before the game, and even feel that they are coming from this side. However, such a team, all the way to the Fananthus, actually killing the most popular England team, bursting, extremely bursting. The cold is simply letting those who bets the collapse. The sudden rise of Danish team, let more people pay attention to this team, because more people are concerned, and the players in this team are really good. So, this team has emerged a lot of star, including Simonsen, Elke, Annanen, Leberby, Olsen, and only 19-year-old Derepu, Danish is bursting, and in the qualifiers, they defeated England in the Wembley course, making the latter without changing this European Cup final stage. Spain can also be said to have created a miracle in this European Cup qualifier, and they must won them all to 11 go to whatever in the last game. In that game, although Spain lost a penalty on a penalty after the start of the game, it was finally defeated Malta at 121, and the miraculous admission ticket participated in the final stage of the European Cup final stage. After the four-strong list, the eyes of countless people have fallen. They can't think of these people, and after the four of the European Cup, it is actually such a list. After the French European Cup of Europe, the curse of the entire European gambling sounded into a piece. These people can't think of it, and after the four strongest, it is actually France, Portugal, Spain and Denmark. If Portugal and Spain have entered the top four, they still don't think there is any place. After all, these two football teams are recognized as a strong team in the 1980s, but Danish has killed four. This is a bit egg. Not only the country in Denmark, and the Danish football players do not have a special colorful player. From the beginning, no one can think of the Danish team is a big black horse. From the group match all the way, have been entering four strong. Seeing Jamino stunned, the hues of the nine shaft showed a surprised color. The French team successfully promoted. Jamino should be happy. How can this be able to have a stupid state? The Jujing Scorpion took the top four list of Jamino, and only felt that his face was very wonderful. Jujing Scorpion actually saw that there is Portugal, Denmark, Spain, her mouth showing an unbelievable look. Sister, what happened? Yang Pan happened that there was a sluggish in the future, and the Juxi Scorpion opened his mouth, showing a ghost of a ridge expression. She was very puzzled. What is the end of the paper record? She just seems to hear people who handed Jamino said it is a list of four European Cup. Yang Pan is the same as the Jujing, almost never watching the ball, not to understand the ball. She purchased some football lottery under the kingdom of Jujing, but did not pay attention to this matter. It was this time to start, and she has been playing around the two people and Jumai and Jamino. It is not concerned about the game. Pan. It is a few names of the familiar team. The heart is slightly happy. The Jujing Scorpion said with a smile. Her heart has judged that this time Liu Sheng let her buy gaming. Even if the French team does not win, it has already earned money. At this time, there is a great difference between the football betting and the future generation. The odds are unfeigned, and the odds of the particularly cold team can even reach several times, and even more than 100 times will be more than 100 times after the combination. Like the four-strong betting, if you buy England, Germany, the Netherlands, Portugal has entered the top four, and the odds are probably between 1 to 4 to 5. If you purchase the four national teams in Germany, England, Italy, Spain entered the top four, and the odds are about 1 to 6 to 1 to 8. In France, Denmark, Portugal, Spain's four national teams entered the four odds. They will be high to 80 times to 150 times. After all, the odds from the gambling league will guarantee that they can earn money. The higher the odds like this cool door, the more you attract some idol. You can go to this gambling. This time, Liu Sheng told Jujing's four strong, the proportion of bets was more betting, and the funds were also collapsed. In the top four, the Jujing Scorpion bought nearly $501, in which she impressed with France, Denmark, Portugal, Spain's four-strong betting. Although this four-strong odds have dropped to 95 times after the purchase of lottery tickets, this four-strong odds will be a larger than 95 times, but they can't buy the 9 wells. This top four lottery tickets, the $400,000 have reached $57 million. Juxi is not high for football, but her memory is very good. That $1 million she bought in accordance with Liu Sheng's betting method. Basically, it is basically the whole $10 million. The bet is put into zero. Among them, there are also Danish team winning. At this time, Europe's footprints have just started the fancy string. When the Juxi Scorpion was bet, basically in accordance with Luo Sheng's betting principle, bought cold. As long as there is a cold door of the French team victory, you can purchase. When the Juxi Scorpion purchased these scenes, she remembered very clearly, the probability of winning the team was quite large. At least she bought a lot of lottery tickets won. Although there are other teams that may lose the ball, the probability of the winning prize is quite large. If you don't have too much accident, this tens of millions of dollars by the lottery, at least in the bonus of more than 20 million US dollars. In other words, just entering the top 4, the French team still doesn't know that the number of money that can get the champion, Luo Sheng's bet, has reached nearly $80 million. The Juxi Scorpion saw such a scenario, at least short of his gods, it is already quite calm. After all, these money belongs to Luo Sheng, not her. At this time, the heart of Jujing is even more popular. The boss is so smooth. Is the French team won the championship smoothly? She took all the 4 months of the savings in her hands and advanced expenditures. If the French team won the championship, then she can at least work for 5 to 10 years. Chapter 425 is too stimulated. Pan Pan, this time I gave you a salary. Are you all betted? The Jujing Scorpion smiled and asked Yang Pan. At this time, when the Juxi Scorpion came to France, I once asked Luo Sheng if the communications company will make a long-term cooperation with Jimamino, they should find an assistant in France, and Yang Pan Pan is a relatively good candidate. Jujing Zizi and Yang Pan Pan want to ask her to say that the company represented by the company in Paris said that Yang Pan directly agreed, and became the person in charge of the loyalty company in Paris. The sister of the Scorpion, you told things. I have to take it here. I have a feeling, this French team must win. Yang Pan said with a smile. She has put the gambling of all the money and the salary of all the money and the salary in her hand, and she has not contradicted. 1. The loyalty company gave her a high salary and a month's salary, which is already equivalent to the wages of she work in Berlin. 2. She accompanied Jimamino returned to China. Jimamino gave her salary and bonus, enough for her month overhead. And if the French team did not win, she would not feel any loss. After the 9 after the France, she led her in Paris, she had never played, and she bought a lot of things she had never seen. She is already enough to be dead. Follow the footsteps of the 9 Sister, this play is very exciting, the French team is also very good. I suddenly found that football is also a kind of exercise. Yang Pan said. The face also revealed a saying, come out. Amount. I didn't have a football in the football field. I finished reading. I also felt very nice. Waiting for me to ask Mr. James, the semi-finals and finals, we can be fortunate to enter the ball. Juxi Scorpion and Yang Pan Pan have been finished. Feng Yan is quite stylish, and asked Jamino, just returned to God, Mr. Jamino. This time we are 2 individuals have been very happy, but also feel the charm of football, don't know the following game, can we still have to enter the ball to see the ball? Juxi Scorpion does not have much ideas for watching football competitions. Miss, Beautiful Scorpion, you and Mr. Yang want to look at the game, will never have any problems. I will try to get the football ticket in front of the stadium as this time. Jamino is like Mew Chun if I say it. For Jamino, I want to get a very relaxed thing. It is a very relaxed thing. After all, as a strong family, such a ticket will leave them before selling. The representative of Juxi and Yang Pan is a faith company, and it has invested $50 million in this bet. Even if he can't get tickets, he will talk to his family, put the front of the ticket, go hand. Seeing Yang Pan said that there is a smile like a flower, Jamino feels slightly stiff. She is very deprived for the Juxi Scorpion and Luo Sheng digging the wall. But in this thing, he also blamed Luo Sheng and Jujing. After all, he did not communicate with Yang Pan before returning to China. After returning to France, he only left Yang Pan's phone. Jamo has his intention. He thinks that Yang Pan has nothing to work in the side of Paris. First put it, wait for the man and Yang Pan to communicate, not only spend some money in terms of salary, and in the contract or other aspects, it will be best. He did not expect that the Jujing Scorpion came to France, directly put Yang Pan into the Faith Company, became the responsible person of his opponent to him. Time lapse is very fast. In the semi-final, the French team scored in 3-2 ratio of Portugal. Denmark is more defeated by a third ratio of 5. The French team and the Spanish team, who were not optimistic before the game, and experienced hardships and finally came up. The European Cup final was staged in the new Paris Prince Conguillouin Stadium. Although the French people expect to make the French team on the back of the pressure, they made their performances in the first half, but the genius players in the team were still the French team has gone leading. Platini directly served in 57 minutes. Let Spain do Acona does not help. This is the 9th goal of Platini in 5 games. After the French team, Locke was fined, but they still insisted that Bilan helped the French team in the end of the game to win, and the first time in the major football event in the history of the competition. The French European Cup in 8th for is no doubt is the most exciting one in the history of the European Cup. This time, the football feast lasted for 2 weeks, of fans, and all fans are crazy for the BKX Cup. The host French team finally won the championship and pushed the atmosphere of the joy to the vertices. They are equipped with any gorgeous phrase, ups and downs of the game, such as the drunk fans, the pleasing play, the exquisite skills, and the strong influence. These things are just a process for Juxi and Yang Pan. They don't understand the fanaticism of fans, and I have forgotten the ups and downs of the finals. Just know that this French team has won the championship in major football events. The French team got the championship, that is, Liuosheng and their investment in the European Cup have won a great victory. Liuosheng brings a total of $50 million in a total of $50 million. After the European Cup ended, the $50 million will directly become more than $300 million US. It is she and Yang Banli, 2 people who have got the joy of harvest. When Jimio in Belong is about to end the second goal, the whole person is happy. He didn't think of it, just followed Liuosheng's footsteps in the European Cup. Let his personal assets have a qualitative leap. The investment of 4 million francs can be said to take all the flow funds in the Jamino hands. This time the French team won the championship. His 4 million francs will directly become nearly 2,4 million. This crazy betting, it is too exciting. Chapter 426. Very good news, boss. You can guess how many dollars have you got in the European Cup? She felt a bit uncomfortable. She said that she will react with the taste. She and the boss report this kind of thing. How can she let the boss guess? She now and Liuosheng did not reach the point that can just joke. Really, if she is angry, then she will die. I thought here, she immediately said, boss, this bet's bonus, I have already planned it. If the odds have not doing too much adjustment in the later period, this bonus will exceed $300 million. Liuosheng, who heard the end of the phone, was just a faint, and there was no next, and the Jujing Scorpion did not touch the mind. She thought, very seriously repeated this prize amount. The amount of the prize will exceed 300 million. She is afraid that her Japanese says it is fast. Liuosheng did not understand or did not hear it. That I already know. You don't have to say it again. Now you tell me, this time you know the specific battle. Liuosheng answered a detailed situation of the European Cup after answered the European Cup. Although this bet is out of his expectation, it has been more than $100 million than expected. But Liuosheng really doesn't have the special joy and excitement. After all, this gambling ball is a very precise cheating after he is reborn. The Juxi Scorpion did not think that she won $3 billion in Paris, the boss actually so calm, and even the kind of pleasant did not express it, but the voice asked the specific battle of Europe. The war of the European Cup is this. The Juxi Scorpion began to tell Liuosheng what she knows from the European Cup, from the Danish team's Super Black Horse. Has always said that she saw the French team has always entered the finals. She didn't think that she was happy, and she called the boss, inform the European Cup French team, the boss would be such a reaction. This time she took $50 million on the side of Paris. If there is no accident, the $50 million in the bonus will reach more than $300 million. This is a big miracle. $50 million. That is, half a month of time it has become more than $3 billion. How can this boss can be so calm? How can I not be happy? The Jujing Scorpion is clear that his boss has money, but it is very much money, but no matter what is imagined, the boss has money to have such a point. Even $300 can't arouse Luo the interest of faith. After some cases of the European Cup, the Juxi is also a matter of some time, and it is also very much. Because the winning bonus is huge, you cannot get such a huge funding. But this time the Jujing is betting with Jamino, that is, said, the Rosiered family will get these things here. She told Luo Sheng, and the Rosiered family is actively communicating with the Gaming Alliance, and striving for all bonuses that win the winning prize in several checks. For Luo Sheng, which can't see the European Cup of Jiangqing, the 4 other competitions of the European Cup tell him, and he did not think too much. After all, now I want to see the European Cup in China. Football broadcast is a very unreal thing. If you want to see the European Cup's broadcast, you have to wait for a few years, and you can see the European Cup. It is to be done through the recorder. For Luo Sheng, this time, the Juxi Scorpion to Paris, nothing more than Xuxa his muscles, the way to earn too small money. He really didn't think that the Juxi Scorpion actually pressed the Danish team. Among the impression of Luo Sheng, in addition to Andersen's fairy tale is Denmark. It seems that there is no touch of Denmark. It is quite indifferent to the impression of this country. This is also Luo Sheng only remembers the champion of the European Cup in the 8th year. The French team seems to have a burst of cool at the time. He didn't think that the eyes of the Juxi Scorpion were actually so good. And I bought it so much, with the football lottery of Denmark and the French team. Just Luo Sheng told the Jujing Scorpion, let her lead Yang Pan in Paris, all the costs from the campaign is reimbursement. The Rose Yieldate family passed to the loyalty company, one of the big good news. After a period of hard work, the Rosenfeld family finally reached an agreement with the French Peugeot Citroën, and the Rose Yielder family took out 4 million francs. And the Citroën's Fugang brand car signed a joint into China agreement. That is to say, Xuelong's Fugang will be the first car brand that enters China. Luo Sheng's faith will work with the general designer of Fugang and improve the existing Fugang car production line. After the request of Luo Sheng, it will start to arrive at China production joint venture Fugang car. In addition to this high good news, there is also a Rosny family that has agreed to cooperate with Luo Sheng to carry out the car base. I hope that Luo Sheng will lead the negotiation team to the side of Paris to negotiate and sign the final contract. Mr. Boss, Mr. and the Rosian family have tested. I hope you can come to Paris as soon as possible. About your passport and invitation, there will be special people to give you 2 days. Send it. After the Juxi Scorpion reported the information gave her for her, it was the matter of Jamie Nobs to the Chinese embassy to Luo Sheng and the invitation letter. Amount. I know. You tell them that I have no time to have a recent period. After half a month, I will see it. If I can go, I will sign the time over there and they will sign it. You and Yang Ban have 2 people on the side. First give me a professional team of negotiations, according to my previous and Jimatina talk about some of the matters. When I consult, I have time. I have time here. I naturally signed anything over there. Luo Sheng directly gave the previous part of the contract to Jujing and Yang Pan. Let their 2 people who have negotiated people responsible for this matter. The big direction Luo Sheng and Jamino have already set down, other things. Nothing more than some of the trees in the contract. This time Luo Sheng wants to give Jimamino long face, but also to hold Gemino. Some of Luo Sheng is not very careful for the Russell family. The most important thing is that this Juxi Scorpion is too powerful in Paris. It is actually more than $1 billion. The Rose Yielder family has no less expensive, giving them some benefits. It will also build the car base with the fastest speed. which is also a thing that is, unless if you lose your loss, you will take advantage of it. Many times, don't necessarily have a loss, like a phenomenon like Rosny family, you eat a little loss, will also give you back. Cooperation is the most basic thing, is fair, the first time, no matter who is more than anyone, it doesn't matter, when you cooperate again, if you don't make you back, you will come back. When cooperation, it will appear, it is because of such a situation. Luo Sheng feels that the first to let Juxi and Yang Ban have to talk about the two people and Jamino. Chapter 427 has some big strips. Semicolon. Dear Mr. Jamino, I passed the phone with the boss. He said that there is no time in the last half of the month. Let me talk to you and Yang Pan to talk about the specific terms of the specific terms. The major terms call, when signing the document he may think about this side. The 9 wells in the white skirt sat in the opposite of Jamino, and the look was relieved. For Luo Sheng, let her and Yang Ban have been negotiating with Juman. The Juman is very pressing. Let her bring her $500 million to the goal of Europe, and then let her eyes fade. Now let her talk to Jamino. The Jujing Scorpion even has a taxi. It is the feeling of death for a confidant. The Juxi Scorpion has lived from a little, except Luo Sheng. No one believes in her, believe her ability. She decides, this time must be properly written. What is the loyalty to the command? He has something to come here. Let you and Yang Ban first talk to us to talk about the prior cooperation! Jamino looked at the 9 sessions and was shocked to swallow an egg. Jamino does not understand, what kind of thing is able to stay Luo Sheng. Let him have the last signing of Paris. The big frame of the preliminary frame. He and Luo Sheng have basically talked. Now there is a long consultation in the end of the difference. How does Luo Sheng don't have time to come here? If the loyalty company is sent to a senior man, Jamino will not feel awkward. But Luo Sheng let the Jujing Scorpion bring Yang Pan and his negotiations. Is Luo Sheng, this will look at people, it is a kind of ability to see Yang Pan. If Yang Pan is brought to Jiangqing from the side of Paris. If Yang Pan did not see Luo Sheng before, he won't think too much. At this time, Jamino felt that his idea had a problem. My boss said, these days have just been on holiday. He has to deal with some companies to keep down. After a few days, he will go to the countryside to give him a birthday. Juxi Scorpion just said that Luo Sheng said, because Luo Sheng told her that these words can be said, because in his eyes, business is important, but the longevity there is more important. The school just holiday! To the country, give you a blessing! Jamino's head is dizzy. If there is a big thing in Luo Sheng's home, he still doesn't feel any, but the school just holiday, to deal with some things, go to the family, this is some big. But thinking of Luo Sheng enabled Juxi to bring $50 million to this vote to Paris. The confused Injamo is also found a place where a trace is found. Just said in the side of Jamino. He and the Rosiad family hoped that Luo Sheng signed the last document as soon as possible. Luo Sheng sat on the car opened in the middle of the mountain, straight to Penfan town. Luo Sheng and Wang bought a lot of gifts, sitting on the cars that sealed half mountains, and went to Tilin town 2 days in advance. Early to Tilin town for 2 days. Luo Sheng has 2 ideas. First, give him a half-mountain holiday, let him go to visit the friends. After all, Feng Hanshan has never returned to the hometown after receiving the mother to Jiangqing. Although the seal half the mountain is still Luo Sheng's driver, Luo Sheng has already regarded sealing halfway as a person, salary bonus and welfare treatment. He and Qian Hao are not much less than some middle management personnel. This time, I will let him go to Lin town, and he will take his relatives, and after he returns to this side, it is afraid that it is not much. Second, he wants to take a break at the second aunt here, and by the way, look at the land of this side. Fu County is the county town in the county of agricultural counties and Jiangqing. The food production in Fu County is the highest. He hopes to master the real food production of the Black Province. See if the Faith Company begins to collect how many people will be sold to Faith Companies. Without investigation, there is no right to know, although there are cultivated land near the Bamboo Plate and Xinglong village, but they are much less than the land area of the land is more than normal rural land, because they are in the suburbs. Without the meaning of representative. He knew this research. We must clear the investigation, not sitting in the office. Listen to the reports of the following people. The cock under the eggs. C is true. Luo Sheng is quite understanding for the national food in the future. He is quite understanding, but at this time, the food is not selling in the hands of the peasant. If it is sold to the grain storage, the price is relatively low. He prepared at this time. There are many projects, and food acquisition is also a considerable part of it. The loyalty of the loyal food. The supermarket is a super large chain supermarket. In the future, the rice oil has gradually entered the supermarket. On the one hand, it is possible to alleviate the difficulty of eating rice noodles in the city. A good harvest. The more food harvested by farmers, the higher the income. The more you can greatly stimulate the enthusiasm of farmers. The broad people in Northeast. Even if it is in the 1980s, it is also a national granary base. However, most of the Northeast food is collected in the country with a low price, and there have been some problems in food circulation, and the enthusiasm of farmers is not released. Luo Sheng is clear. After 8 or 4 years, the official will gradually start. Most of the food is taken away from the national reservoirs from the national restaurant. Let the money flow through the difference and other ways. These officials who can take a white tile take away from the food and the hands of the one of the way. At this time, the country has begun to implement the price of bargaining. As long as he starts to receive a lot of food from the peasants at this time, then at least he and the farmers will form a win-win situation. After this win-win situation, it will make the people of the country can eat full as soon as possible, eat more affordable things. The company will not only pay for food sales, but also to do the deep processing of food. Soybeans, can be soybean oil and bin cypress, other rice and other rice. It can become high-quality rice to sell all over the country. Northeast Grizz in China, it is the best to eat, is also the most famous. Now it is not a lot of people planting rice in the Northeast, and he will push this matter. Let Northeast rice realize mass production as soon as possible. In the later generation, the surroundings around Jiangqing have been close to the Songhua River, and many places are planted in rice. At this time, there are few people who grow rice, and the most critical issue is the investment in the dry field. Luo Sheng felt that he had to develop this thing. Wait 2 years, he wants to change the dry fields of some places into water rice fields, and achieve the farm operation of the largest block. Chapter 428 actually did not read the movie. Luo Sheng and Wang Bo moved back from the village near Tilin town, just entered the town, listening to the people in the town said that there was a movie to the countryside in the town, and to play in the small square inside the town. Movie Railway Area. For townships in the 1980s, if there is a movie in the countryside, it is simply the rhythm of the old people in the town. This news is still sensational with the county town or the city. At this time, there is almost no entertainment activities in towns and villages. Don't say that the TV is popular, that is, the recorder is not popular. This news is the only big ankle, and the people who are almost all townships are boiling. When Wang Bo returned to the second aunt's home supermarket, he actually saw that the second aunt and the second aunt got a big board, and the things that were pulling a big car rushed to the town. Luo Sheng's second aunt Wang Yakin and other people in other trees. This time, she is the only private business in the town. The state-owned supply and marketing agency is the old big brother. The people who sell themselves are eating royal grains. The quality of sales is not too big. In such cases, they will not let go of the body, to the place where the movie is go to sell some things. And Wang Yakin is different. She belongs to her own business. She can make money, she can think about earning money, earn more, don't bite. Now the whole town, which person does not know Wang Yakin now is a lot of people who have money. Luo Sheng and Wang Bo saw this situation, directly to the square with two people. On the road, Liu Sheng asked. Second, you push so many things to eat, can you let you sell it? Loyalty. If I don't let me sell, I can bring so many things. What is the past? The people who have the leader and our relationship is good, and many times are in the second aunt. This time, the Teelin Town puts the movie, it is called Me, let me go to the other side to prepare for preparation, or if I can't rush it, I can't get this point. The town put a movie, town people have run to the square to watch movies. At this time, I can sell some things. Wang Yakin smiled while pushing the car, and his face has exposed a confidence. There is a very good relationship with Wang Yakin, a shortening team and Wang Yakin in Fuga County. As long as it is a movie to the township to the palm of the head, then call Wang Yakin before the show. Let Wang Yaskin are arranged in advance before the showground. This is a win-win thing. Wang Yakin and husband Yang Defy arranges several small tables, putting their own soda bread and children like to eat honey, big pond, fruit sugar, etc. The front row position of the movie. In the township, these people who come to the movies, there are some money in the home. They will spend a head 3 for money to buy some things to eat. Nothing. There is a $5 in your child or a koi, and you will get together in front of a piece of honey or a small bag of melon seeds. There is no money, then there is no way. At this time, there is no money, and it is not very rich in the hands of adults. Although the harvest of 3 years is very good, how much a little money in the hands of the peasants, but these people will not take out a 5. A koi is bought for children, and there is no use of anything that is not used once. At this time, the child's amateur is very rare, almost all in the earth, or if you are a few boys who have a cockroach, what to do? In short, like this movie to the countryside, very rare. This has a certain relationship with the state of the country to go to the countryside. Many times, people in the county or the city responsible for this part of the fund management can't take the expenses to let the show team to the countryside. Generally, the state has issued a screening task, or the following township leaders and superior departments. I hope that the superior department will give a movie to show the movie to the township. These people who show movies, earning money, and the following putting movies is also a bitter thing. And a lot of movies don't like to go to the township movie. But there are also exceptions that these threads have shown this movie to the Teelin Town, and they started to show their movies. When they went to the township, the leaders in the township didn't give them too much care, and even lunch will not manage, but Wang Yakin tasted the sweetness in this thing in the movie. As long as it is a movie and shooting team to the head of the Teelin Town, Wang Yakin will take the things sold in the food chain supermarket, and sell them to the movie. The front part. The movie screening team basically left Wang Yakin. Wang Yakin's staff who sent movies to the countryside is quite good. As long as they give her care and convenience, then after these movies, after the film is filled, they will be passed by Liu Sheng. Good wine is good, and even when I am even happy, the second aunt Wang Yakin will accompany these movies to drink a few mouthfuls. Most of the women in rural Infu County will smoke, and they can drink some wine. When I go, Wang Yakin, who is in the second, and the people who have a shortage team do a good relationship movie, then they will give Wang Yakin's convenience. When I put a movie, Wang Yakin earned money. They did not have any rules, but also fell. At that time, I also gave birth to drinking and drinking in Wang Yakin. Liu Sheng saw that Wang Yakin's businessman is still quite good. Before the movie is not shown, it has been very profitable to put the table and chairs sold a lot before the movie has not started to show. Most let Liu Sheng feel funny. The second aunt sells the best, and the best cigarette sold is actually a wheel root. A large production of a box of 4 angle, according to the root, actually sold 5 points. That is, the Kung Fu, Wang Yakin has sold more than 30 yuan. Just when Liu Sheng wondered the second aunt, one can be more than 2 or 3 children than him, and actually ran to his 30-year-old middle-aged woman asked, "For aunt, What is the movie that is going on today? I didn't see the movie. Luo Sheng slammed a depressed and wronged idea. In China, it is not enough to go back to the ultimate area, and it has never met a movie. Chapter 429 For a child. Movie? It is a movie. I want to say to you, just use a thing, put a thing on the white cloth there, just like you have a TV in your 3 grandfather there. The children's foreaunt showed a good comment, and she really had a feeling of answering for the child. According to her cognition, it is nothing more than a child, and what is more, she can't explain it clearly. You see your 4 drones? You ask you 4 ambers, the way to let you buy a sugar to eat. Middle-aged woman's hand is not far away, the one is buying Spring City. The man of the cigarette line refers to the past. Forefather, I will let you tell me what is called a movie. Can you tell me? Also, foreaunt makes you buy me to eat. This is a boy who looks like Tiger's Brain. It seems that it is a table of the second aunt Wang Yaqian placed on the table. What is the movie to you? There is a middle-aged man in the body with 3 or 4 soap yellow patch, and the daughter-in-law is not far away. I haven't waited for him to say movies with the child. He saw the little hand of the child of the Tiger's Brain, pointing to the kingdom shape of the small axe in the table. The brow of the middle-aged man is slightly wrinkled, and I looked at the 2 cents that I just gave him. Kian Yakin. Walk. I will talk to me. Wait for me to tell you is a movie. Middle-aged man. Honey for the nephew. I felt the pain. The one of the nephew pointed to the big size. He wanted to buy a corner. He was so easy to have such 2 fur. If he bought a honey, he felt that his heart would hurt. Little brother, you tell me, which kind of people are you? What is the name? This is a honey. I will give you a good time. Luo Sheng took a big one from the honey in the carton. The number is honey, and I sway in my hand. And I told the little boy while smiling. Luo Sheng is not very familiar with the area around Fu County, but he has been in town. He always feels less, and each household is in the 80-year-old harvest. There should be some money. How did he think of it? The farmer here is still poor. The items such as the second-hand TV and recorders recovered in Beijing, at this time, although almost completely spread in Jiangxing, many families have used items such as TV and recorders. However, this should have not benefited, or if it is, this child should be able to see TV, can hear the broadcast, at least should know what the movie is a thing. At least Luo Sheng did not expect that the boy of this year, actually even the movie is unclear. I am Fuxi. My name is Luo Xiao. The little boy's neck is awkward, and the eyes are looking forward to Luo Sheng. The eyes are more full of alert, as if Luo Sheng has what is the action. He will take a man who is called by him. Luo Sheng saw that the child named Luo Xiao's Tiger's Brain is very cute. There is a hot heart. At least at this time, there is no forgetting that Luo Sheng is not a liar. Is it a bad person? Luo Sheng smiled and took it down. Honey, gave the boy called Luo Xiao, and asked the past while smiling. Xiaobi, big brother asks you, your villages now have a TV set? The boy called Luo Xiao gave a honey, and licked a bite, as if he was a sweet fairy. After listening to Luo Sheng, he first looked at Luo Sheng first, then his eyes quickly turned a few laps in his eyes. This time, it slowly approached Luo Sheng whispered, we are in the front yard. Jiang Doi family has a 16-inch black and white TV. The big scorpion is broken, not let us go to their home to watch TV. Little brother, don't say that I tell you. After that, the child named Luo Xiao tightly grabbed the honey, quickly ran to the man who called the 4 drones. Even if it was standing around his relatives, it also revealed an inexplicable vigilance sense. Luo Sheng's head appeared on a black. He really didn't think of this little boy in front of him, actually took him as a thief or a bad person, and he hoped that he had stealing the TV in the family. Loyalty. You look at your kids. I am scared to others. What do you say to the child? Wang Bo saw Luo Sheng and didn't know what to say. The child and Luo Sheng is like a child. It was a shocked rabbit to open, and he immediately laughed from Luo Sheng. I didn't say anything. I asked if there is any TV in their village. He ran over there. Why, don't I asked who had a TV to steal TV? Luo Sheng is quite depressed asked. Like, It is too like, I have a potential that you have a thief. Wang Bo said to Luo Sheng, said, what is the child just? How to look very familiar. Of, what is Fuzhou, Luo Xiao? The few villages we walked did not call this name. Luo Sheng looked at the Wang Bo, slowly said, for his 3 sorrows, he is somewhat speechless. The hometown of Sanxi is the side of Xinglin, and the Tilin town is 12. What is Fuzan? He has never heard of it. This 3. A mouth looks very familiar. From Jiangqing returned to Tilin town. See who is familiar. Seeing Wang Bo's non-speech, Luo Sheng turned to the child just now. At this time, the middle-aged man who smoked has already put a smoke and began to learn from Luo Xiao. Movie is from that machine. It is good to look at the story. Out of the machine, so small machine, how can I put it in? For father, I think it shouldn't. Are you like to me? Luo Xiao asked the world. Young man. Luo Xiao felt that it is very powerful to catch mud, catching fish, and squid, and the birds are very powerful. But the insight should be a lot. Tell him that a large group of people came from that small machine. It is not simply a child. Chapter 430. Luo Sheng heard Luo Xiao and his forog dialogue, almost didn't laugh. But at this time, there is no more knowledgeable children. I really don't understand what the movie is. Why the movie will release the image from the movie's small box. Luo Sheng always thinks that he let Yan Ligo recycles some second-hand TVs and recorders in the big cities over the capital. At least most of the Jiangqing here will be popular. However, it seems that the penetration rate is too low. It is the Fuxing, who lives in Luoxiao, and only one family has a TV in the whole, and it seems that this time is popular, and it is far away. Just when Luo Sheng was pondering this matter, the projection fiercely appeared. A loud train whistle, and the noisy voice in the fore disappeared. The movie of the Railway Gorilla is the screening of the cereal field in the Tilin town, this playing the ceremony. It is basically no need to be on weekdays, only the people in the autumn town will be opened to threshing food. This place covers an area of approximately a primary school playground. It is about 100 meters to take 100 meters. The most large stone table is in front of it. It should be that the town leaders call the people in the town to sit down when they meet. The projection part of this screening film is on this stone table, and the people below can see it in the best way. Luo Sheng saw that the sun has been in the mountains, probably at about 5:30 to 6 o'clock, and it is hot on the entire square. It seems to be a large steamer. In the 1980s, the rural and cities have great differences. In order to eat some food, many rural areas have 2 meals. It is normal at this time. It is originally the time to eat at home, but the people in the town will take at home the bench and the small bench gathered to the play of the ceremony. The earlier, holding a bench, sitting in front, basically a little child, and people sitting on the bench, sitting behind the back. People who come late, they stand behind. Some high people let their children ride on the neck. As the projector is open, everyone is quiet. The film begins. The film depicts a legendary experience of traveling players active on the railway line during the anti-Japanese war. The plot is twisted, the dangerous icon is rounded, and the people are stringing. It is very high ornamental. At the same time, the film also pays attention to highlight the main melody, fully demonstrating the revolutionary optimism of guerrillas. While rendering the tension atmosphere, it also pays attention to the penetration of the lyrics, reflecting the simple inner world of warriors. The film episodes are beautiful, simple, and are widely seen. With the in-depth of the plot, the guerrillas and the Japanese army fighting, and the people who have just been quiet are quiet. With the development of the plot, sometimes nervous, sometimes laughter. With the end, everyone seems to be ignorant. I don't want to leave. I have been finished until the end of the end. The screening machine is off, and I will leave, and I will discuss the story of the movie. Luo Sheng's impression is very profound about the movie of the Railway Gorilla. When the movie, he did not watch the movie, but put the thoughts, how can more people get in touch with movies? How to make more people come into contact with TV. Only people's eyes are constantly open. people will get more awareness. After the end of the tune, Luo Sheng and the three King Bo helped the second aunt Wang Yakin and the second aunt Yang Difeng, pushing the board directly to Wang Yakin lived loyal to the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. After returning to the supermarket, the second stopped Jiang Luo cooking. This time Luo Sheng and Wang Bo came over a lot. Soon he made 8 dishes. At this time, it is responsible for the 2 stunt teams of the movie On the Palm of the Palm, and the items with the screening have also rushed over. Hey, Kinji, today in your home. Then we are not on your side. We live for one night at the old 7, and will directly in Fu County tomorrow. 10 Wang Xiaosan going to the table. Although the eyes are going to fall, they still put out a look at other places. Wang Xiaosan and Qi Ming, 2 people in Fu County, although the team of the team, and their salary and treatment can be said to be the highest salary of Fu County, but they see the table dishes made from Wang Yakin, and good wine on the table. The 2 people's feet have been moving. Shun, you said. If you say this, then you are seeing it. Just now I have said to your brother-in-law. Do you say 2 people? For a while, I will eat directly from my home. There is no outsiders today. One is my mother's brother, the other is my big sister's child. They all come over from Jiangqing. Waiting for a while, you talk. I am very curious about the things that you will show your team. Wang Yakin did not want to do this evening to let Wang Xiaosan come to eat this side. But Luo Sheng told her that 2 people came over at night. He would ask the story of the team. The wine has passed 3 patrols and dishes. Everyone gradually became ripe, and the words were opened. Uncle Shun, how many people in your reflection in Kixian? How much is the screening task in the county? Luo Sheng has been almost a lot of time, and he asked Wang Xiaosan. Luo Sheng attaches great importance to this way to show his country. After all, in this way, it can be said that the following people are the fastest way of the world. Let's show the team. A total of 8 people, basically 2 people. The task is not much, almost tweet. The township. The township, the 10 movies, it is, mainly the sources of sources. Many, a movie, basically coming back and forth many times. Just better than this movie of this railway gorilla. We basically put it once in Fu County. If you don't have too big, this movie, every place should be repeated twice. The original Wang Xiaosan is not too concerned with Luo Sheng, but he also seen it in the process of eating. Not only Wang Yakin, that is, Wang Bo, who looks very popular, is very complied with this child. That is, this child is the most important guest at this dinner. If the film is sufficient, is there more time to shoot the team to the following screens? Luo Sheng did not discontinue, and he asked the things I thought. Luo Sheng felt, the film source, he worked. Got some screening banned, let Wang Bo found some people from the province, and then take these straps, let more people see some new. The movie will make people more understand the current China. The film is sufficient, the showing time is more than a few games. When we went to the township or village, the car was a bus, from the county town to the village, need some time, and one place, one day it can only be shown once. After all, the people in the village can come out at this time at this time. Wang Xiaosan stopped, and smiled and continued, when summer is time, if you catch up with winter, the show the number of times will be less. After all, in the winter, people can't live with the kind of bitter cold. When putting the movie, I still have to watch the weather. If you catch up with the rainy day, basically the thing is yellow. Because of this reason, we have average every month, which is to show 8 games on the top 10, and you wanted to show more. Seeing that the person we reflect team seems to be light, but we are also difficult. Chapter 431. Working. Luo Sheng originally intended to let Wang Bo look for a road, and you will copy some movies from the province, get some of the county and townships around Jiangqing. He thinks that at this time, more farmers have seen movies. It is very necessary to see the development of the new era, just like the movie of Lushan dating in 8 seconds. Let many people start free love. Luo Sheng is righteous, and Qin Baolu, who is faithful, is because of the fact that the movie will achieve. However, After he heard the words behind Wang Xiao's Hun, he immediately knew that what he thought was difficult. The intensity of the team is now very high. After all, the traffic is not developed at this time. From the county to the bottom, it will take a long time, then the rain is raining, snowing, shaving the wind's weather. I want them put it, it can't be put. Lying in the big border of the second wife Wang Yakin, Liu Sheng looked like a star on the top of the head, felt some insomnia. Liu Sheng did not expect that the current rural areas are actually poorer than he imagined. In the meantime, Liu Sheng thought of a thing, that is, the Loyalty Publishing House has now printed so much surplus publication, he should take it out. Let people have been issued to the countryside, there is no entertainment, and it is also considered. Take the value. Not only is the recycling items of these books, the recycling items returned by the city, and the books also account for a considerable part. I found a few people to pick these books, and buy some books, and get the countryside to build a country. A free reading book for children in rural areas. It is not only to learn some knowledge, which will make their eyes wide. The countryside in the northeast is also good, the city is also awkward. The children read the book is a pitiful, Jiangqing. The future Faith Company should build a public welfare library belonging to the Faith Company. The children here, he also try to pay more attention to. Let these children can grow up soon. The establishment of the book plant is located in elementary schools in various villages. After school, you can read the book to read the book. Students who think about this rural areas will have some books, and they will grow some insight. Liu Sheng's mouth is like a crescent, and it slowly entered a dream. Early the next morning, Liu Sheng and Wang Bo took a break in Wang Yakin's house, and took a semi-shan's car to Bugfu County. The task of two of them in the morning is to buy some vegetables. Liu Sheng's birthday is the birthday of the 8th Northeast. The birthday of the 8s of the lunar calendar is not a birthday of the ID card. Generally, the birthday of the lunar calendar, the festival of the lunar calendar, and the whole family began to have a birthday, but also to prepare younger vegetables on the same day. The people in the rural pendants have been very small, and there is no one in the township, and there is no one in the birthday party. After all, people's living standards are very low, and the food is just enough, and it is almost nothing. When you have a birthday, it is nothing more than cooking a few eggs under the noodles. Some people will get a few meals in the evening. It is already a very good thing. Liu Sheng's 60, in accordance with the people here, it is 60 life. If Wang Bo has not developed in Jiangqing, if there is no money in the family, Liu Sheng's will not be called this longevity. Liu Sheng has two ideas. One is that the birthday is already very far away. That is, when I haven't been plagued in my family, I will give her birthday. After marriage, the child gave birth to a lot of piles, and dinner became a problem. Don't say that it is a birthday. It is nothing to eat in the new year. Today, my son has money, and the 60-year-old birthday she wants to operate. Let the neighborhoods take a look. The old king is already better. 2. She also wants to have a birthday. Let the children in the home will come to home. Now she can say that it is a master of her children. Now there is a camera, take some photos to leave some ideas. When Liu Sheng returned to Xinglan village from Fu County, Feng Xia has opened a jeep. Have to carry the items behind the jeep. This time, Liu Sheng has spent some things, meat and some seafood, and driving from Jiangqing, and some other things and vegetables, as well as some other things and green vegetables by Feng Xiao. Then he and Wang Bo were purchased in Fu County. If you transport it from Jiangqing, you will not be fresh. The table and chair benches are spontaneous households in the village, some small vegetables, and it is possible to eat now, eggs, small vegetables, etc. There is a villager spontaneously I have sent it. This time, Liu Sheng said when he was born, not only the people in the home must arrive, and the people in the village also have to come over and participate in the birthday banquet. This time, the birthday banquet, just a feast, the relatives and friends in the village, no gifts, do not send things, just give back to the relatives and friends in the village for so many years to take care of them. Under normal circumstances, the owner of the country is called do things, the people who come to celebrate the ceremony. As long as there is someone, everyone can help what is busy, will give some money as a gift none. But this time Luo Sheng's embarrassment, just please visit. Although Luo Sheng is not close to Songhua River, there are 2 rivers, there are many fish in the river. In addition, there is a family of people in the fish pool, and the head is fixed. Fish. Luo Sheng told this big king of this side. When bought, there is almost 120, and the head is doing a puzzle. It's a pork. This is a major dish that is essential on the rural banquet. A banquet, killing pig, can give a lot of guests. Under normal circumstances, when the rural marriage, kill a pig enough to do the banquet, and there will be some remaining. The rest will bring some friends and family to pack home. This time Luo Sheng and Wang Bo didn't kill 6 big pigs, killing 2 big cows, 120 chicken, 60 geese, lunch meat, 200 bottles, loyalty fish can head 20 boxes. In short, just a sentence, not bad money. Either don't do this banquet, you have to do the best. In the rural areas, you will have a big gathering banquet. In the future, Luo Sheng's prestige will rise a lot in the village. The things are prepared. More than a dozen chefs from nearby villages and towns have begun to prepare them later, and more than 30 cars have taken themselves in these chefs and help arrangement. The entire Xinglan village has fallen into a thick aroma. 23. Chapter 432, Such a big scene at noon. The water seater began to operate under the arrangement of Wang Danming, the village chief. Gradually began, Luo Sheng, the street in front of the family, started to be turned. The water conveal arrangement is from the village chief Wang Tanming and the grandfather Wang Mingshan, 2 people. The first batch of people who have eaten is the old man and children in the village. These old people and children, one by one according to the family, according to the command of the village carders, began to quickly take the table placed on the street, waiting for the beginning of the water. Luo Sheng looked around. On the streets in front of the family, the black patch was filled with people, and the white vest black pants were in the dark, and there were some children to wear a big trousers. The old people in the hair sat together and formed an atmosphere of a big life. Those children saw the dishes on the table, and the corner of his mouth began to appear. Although the children in the village is very naughty, they are jumping, but, at this time, these children are old and sincerely, and they are waiting for the beginning of the banquet. This kind of occasion is different from other occasions. If the child does not listen to the naughty, it is very likely to be reached by the adults in the family. Such meals are for these rural children, not to say that it is 100 years. It is also almost the same. It is a naughty idea in their hearts, and it will converge a lot at this time. Luo Sheng's eyes were very poisonous. At a glance, he saw that he went to Xinglan village when he was in the winter. After he worked, he wanted to play 3 children. The 3 children change is not big, and the clothes are still the kind of dirty clothes that break your head, even if it is in the summer. There is no change. While Luo Sheng saw the 3 children were the most short, that is, the child fell down by Luo Sheng, but he saw Luo Sheng, but he directly put his head. The village is quite prestige, and the village secretary conducted several village carders. After setting many villagers, they saw that Luo Sheng sent people to speak. Wang Yaking as a long woman in the home, is also the most cultural person in the home, and is arranged in a week ago. At this time, she stood on a stool, holding a big speaker in the village committee in the village, loudly, "Here I wish my family, wish my mother, today's old birthday star happy birthday. Good health. I hope that the old man is here, and today, and I have a good mood." In the 6th year bomb, the mother has experienced the wind and rain, and it contains Xinru to pull our brothers and sisters. What about us? Working outside, go to work, home and, however, there is a very deep brand in the forehead of the mother, and the children and grandchildren want to express their elderly. I hope she is extended to life, happiness. Ankang, Let us also wish the old birthday star. Spring and autumn are not old. Pine Bay Chengking. Let us spend this wonderful time together. Here, on behalf of my mother, I would like to thank my father's old and old Violi, who can participate in the Mother's Life Banquet. Because of your company, let my mother have a happy life. If the country is in the country, I don't say any hypocritical words. If you encounter something difficult in the future, you can go to our home to seek a certain help. But this help must be that our home can make and can do. More hopes that all the natives will be able to live with my family in the future. Here, I thank you first. Now let us wish my old mother, Fu as the East China Sea, Sun and Moon. Song Chench Hun. Spring and autumn is not old. The ancients are heavy, and the joy is long. At the same time, I wish my father and old folks happiness and well-being. Finally, I wish you all the best. I want to make things happen. Let us travel through this wonderful time. Here I announced the official start of the birthday. When Wang Yaking read the manuscript written in the past few days, Liu Sheng sat in the table of the child. These words that mother sprinkled were very leveling, which represents mother as a teacher's cultural level. However, talking about these things is also needed. Under such an occasion, simply say a few words. The last conclude should be a good time. In the countryside, let's get so many things. There are a few people to understand. Watching these families in the yard, a duck listening to thunder, Liu Sheng knows that the mother can listen to people will not understand. Under normal circumstances, thanks to the words should be the big brother in the family. After all, the thoughts of the male and light women in the countryside are very serious. There are time to say those things, but not so much to sit here. This birthday banquet, after the first wave of end, but there are two people to perform, and that time, look at the two people in rural dead towers. Liu Sheng, this table, he is the biggest, the number of yours of my brother-sister is small, he saw this time, he can't wait for him to send chopsticks one by one, and started to catch up. After the chopsticks came up, it was basically not too noisy. Everyone had a bit, and they were afraid that these delicious things were gone. In the 1960s, Xinglin village has already had a lot of water at the same time. The last time the water is still taking down the sea, people, and Bang's time, but that time is all the villagers funded. I didn't expect the old king to put such a large-scale water, and the moment is more than last time. Big. What is the high incense? Actually came out Wangbo, then a son who can make money. Take a look at this scene, look at this dish, this wine. I estimate that I have borrowed Wangbo's light in this life, and I have a good thing. I am afraid that I am dead in 2 years, and I can be embarrassed. Gao Fuzhen sat in the wine table, eating the big table, said in ambiguity, the eyes have to drop the table. You have a old running leg, what is it there? If you let the owners say that you will give you an old unsatisfactory, you can't cry, you can't die, there is good I can't block your mouth. Liu pregnantly glanced at Gao Fuzhen. He said to Gao Fuzhen's old running leg, very dissatisfied. You said that you have a 60-year-old orphan stick, where there is anything. Old Wang family can let you come over, I still have something to die. If you let the owners hear, I am afraid that I will not give you out. So many good dishes. What is it? There are already 10 dishes now. When I was eaten before, I have never seen the face of more than 10 dishes. This guy, fish, ribs, beef. Liu pre-entered the food and then went to the dishes, and the big cake in the distance, his hearts. He felt that it was too incredible for the old king's family. Chapter 433. What is this? What is it? Gao Fu Pun saw a kind of thing he had not seen. The chopsticks quickly flashed, and it was left directly to the mouth. You are a lonely stick, the shell can't eat. Didn't take the rest of the youth. Liu Kaijin saw Gao Fuzhen directly lost his mouth and chew it out of his mouth. He immediately I said to Gao Fushan, when Liu Preemptive is 20 years old, when the northeast of Shandong, I came over, I stayed in Jiangqing for a few years, like Liu Sheng's grandfather, because there are many children in the family, and food is not enough to eat from Jiangqing to Fu County. This is the wilderness. When he was a child, He often could eat seafood, but it did not return to his hometown for decades. I have already forgotten that the seafood is long. At this time, the old Wang family works birthday banquet. Actually, there is seafood, which is simply shaking his eyes. The side of the northeast is the plain area. It is very far from the sea. When the new year, it is a quite difficult thing to spend high-priced in Fute County. It is a quite difficult thing to see, cold and not secret. Seafood, Luo. The advancement is also a bit Luo preemptive is very clear. After the seafood, after leaving the sea, how much time is not stored. According to the reason, this kind of thing is transported to Fu County. I am afraid it will be broken, and the old Wang family has a birthday banquet. Even what is the seafood? But, thinking of that the old king can wait in the birth banquet, he also relieved, just taste the scorpion. While talking with Gofshi, he was in the old family of Shandong. The birthday banquet of the old Wang family is trying to force me to open your eyes. Take a look at this wine. I will live this once a life. This wine, a table. I am afraid to spend too big unity. The village is married. The $5 a table is compared with this seat, which is simply on the sky. It's delicious, really delicious. I have to make money, I have to eat such a delicious. For a time, the noisy voice of the seven mouths is gradually, whether it is a big older, or a small child, they all feel that the food is too fragrant, and it is simply to eat the tongue into the belly. The wine is a burning wine in the Turndo town. The wine, who wants to drink, take a big bowl to the altar to drink, just. This time Luo Sheng's life banquet gives it. It is not allowed to exceed 3 or 2. The rural people have worked in the ground all the year, and they can drink some white wine, but in such an occasion, Luo Sheng doesn't want to drink more than the birthday banquet. But there is nothing. If it is true, what happens? The birthday banquet will become. The elderly have white wine and beer, and the child is drinking is the fruitful old soda produced by the beverage plant in Fu County. This soda is unlimited. As long as the children want to drink, they can go directly to Luo Zongsun. The other party's plastic soda box is taken. On the weekdays, the children of these Xinglan villages, most of the soda did not have a drink. This time I drunk soda. Everyone eats and drinks straight. If it is not a belly, they still want drink some delicious soda. Smoke. Luo Sheng did not have a good smoke. After all, the rural people in this side took a dry smoke and habit. Every table is a dish, which is a box of French money. The spring city with filters. This is like this, and the cigarette on the table has not been waiting for a while. It is swept away. After a large group of people took a while, the village head of the village and the village secretary arrived in Luo Zongsun to give birth to the birthplace. Thank Wang Bo to come out such a big drain. Let the people in the village have been enses, hoping Wang Bo future. The more you do it, the bigger it will go back to Xinglan village in the future. I hope that Wang Bo can help the difficulties in the village. After the village head and the village secretary left the wine table, the village cadres and the friends and family familiar with the village were coming toast, and the birthday banquet gradually reached a. After an old man and the children took an hour, they were full of alcohol. They left the banquet, to the village of the village to see two people turned, rural people without other entertainment projects. Seeing two people turned to their greatest preference. When Luo Sheng's grandfather, although I wanted to see two people turned, but I was stopped by Luo Sheng's mother. Two old people, one is a family, one is old. The first wave of elderly blessings does not represent the end of the birthday banquet. Behind those middle-aged people and young people, friends and family are also a large group. They still without the table. If the owner leaves in advance, it is not respect for those people. The water is a lot of water, as the water is usually. This exclamation is finished. The next dial began to eat on the table. This arrangement is the arrangement of the village head of the village head. First let the elderly and the children eat the first one. After all, the children have a short time to eat and drink. After eating, it is a middle-aged person come here to eat. As a hostile of the birthday banquet, it has been said before, the rest of the table. The owner is not, these leftovers. The old people who participate in the birthday banquet package home, the people of the elders arrange this thing, must not have the behavior of the battle. After all, this old Wang family is a simple guest, no gifts. After the old man put the leftovers on the table, they told their children to send the leftovers home, and they gave the group to the direction of the ceremony. On the side of the ceremony, the two people in the county have been ready, and when the old people came over, they jeeled the gongi, and started to sing. Two people. The old man is watching the show, and the water is the second batch of people. This batch is a middle-aged man in the village. They have different and slow and chopping with the elderly. One is singing, loudly, "Pull the wine." The water and the two have turned to Tang Xiao, and the villagers in the village were only in the home. For this arrangement of this water, Luo Sheng is still more satisfied. After Luo Sheng is reborn, the first time to participate in the citizens, he feels good, but also is very happy to be the harmony of the people in the village. The remains of the fish and lunch meat left after the birthplace, and the remaining ingredients left in the birthday banquet, Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, "Let the big husband too, and give these good things to the family." Sent past is also a thank you for these neighbors. The old king is big, and the news that the two people who invited two people to play the show in the village. It seems that the entire head forest town is. The many villagers in Fu County have heard of this matter. When people are sighing the old kings, they have been crazy to give Wang Bo and Luo Sheng, the old and old, who are not married, and the old man will take the door SSSSSSSSSSSS. Just. These things are not a thing that Luo Sheng is worried. At the end of the birthday banquet, Luo Sheng drove directly to Jiangqing with his family. He is clear in his heart. After some matters of Jiangqing, he will fly to Paris. Chapter 434. After returning to Jiangqing, Luo Sheng first convened all the high-level leaders of the Faith Company, simply opened a short period. At this meeting, Luo Sheng determined that the work arrangement of the next 7-8 months, and various departments must be laid in an orderly manner. This time he and Wang Bo fly to Paris. The size is right. Jiangqing and the Black Province have been temporarily handled by Zhao Fangxian. If there is a thing that can't be processed, he and Wang Bo have been played in Paris. Arranging a faithful maturity, Luo Sheng started working with Mother Wang Yaking. Many times, the big things in the home are both a mother. As long as the mother nodded, there is not much hindrance to the father of the old man. This time he and Wang Bo to Paris are representative of the signing contract to the contract to Paris. This kind of thing is no way to replace. Mother, your old man is rest assured. I and 2 people went to France only a few days, one time. It is about half a month, said, you have passed. You just promise me. This time I have an important thing to do with the third to Paris. I have to do a partner in Paris. I didn't report it to you. This time I arrived. Sighed. It is something to negotiate. If you can negotiate a success, the Faith will build a large car production base in Jiangqing, which will give the country a lot of cars. These sedans are sold in China. Foreign sales will also bring a lot of benefits to our country. Luo Sheng said that there is a basket, but the mother is still there is still no meaning. Luo Sheng also understands that parents are ordinary people, and they are very disgusted for themselves, especially old antiques, forever, because they have money, and more afraid that the country will blow up a wind. If the money is not earned, but the route has an error, and if people caught it, there is no way. Mother, last time I give you the fragrance. This time I went to Paris, giving you some good perfumes and some foreign big clothes. The clothes there are the most popular. The mother is so beautiful. Put on the beautiful clothes, and use the incense with the incense. Go out. No matter what people can see, the mother is a super beautiful woman. Your bunny, run outside. So big Jiangqing is not enough for you. Toss it into the province or as Beijing. We can also accept it. This time I went to Japan. This time I went to France. Sent, you can't let go. Do you have to wait for a while? Now you have made so big company, you have made enough money. I think the whole Jiangqing or the whole Black Province will not be more than you. This rabbit is rich. Money this thing. How much is it? Wang Yaking slammed his face, and the look was very unpleasant to Luo Sheng. For Luo Sheng to go to the French Paris, Wang Yaking is 10,000 people. Luo Sheng is only 13 years old, or a minor child. This time, I have to go to France. I will not go to which country is going to go. When Luo Sheng gave the mother to the mother before, Luo Zong gave his mother, he once had to go to the things of Paris, and Luo Shangyong was about to be. Don't look at the big things in the family, she said, but this kind of thing, she promised, and Luo Shangyong will never agree. At that time, this bunny ran to France. And the lover also didn't know how to be duded. Mom, you will promise me. I am not running around there. I bought it. I bought it. I will come back to the hotel and Gemini talks back. Absolutely not. I will run around. Again, this time I go out and the French people talk about joint venture production. It is a big thing. And our country is in Shanghai. Now I have just talked about a car company for the German Volkswagen company project. If I can talk about this project, when I talk about the conditions, our country and the German Volkswagen will be more relaxed, and we will also sign some unequal contracts less. I am also for our country. And the people think. Luo Sheng continued to talk about the Lotus, and even talked about the contract, and improved the morality of the country. What you said? Mom don't understand. But these 2 years you have done in the eyes. There is a number in my heart. You have done some good things that are beneficial to the country and the people, but the country has a country idea, such a big country, nor a kid. You can change it. Is this something? I will study with your father. If your father agrees, I will never stop you here. You how? Wang Yaking can't stand Luo Sheng's soft blisters. At this time, tone is gradually soft. Mom, you haven't mean this. My dad is old stubborn, old antique. He will not let me talk about this thing to France. This thing is really important. This matter is related to our country many interests. You see, the reason why the developed countries in the world is so developed because their country is advanced in industrial manufacturing. This time I go to France, there are many things. It is also very important. Through joint venture production this thing. Loyalty will introduce advanced technology and advanced talents in China. In this way, the automotive industry in our country will take less detours. What is the wish of I have been? That is upstairs. Downstairs, electric light phone. Started in the previous years. This is an unimaginable thing. If you leave, you can imagine that our family has lived on this second floor. Realized it. Upstairs downstairs electric light phone. Luo Sheng saw a psychic state on his face. He immediately said, Mom, these are the results of science and technology progress. You also heard, in the west of Jiangqing, it is necessary to cover dozen buildings in the time of these years, because the loyalty company is growing. How many people will enjoy this treatment? How many people are loyal? The continuous expansion, making money, improve their original life. Jiangqing has often stopped from a period of time. You also feel that there is no electricity candle. What is this? Because of the power plant of Jiangqing. The power supply has been serious, and we cannot guarantee a live electricity and factory school. In the future, there will be more and more. This time I went to France. I also want to talk to there. Look at it. Can you build a large thermal power plant in Jiangqing? And even if you live on the building, people live in the building will not be annoyed for winter cold. Chapter 435. Wang Yaking and Luo Shangyong, two people black face, pointed at Luo Sheng, is a stinky. They saw Luo Sheng, actually did not have a lot of train tickets and passports on the side of Beijing, simply did not take them a matter, go abroad to Europe, Paris, that is a big thing, here didn't discuss it. Train tickets, airplane tickets and passports get their hands. Don't you have a good first? This rhythm cannot be developed. They have a lot of anger. but they can't change Luo Sheng to Paris. The train ticket, plane ticket and the passport are not too big. The ticket will be retired. It is nothing to retreat. If you can't talk about Luo Sheng, it is really nothing. But if you delay the negotiation of Luo Sheng said things, it's really bad. Luo Sheng said that this time, although it is about the case of the automobile production base, he will talk to the family of power plants with what family here is in this matter. Things, if it is delayed, it is the common people in China. Changed that Luo Sheng's trip, but it is less than under the father's embarrassment and mother's respecting education. Luo Sheng led the ceiling and half the mountain and Wang Bu stepped to go to the train. Luo Sheng and Wang Bu arrived in Beijing, but did not stay in Beijing, but directly arrived in Beijing International Airport, sitting on the morning airplane to Paris. Luo Sheng led the seal half a mountain and Wang Bu just from the plane, and saw the Jumai smile and greeted them in the airport exit. Mr. Li, welcome to the romantic capital. Luo Sheng suddenly heard a male voice with Paris. He greeted him. He was very surprised. To show the man who issued Paris sound, Jay Mino stands on a 20-year-old Chinese studying, looking at him at a horror, just like a ghost. Luo Sheng thought. Juxi arrived in Paris and reported that the translation called Yang Pan is already the liaison company in Paris, and Jimamino is also looking for a translation. It is also very normal. Old friends, we met again, see that you have a lot of spirit, people are happy. Luo Sheng didn't look at the Chinese translation of Jimamino, and said directly to Jimamino laughed. Stand up. Luo Sheng felt that this time I came to Paris, they were more confident and domineering on the face of Jimino. It seems that it is much better than him to Jiangqing. It's not a blessing of loyalty. This time I made a big pen in the European Cup, this faith to Paris, all the overhead I have included. Jimino said with a spring breeze. The face is even more joyful. For Luo Sheng's arrival, Jimamino is looking forward to a long time. And the contract of Luo Sheng basically talked. Only Luo Sheng and Wang Wang signed the last side. The agreement. As long as the protocol is completed, the Rosny family takes the lead in entering the mysterious Oriental ancient country, and the opportunity of both parties in the future is more big. At the beginning, Luo Sheng and Jimamino talked about cooperation between architecture and steel. Jimino did not agree. The main reason is that there is not much guarantee after fearing that funds have entered China. Now Luo Sheng has sufficient sincerity, but also guarantees that their family is safe in China, and other cooperation can also be discussed. Luo Sheng came to Paris. After seeing the family's words, by talking, Jimamino can even think that Luo Sheng will continue to cooperate with the family, increase investment projects and strength. The guest will follow the owner. Since Jimino is so good, then I will not resignate. This time I came to Paris, I didn't have a hasty of my hometown, waiting to go to Jiangqing. I will give you another one. Luo Sheng has no idea for Jimamino's words. Don't earn a lot of money in this European Cups betting. It is that Mao is not available. Jimamino will make such a thing. After all, they are about to talk about a big cooperation in more than 100 million US dollars. And the money in eating the cost of spending is nothing. The wool is naturally in the sheep, but just put the plain. Jimino said this, his sincerity is good. The boss is good. We and Mr. Jimino greeted you in the airport, waiting for you to reach the hotel. Our two people report this time. Jujing Scorpion leads Yang Pan forward. It is directly to Luo Sheng. The behavior of Juxi's deep screams to Luo Sheng is a move from the heart. After she saw Luo Sheng, she didn't just felt a kind, but also, she had the current money and identity, all it is Luo Sheng to give him. She must respect this little man. After Yang Pan was heard with the Jujing Scorpion. He saw that the Jujing Scorpion took it deeply, smashing Luo Sheng. She felt that there was unknown feeling. In the past, Jujing Scorpion never said with her, to meet the boss. Just when Yang Pan is a bit awkward, Luo Sheng said with a smile, Yang Pan, don't have to bow, I don't have a payment here. After Yang Pan said, he turned his head to the Jujing Scorpion, Miss Zizi. There is no need to do this, an adult woman, This picture is not. I can talk about it in the future. For Jamino, Liu Sheng, Jimlin's newly hired Chinese students translated the most amazing. He couldn't imagine that Mr. Jamino of Lafayette actually led two beautiful women to meet such a child. Just now Jamino said he felt horrified, and the Jujing Scorpion gave Liu Sheng, and Yang Ban is called Liu Sheng as a boss. His eye bead is almost on the ground. He didn't understand. When did China suddenly have such a boy? Not only is the boss of the two very beautiful women and Yang Pan, and the opening is a smooth Japanese, which is simply subverting Panbo's concept. It is precisely because of this reason, Liu Sheng and Yang Ban said later, he stayed in a small party in place, and he was translated to Jimamino. Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 436, Respect and Deep Meaning. When Jimamino greets in Liu Sheng and Jujing, he greets Wangbo. For this general manager of Liu Sheng, Jamino is also very respectful. Jamino heard that when Jiangqing was, the faith company was managed. Basically, Wangbo is managing such a large business, and the manager is so young, he must pay attention to it. If you talk about the car production base here, there will be a lot when I have traveled in the future. Mr. King, hello, welcome to Paris. In Jiangqing, your style is still. This time I went to Paris, I sincerely invited you to the Lafayette wine. Banbo sighed in translation. I was surprised to play Wangbo. He did not expect that these two people who came to pick up this time, they were actually a big person. That happened. I declare in advance, what kind of wine is to your wine? I don't drink your sour wine. If you want to invite my wine, I want China Motai. Wangbo has nothing to say, and he is really not a cold for Jamino to invite him to the wine. Drinking this, Wangbo's favorite is to drink high white wine, beer, don't love to drink. Liu Sheng and my two people drinking in Jiangqing, there is not Lafayette. He feels a sour taste. He thinks, what high quality red wine is not high quality of red wine. There is no two potheads on the side of Beijing. Motai wine? What wine is Motai? Is there been selling here? Jamino listened to the translation, asked him directly to translate Panbo. Panbo gave him the translated Motai. He never heard of it. And it is even unclear what the Motai wine is. A wine. Motai is a relatively expensive specialty wine in China. It is one of the three major distillation wine with Scottish whisky. It is one of the three distillation wine. I don't know if I buy it in Paris. The person in charge of Zhuang can ask the following wine merchants to see if there is such a good wine. Although Banbo is Chinese students, although it is rich, he is still far from the point of drinking. The people who come into contact with the people are also a student crowd. In Paris, it is their favorite, saying that Motai, and he really doesn't feel. Panbo's heart is even surprised. This Chinese is also very strange. To the red wine that does not drink high quality in Paris, how can China's white wine? Mr. King, what you said, I can't determine if there is any import of imports in our country. But I can guarantee you that as long as the side of Paris has such a wine, today, it will put it on the table, when we can taste this good wine together. Jamino said nothing, and there is more confidence. He frank, as long as the side of Paris has this white wine, you must drink it at night. Wangbo hugged his shoulders, and his hands were naturally flipped. He left a strange expression in Jamino and didn't talk directly. Wangbo always feels that through an translation and foreigners, it is really a little greasy. Jamino this goods. If you really get Motai, when you are, it is estimated that it is also to drink a bite. Talking to him, it is better to say the session and seal. He didn't think of a white wine. And the seal half the mountains gave him a preparation and brought a box. After Liu Sheng heard Wangbo and Jamino's dialogue, his face revealed a more affectionate smile, and said to Wangbo and Jamino said, Motai is one of China's best white wine. This Motai wine single the heaven and earth Oro is endless. It is a special geographical ecological environment. The unique craftsmanship, combined with high-tech have been familiar with Tao Dan. This kind of white wine is elegant. The mellow is harmonized, sweet and cool, long aftertaste, elegant style, honesty, Joan Jade, national color flavor. What Scotch, Cognac, France, compared with Moutai, is not a great. As a French senior wine company, how do you haven't drunk? Have you heard of Moutai? Liu Sheng said, and his face has been revealed a kind of contemning. The expression, it seems to be very eye-catching. In the first 2 years, in China, I was in China to foreign countries. There were Moutai wine delivered by Moutai factory on the plane. It is the reason that Moutai wine is getting bigger and bigger in the world. But, at this time, Moutai is very famous. It is just in China. Foreigners don't agree with Moutai. Liu Sheng wants to joke before Wang Bo, let Jemina take China's high-end liquor to France. Let Moutai is a step towards the world. This time I came to Paris here. As long as it is a banquet, Wang Bo will drink Moutai, but also to spread the culture of Moutai wine to the Rosier family. If such a reason, Moutai will go out of the national door soon. For China, it is definitely a very good thing. Once China's high-quality white wine has come out of the national door, there will be more Chinese liquor to go out of the national door. For China, this is definitely a good thing. At the same time as Jemina saw Liu Sheng, the translation of Pan Bo was also translated by Liu Sheng, using his own understanding, and Jemina translated. Many times, China's language is profound. When translating into French, many translations, Pan Bo is full of fear of Liu Sheng's enchanting boy. When he was in this year, he just got in China, and he was exhausted. He would not say such a discourse such as Liu Sheng. Pan Bo had a feeling at this time, the Chinese boy standing in front of him is definitely a monster. Or if you can, how can you say Japanese in such a small age? Say this. Even him, I can't say it. Wang Bozo's eyes looked at Liu Sheng. He didn't understand. This big exterior is what moth is made at this time. When Moutai is really what he said is so good. At this time, Wang Bo will conduct a series of analysts for Liu Sheng, because he is clear, he is a big pile of. Liu Sheng said, what many of them did, he didn't see it when he just came into contact, but, over time, Wang Bo will gradually discover that Liu Sheng will have a big pile every time. They must be unaware of him. Just at this time, Wang Bo did not touch the mind. This big outer and Jemina raise so many Moutai. Is it to sell him tens of thousands of bottles of Moutai to Jemino? Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 437. You have not discussed Jemino too can't touch the mind. He didn't understand. How did this Liu Sheng suddenly mention what Moutai came, and it also boasting this Moutai wine is the sky? Looking at Liu Sheng, I didn't think in my heart. Is it so good to drink the Moutai wine? Jemino quickly reacted from the confused, and opened his mouth. Loyalty. To this side of Paris, we should drink the top red wine in France, so that we can show our enthusiasm. Since you come together Moutai wine in your country, etc. I have been stationed, I will tell the following people to get some of them. When I drink the top red wine of our Lafite wine, and drink China's Moutai. When I arrive, I will ratio see which wine tastes more alcoholic. Since you say this, then we feel this. Which kind of wine is better? Liu Zongsun took a wipe the blameful smile and continued. Now I haven't admitted, I have some red wine with you. General Manager Wang Bo. When you get with you some Moutai, what is your merit? Liu Sheng said directly at this time. He is now young, you can drink some red wine, white wine. He won't drink. Since Jemino said so, then he accompanied Germano and wine. Wang Bo with Germano and Moutai. Liu Sheng wanted to see it, and Jemai, who was self-differential, drink Moutai after drinking red wine. There will be a reaction. At the side of Jiangqing, Jemino is a red wine is a cup of 2 glasses. Just saying that Jemino's wine is very general, he doesn't know. Jemino has been drinking red wine and then drinking Moutai, will not be second it doesn't come to the bed. Well, I will borrow your Chinese, I must pay for you, I will accompany you and Wang manager. Now we will go to the hotel now, Jamino said with a smile. Jamino feels that the top red wine in France is the world's top, waiting for Luo Sheng and Wang Bo to drink his collections of red wine. What Moutai will naturally be selected by their choice. Go to Paris, France. Give Luo Sheng. If Luo Sheng does not drink, is it his hospitality for no circumference? Wang Bo listens to the face of his face. He didn't think of it. His big exterior just got off the plane, giving Jamino dig a big pit. Jamino zealously jumped into the big pit and fell stupid, but also laughed with Luo Sheng. Drinking red wine and drinking Moutai, it is better to live. According to Jamino's small jinn, it is estimated that you will not die. With an old saying in ancient China, it is to sell Jamino. And Jamino also helped the money. Jamino loudly told him the housekeeper who came over, letting him arrange Luo Sheng after the baggage of several people, will leave the airport. Go straight to the airport. Sitting in the luxury Mercedes-Benz, Luo Sheng, who opened the Jimamo driver, looks at the scenery and building of Paris. For Luo Sheng, who did not arrive in Paris, Paris had a strong attraction to him. After all, in the 1980s, it was a feeling of returning to the bustling era of the future. What is the building? It looks very majestic. What is the river there? Jamino simply answered several buildings asked by Luo Sheng, said, loyalty. This time I gave you the hotel. Is the Four Seasons of George Vice Paris. This 5-star luxury hotel is particularly good. It is not far from the Eiffel Tower. You can see the Eiffel Tower in the hotel. The surroundings are more Montmartre at high, the Champs-Élysées, the Sacred Heart Cathedral, Concorde Square, Seine, Paris, Loafing Department Store, Louvre, Notre Dame, Eiffel Tower, Paris Opera House. You first went to Paris, I think. Live in such a kind of hotel, convenient you walk around. Tomorrow time, I will arrange 2 cars for you, and arrange 2 translations. When I personally come take you to visit the world's famous romantic capital. Jimamino arrangement. Luo Sheng's stationery also costs some minds. Luo Sheng first arrived in Paris, then, the Eiffel Tower, Paris Triumph and Paris Notre Dame de Paris must be to see. In Paris, France, if you don't go on these places, it will not be over Paris. Oh, Mr. James is worried. Luo Sheng listened to Momino's location. The heart is very happy, after all. The famous architecture of Jimamino, he wants to take a look. Of the things that signed a car production base with the Rosny family, basically have been almost nothing more than seeing the beauty of Paris, but also seeing the words of the Rose Yielder family. Investment in the automobile production base. Luo Sheng feels that to appetizer with the Rose Yielder family cooperates with the signing of the contract, there will be more cooperation projects in the future. This time I took Wang Wo to Paris, but also made Wang Bo's long-term knowledge, see how big is the gap between China and developed countries, and his heart helps that Wang Bo has become a general manager that is good. The more knowledge of Wang Bo, the stronger the ability, then, the less his business will, if necessary, things fall into his head, he will definitely be bored. After the rebirth, Luo Sheng's handkerchief is used to it. It is necessary to really let him be. It is definitely the rhythm of tired of minutes. The faith can like it. It is my pleasure. I hope you will be satisfied after you see the hotel. Jamino said very happy. George Four Seasons Hotel is located in the Golden Triangle Center in Paris, close to the Champs-Élysées, just a few steps with romantic sauna, and the Richtel's rooms are outstanding in the luxury hotel in Paris. The food of George Fifth Seasonal Hotel is as famous as the accommodation. It is a famous food god in Le Cinq. The French-style dishes and light dishes are this time, most of the Paris. The nobles will be banquet in this restaurant. This time Jimno arranged Luo Sheng accommodation. He had a certain thought, he would need to let Luo Sheng feel his sincerity. Within the framework of the cooperation agreement jointly established in the automotive base, Luo Sheng gave him a lot of priority, and let him have dominated the advantage in negotiations, and the people in the family are very satisfied with him. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the Jiujing Scorpion purchases a football in accordance with Liu Sheng's instructions. He also accounts for quite cheap, and the 4 million francs are more than half a month. More than 20 million francs. This unexpected surprise is also brought to him. Liu Sheng is definitely his god of wealth, is his most loyal partner. Genius reveals this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 438. Accompany him. Seeing Jae Mino staring at the big dark circle appeared in the hotel's hall. Liu Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. For the grand test banquet arranged last night, Liu Sheng still feels very satisfied. French cuisine is one of the famous food in the world. Its delicate taste, delicious sight, gorgeous tableware, which is simply called an art. And France's cooking technology has always been referred to as the world. French dishes are not only delicious, but also a lot of dishes. And the cooking methods are unique. Especially the hotel's chef specializes in the hotel's footprint. The taste is also a matter of which, even the Wang Bo, who has never liked foreign dishes, is directly in terms of meals. Liu Sheng feels very satisfied. Drinking, Liu Sheng is more satisfying. Jae Mino not only got the authentic Motai wine, but also brought a few bottles of top 4-year-old red wine. According to Jae Mino, this top-scale red wine in 498s is specially entertaining the VIP. On the market, it is impossible to buy. Only the distinguished guests come here to visit, will come out to entertain the guests. Liu Sheng has a red wine with Jae Mino, and Wang Bo is accompanying Jae Mino. A little drunk, Jae Mino is supported by the bodyguard. Motai is red wine. That is not a general person to enjoy, let alone Jae Mino did not drink white wine. When these two kinds of wine have just begun to participate, it will not feel anything. The more it is, the greater the wine. The big man's face is white, and the white red appears twice, but also said, the Jae Mino's body has noted two kinds of alcohol. For the report of the two people and Yang Panli, Liu Sheng really did not care too much. After all, the scheme is that he and Jae Mino are already scheduled to be in Jiangqing. It is nothing more than some small detail. Liu Sheng has always had an idea. In the contract, he tries to give some discounts on Jae Mino, so that Jae is the sincerity he wants to cooperate. There is a more important to return him in other levels. Idea. The Rosiered family is almost all Jews. They have a habit. Every time they are initial, they must be serious. As long as they are Jews, they have consistently pursue such a business. In the mall of profits, the key to the real profitability of the business is the correct decisions, which requires businessmen to have the corresponding quality. Liu Sheng is very clear. For Jews, it is the most important thing to live in this world. However, it is a picture, and the worship of the unscrupulous means is less pitiful in the Jewish business. Most of them are legally eased, and they are the so-called gentleman loves money, take it. These gentlemen is wide, and the reaction is agile, and the judgment is accurate. As long as you have money, they will not let every opportunity. Jews love money, but they pay more attention to the relationship between partners. In their eyes, doing business with partners must reach an extreme balance. Only to achieve balance, then, business can last long time. Go down. In the construction of a car production base on Jiangqing, Liu Sheng is very large, and it is also a great discount of Jae Mino. According to the balance of Jews, Liu Sheng believes that Jae Mino will be in other aspects are compensated for him. At Jiangqing, Liu Sheng raised some small requirements. He hoped that Jae Mino would help him take some roads. He wants to send some people to the French to learn, but also batch college students come to study here. France is a developed country, whether it is technology, or other aspects. There are many places worth learning. Some technologies and knowledge must have to come here to learn, so I will get my hand. So Liu Sheng wants to send some people. Go to this side of France to learn. Mr. Jae Mino, what you have to do so early? Take a break. Look at your face. There should be a lot of rest. Liu Sheng reveals a very concern. and Jaimino said, "Get up, communications. You are my distinguished guest. Since I said that I want to accompany you to tour Paris, then I have to come over. I don't have anything. I have some more than last night." Jaimino is not intended. I played a Bali, and I said on my face, "Loyalty, your Chinese Mao Tai, how is it so much? I feel that I haven't elapsed yet." The wine in the mouth of the Jaimino is mixed with the fragrance of the toothpaste. How can I smell? Luo Sheng has a depressed feeling. However, I saw Jaimino's miserable look. Luo Sheng also relieved. On one side of Pan Bo translated Luo Sheng and Jaimino's dialogue. He despised Luo Sheng. "This little boy is really unsight." When he drinking last night, he translated it, but he saw clearly. This boy called Luo Sheng and the young man named Wang Bo, two of them definitely want to put Jaimino, or if they don't have it. Pan Bo even saw that Wang Bo also gave Zhu Jingziz and Yang Panpan to hand. Let the two women also serve Jaimino. Mr. Jaimino does not drink more in such a place. That is really a ghost. Wang Bo and Juxi Scorpion and Yang Pan got downstairs under the guardian of Half Shan. They saw Jaimino's look, but also shocked. They didn't think of it, and Jaimino didn't seem to have a lot of old age, especially the face of the panda that could not cover up. But more Jaimino didn't sleep well last night. Under normal circumstances, drinking is too much. The bottle is normal, but Motai and top red wine continue to participate. After the wine, the stomach will be fired, like a fire. One control can't stand, spit out a small mouth, then I can't stand in the stomach. There is no thing. Wang Bo can see that Jaimino should be a madness last night, otherwise, this morning will never have such a situation. "Mr. Jaimino, thank you for your hospital last night. This evening I invite you to continue Motai. I hope you can accompany me." Wang Bo's mouth unconsciously. "Do you want to drink Motai at night? Also accompany him?" After Jaimino listened to Pan Bo's translation, his head immediately shakes and rickets. For Wang Bo, the unhealthy guy, Jaimino is not speechless. "This goods. I drank a whole bottle of Motai last night. I have finished drinking with you." He is estimated to send the hospital directly to the hospital. Genius reveals this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 439 Car Dream. With the accompanying Jaimino, Luo Sheng sent a few people in Paris. For Luo Sheng, Paris is like a temperament, and there is a stunning glamorous, and there is a legendary romantic. Paris is the capital of art, but also a green flower city. Paris, which represents Europe and the world's most romantic style, whether it is cultural connotation or an urban building, even the lawn and shrubs that repaired a hole will make people feel her graceful and luxurious temperament. Visiting the Emperor LeFou and Paris Notre Dame, boarding the majestic Eiffel Tower, Luo Sheng deeply felt the extraordinary of French architectural art. The Eiffel Tower was built from 1887, divided into 3 floors, from 57.6 meters from the ground, 115.7 meters, 276.1 meters. 2 floors have a restaurant, the 3rd floor has a viewing station. From the tower to the tower top has a 1,711 level ladder, shared 7,000 tons, 12,000 metal parts, 25.9 million rivets, extremely spectacular. When I visited the Eiffel Tower, Luo Sheng said that there were some things. When this negotiation, he had to let Yang Huada to find some intelligent people to learn from the French architecture. Strolling in the streets of Paris, stroll through the green via the shores sure of the Seine, Luo Sheng can truly feel the humanity and romantic feelings of Paris. But for Luo Sheng, this romantic he really doesn't feel. If you have a beautiful pier at this time, it can also be a good thing. Under the influence of Mi Sheng, the French girl is a synonym of a beautiful woman. The woman in Paris is very beautiful, but it is very rare to be very beautiful. Later, Luo Sheng, who used to the beauty of the movie, and did not feel too much about the beauty of Paris at this time. He felt that the beauty of this era and his senses were too much. Concerned about his uncomfortable 3. After Paris, I saw the blonde pretty woman, I kept looking at it, as if I didn't have seen the soil bag. After the day of the play, Luo Sheng told Jamie no. The two sides took a rest at night. The next morning, the negotiating procedure was launched, and strive to sign the contract in these days. Play shopping and other matters, etc. After the signing, Jimamino is as a partner, and the negotiation must maintain a clear, otherwise, it will produce a disease. Luo Sheng understands that the family living in Jamino is a Jewish family. It is very concerned that if the members of the family are still in a drunken state when they negotiate, they will be unfavorable to Jamino's future growth. As a solid allies in the future, Luo Sheng does not want Jamino to commit such a low-level mistake. Early the next morning, Luo Sheng and Jamino's negotiations were officially launched, and Jamino was the elite team found over the Rosanian family. At this time, the Rusano attaches this negotiation of Jamino. After all, this is the first step in the Rosani family entering the mysterious Oriental country. This time I can successfully enter the China field, then, in the future, investment in China will gradually increase. In terms of Europe, although the Rosiad family has a certain reputation, there is a powerful strength. But they don't want to put the eggs in a basket. During the World War II, the loss of the Rosani family was heavy, and it was only slightly slowed in the 1980s. Whether it is France or Europe, it has made a penalty that makes the Rose yield a family's non-teeth, directly putting their family's wealth. Among these countries, Rosiad does not have much sense. They must find allies around the world. China is a quite good choice. Luo Sheng. This is a team that he led the professional negotiation of Juxi and the professional negotiations found on this side of Paris. It is not that Luo Sheng is not paying attention to this negotiation, but his unwell-hearted 3-end run. He wants Wang Bo to negotiate with him. Wang Bo did not dare to be interested in this greasy negotiation. I was afraid Luo Sheng to let him participate. As soon as the sky, she just looked up. She pulled Yang Panpan and seals half the mountain strolled in Paris. For Wang Bo, such a signing ceremony, in addition to the final time, he did not play any role, and he was almost sinned there. It would be better to play in Paris, because the previous work is full, and both sides have to promote this matter. After 3 days of hard work, I finally signed a factory agreement with the ZX Citroen's automotive base and the supporting components. In terms of car logo, the Citroen design is the normal Citroen car logo, and the name of the car is called ZX Citroen. In terms of models, Citroen has agreed to the model of the model mentioned by Luo Sheng. After all, in this kind of thing, Luo Sheng, as the Chinese, the most statement. This configuration of this ZX Citroen will reach the level of Santana sedan, even in some places. Types and price positioning and other matters, the whole right is handed over to the operation there of communications, and Jamino reserves the suggestions and veto. The engine's core technology is a blockade of the world's developed countries to developing countries. In the key core technology, Citroen will be consistent with the German Volkswagen, but some technologies outside the core technology will be open to China. If China is able to build a factory in the local rapid construction plant, it can produce ZX Citroen accessories and meet the standards, and Gemini will conduct joint investment in Citroen and communications companies to build. The technical personnel of the company's recruitment of China can go to Citroen, and the Citroën company is only charged as a management fee for management of these people. In terms of automobile pipeline, France directly arrived in China. French Citroën will send a strong exquisite to operate to China until their ZX Citroens can produce offline. Precision machine tools producing all kinds of accessories. Citroën companies will also provide a set of loyalty companies, but this precision machine tool is to be loyal to the companies more than 2 times the price can be obtained, and the Citroen company will receive a maintenance fee in various aspects of repair and accessories. This seemingly unequal treaty, although many terms are unfavorable to loyalty, but Luo Sheng is very satisfied. He has decided in his heart, after the construction of the car base, he wants to call the technical expert from China with the fastest speed, and use the fastest speed to study the technology of Citroen, Put the ZX Citroën. Getting interstate hound. Let the price of the car use the fastest speed. Let China's people realize China's car dreams as soon as possible. Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 440 Hooks. Hello. You should be a rose-eared family's words, Mr. David. When I heard Momina mentioned you, I wanted to look at you. I was very honored. I hope that we can have a wonderful night at night. Luo Sheng saw David, who was gainful and strong. His mouth smiled, very precise, and put his hand very casually. For this old aristocratic-style Davite, Luo Sheng did not have much impression. But he listened to the status of David in the Rosian family. In this time in France, Duke Scorpion, in accordance with Luo Sheng's request, not least collect the information of Rose yielded family. These information on the Rosia family, when I negotiated these days, I would like to tell Luo Sheng in detail. Luo Sheng learned that the Rothschilds' status in Europe, David to the family is another role. Luo Sheng felt that the stronger strength of cooperation, the better the cooperation between them in the future. This Davite is very handsome, even if it has already opened it. It can't see the invasion of the years. There is a kind of leadership. Welcome Chinese friends from Oriental Mysterious Kingdom. I firmly believe that you will have a good time in romantic capital. Have a very pleasant memory. Here, my representative Rothschild family expressed warm welcome to you. David Handel is naturally natural and Luo Sheng, and his face has exposed expression of each other. As a French rose, a few people attended the young man, but after Luo Sheng came to Paris, David took the initiative to see Luo Sheng. David is very curious about Luo Sheng's Chinese child. He is difficult to believe that people who have such a big capital will be a teenage child. After this time I saw Luo Sheng, I was smashed by Luo Sheng. His first impression is that Luo Sheng is too young, and he can't imagine him. The yellow race Davite has seen a lot, usually Japan and Koreans. After all, some large companies in these two countries and their families have some close relationships. Luo Sheng is the Chinese who seemed to see. He has a way of speaking from Luo Sheng, which means that he can feel a familiar taste between Luo Sheng's raising. The second impression is that Luo Sheng is so confident, even if it is a person who meets him, it can also reveal an atmosphere that is not humble, as if they are equal to the partner. But there is no need to say, one opening. Let him feel that Luo Sheng is very material. Especially the expression that reached out to him, it seems that there must be held a hand on the partner, and there is no need to make anything. It is a kind of enjoyment with you. I believe that there will be more and more cooperation between the Rosanian family and the faith in the future, and more hope that we can join hands to make some unexpected contributions to the world. Luo Sheng saw David is polite, directly into the topic, and more cooperation between them will be more and more. At this time, Luo Sheng did not engage in the hypocrisy, because his heart is clear. The opposite old ghosts have a wide range of people, and there is a huge energy. It doesn't have the need, and they are partnerships. It is better to say that the idea of the two sides is worse than the macro. He and the Rosian family cooperation car base is just a dust set. David invites him to be a guest, that is, Davies wants to represent a family, further cooperation with him. Whether Luo Sheng is also good, Davite is also awkward, and their heart is very clear. How important is it to find a firm partner? Do you have some doing contribution to the world? This matter is not good, but we can do tirelessly to this direction. This time Jimio and you do the car production base. Very good. Very compliant. The trend has brought new opportunities and challenges in the automotive industry in the two countries. I am very optimistic about this cooperation project. I hope that both parties can work together. Davite responded very modest to Luo Sheng at this time. He did not say full, but said that he could make unremitting efforts to this direction, and he also agreed with Luo Sheng's point of view, but on the discourse maintain a certain degree. The next sentence. It is clear, Luo Sheng and Jimino's automobile production bases bring opportunities and challenges for the auto industry in China and France, which has contributed to cooperation between the two countries and the world. The last sentence also said directly, he is very good at this project, hopes to cooperate with Liu Sheng. This is the general manager of our company. This is. After Liu Sheng and David's hand opened, it was very gentleman to introduce Wang Bo and Juxi, and Yang Pan to David. Close mouth. David saw Liu Sheng asked such a school, immediately smiled and said, the distant guests are all, please ask. There is something to sit down. After all of the people have fallen, Jae Mino said enthusiastically, but also said to David and Daviti, my Chinese friends are not only in the business field, and there is also known as Japan, master of comic, even if we are France, you can find the masterpiece of loyalty. So young comic master, disrespectful. David said after smiling, continue to laugh, the magical oriental, there are always some incredible things, loyalty should be a miracle. David said, the flowers sedan, whether it is Chinese or Jew, is very familiar. That is Jimino's. What master is not master, nothing is painted with some children's comics, but this time I arrived in Paris, I saw the French art treasures, my heart is embarrassed. Liu Sheng is very humble. I said that I didn't have traces to praise the art of this side of France. You respect me, I respect you, or need it. While others praise your rich great achievements, you should also find the other party's favorite things. In this case, the following will continue to communicate better. Genius Rimmel's this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Remember this website. 773 by. For the next reading, or Baidu entered 773 by. You can enter this site. Chapter 441. After a cold, David smiled and opened his mouth directly to ask Liu Zongsun, communications, I am not very understanding now, can you tell me now China? I have 5,000 years of civilization. China is still quite there. David seems to ask for a question, but also want to see how Liu Sheng will talk about China. China talked about in Liu Zongsun. What is different from the information he masters here? David said that the Frenchman who heard China said that ordinary foreigners went to China, and the Chinese government managed to protect foreign people as strict. Can only live in a special place, can't talk to the Chinese casually. In order to cover your own big nose, you have to cover it on your face. When the Chinese people buy items, they are required to supply. The goods are less pitiful, that is, the domestic appliances are not popular, especially in terms of automobiles and transportation. China is now very backward, feeling close to their 5 or 60 years in Europe. After Jae Mino came back to China, he said that he heard the alien. He also wanted to ask the authenticity of this matter at this time. Many times, the language is a deep art. When you ask the seemingly unhappy problem, it is also testing each other. David is the old ghost of the old rape. Although I have not arrived in China, but the information that is coming to him is not fake. He also wants to see how Liu Sheng will answer. As a Chinese, Liu Sheng is a Chinese, on will praise his motherland, or talk to who, which can see how character can be further understood. Don't see Jae Mino and Liu Sheng talk about what car base is in Jiangqing, China, but David's understanding of Liu Sheng, he must have certain understanding and understanding. He is only it will be decided that it will continue to cooperate with Liu Sheng in the future. The Rothschild family has always been in the world, with their own concept of viewing people. Now Chinese life can be said to be small, rich, stable, transform. With our country store, the vision is gradually wide, dreams are more, thoughts have become rich. Liu Sheng said with a smile. For David's question, he first did a virtual response, then the arms turned, and laughed and continued. China has been reform, but now we'll still hold the government. Now various tickets are provided to the state town shopping mall. Q shopping, food, oil, salts, meat, fish, and eggs, etc., are also supplied with state ownership. Only small part of items are provided by individuals or collective companies. This is also true of vegetables, fruits, etc. But at this stage, rural hawkers have started into the city to do their own business. Some free markets have just raised in the corners of various cities in China. In terms of home appliances such as developed countries, in the eyes of our country, it is still a luxury. Private car, this kind of thing. For our Chinese, it is now a desirable and unreachable item. It is now possible to buy a car. However, with the economic constant rapid development, the automotive industry will present a kind of in China. If you have an explosive growth, or if you have, the German mass have not chosen to have a joint venture with China. But with the footsteps of reform and opening up, our country will enter a rapid development period, that is, the time of these years. Our country has already had a new change in the sky. The main business I have made in China is a supermarket, or you can say something similar to your Francis car if a supermarket. In China, it is also a fresh thing. In addition to the supermarket, I have jointly owned some production lines in China, and the sanitary napkins used in the production of women. Now the water production line reaches 20, and it is still not enough to buy in China. Oh. It turned out that the loyalty is to be an entity to buy and sell. Then I have a question. Is your country's current business model not based on the state? How do you create how you created? Why do you think of a sanitary napkin to use women? David asked interests. For Luo Sheng's overall answer, David is still quite satisfied. After all, Luo Sheng said in China, consistent with the information he mastered in his hands. In other words, Luo Sheng is very frank. What is said, did not deliberately praise or devalue his motherland. The last sentence of Luo Sheng, even the resonance of David. If you want to make money, you must first earn money held in your hands. Conversely, if the businessman wants to clean the money in the man, aiming at men, this business is destined to fail. Jews like to be a woman's business. They have such a concept. They think that there is much more opportunities for women to pay, far more opportunities for men to save money. The business experience of Jews for thousands of years is that if you want to make money, you must first earn money held in your hands. Conversely, if the businessman wants to clean the money in the man, aiming at men, this business is destined to fail. Because men's work is to make money, they can make money do not represent holding money. With money, consumption money is still manipulated in women's hands. Men have to listen to women in spending money. People take food for the day, so eat is the biggest business in the world. The Jews believe that the function of the mouth is two. One is said, one is eating. After thousands of years of repeated experiments, Jewish businessmen summed up mouth is also one of the most profitable products. Everyone who is finer than making money must master such a wins. Be good at digging money in your mouth. The more popular things, the more people can earn. This is the Jews who believe in the unswerving, so they often do this, cleverly use people. See the psychological trend. Luo Sheng started to make money in China, and Sanjing, Yadai, is an Lsu brand sanitary napkin. This idea, basically, and the idea that Jews want to make a woman's money. ZX is an Lsu Denijai is a big name of a household name in China, and the effect of this brand has already made Luo Sheng has endless assets. Luo Sheng squinted his eyes, and smiled slightly with his mouth. The supermarket of loyalty is. Many purchase channels are items that have been independently operated in supermarkets. Our country is now more and more powerful, and the strength of controlled items is also a lot of small. Because the national economy improved, our company will develop the supermarket. As for how to think of selling sanitary napkins to make money, this thing is a business secret, related to me and my partner. One-step development here represents a deep apology. Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 442, Huge Market. Luo Sheng is very clear about David's idea. It is because of this reason. Why did he choose to produce sanitary napkins, choose to buy a lot of production flow lines? He did not put the Jews, the theory took it out, but instead this is a business secret, his secret between his and partners. If he said, it is not respectful for business partners, and involves business confidential leaks. In this regard, Luo Sheng felt that he must do it. and the relationship of partners should be clear. Cooperation, what is talking about it, is a trust. Future cooperation with the Rosany family will also maintain such an attitude. Oh, this is normal, it is related to commercial confidential things. But just listen to you, the sanitary napkins produced by the 20-piece pipeline are not sold in China, and China's market has reached something. David seized Liu Sheng asked again in a floor that I just left. David thinks that Liu Sheng said that this thing is somewhat unreliable. 20 flow water lines continue to produce sanitary napkins, then how many sanitary napkins produced every day, and then, the competitiveness of sanitary napkins is very large. It is not only a brand. In terms of global developed countries, this thing is also a difficult thing. Don't say that the ancient capital is like this. There are many countries to avoid this kind of thing. This kind of thing, their families have always been doing ideas. Just, this kind of sale, not suitable for them. As for the following, Liu Sheng said, David is still quite satisfactory. The secret between partners should be conserved. This is a principled problem. Liu Sheng can say such a word, he thinks. Liu Sheng should. It is a very good partner. Mr. David, I must first explain how many people in China have China's big objects. Many people. The current population has exceeded billions. In the case of women, that is, women in China, the population will reach 50 million. Among these 500 million people, the laden, the children and the amenorrheic elderly women, at least more than 350 million. China did not have money in this time, it looks very poor, but China's currency is hard informed in China, quite value. We and the sanitary napkin companies that have been joint venture over the Chinese government are the largest brand of Chinese women's sanitary napkins. Almost all Chinese women friends are using the sanitary napkins produced by our joint ventures. This brand is ZX's Anlsudeni brand. If you are interested, you can confirm the confirmation in China. It is now 20 pipelines. At the end of this year, the production of sanitary napkins will reach 40, and these production lines are in the process of production. They are in the process of people to stop 24 hours a day. When Yang Panpan, Liu Sheng and David said the woman's sanitary napkin, her face flushed a flush. She feels that there is a matter of women's supplies in front of women. It is a kind of woman's disrespectful, and how can such a kind of thing, how can I put it on the desktop, and talk about this kind of occasion? Although she's studying in France, she is also a trendy woman, but when she is involved, she is quite traditional conservative. When she was returning to the Chinese home with Jimimino, she just caught up. According to Yang Panpan's cognition, it is necessary to find that monthly. However, when she asked her sister, she actually saw the sister gave her a bag of sanitary napkins for Enisu brand. Yang Panpan is very horrified, and the sister will give her a sanitary napkin. After all, in her cognition, there is no one in China, and this thing is only in developed countries. What I mostly let her feel that she used the sanitary napkin in France, but there was no sister to give her a better sanitary napkin. The quality, softness, is a lever. As Yang Panpan, like most Chinese women, there is a kind of respect for the production of sanitary napkins from China. It is because some people have made some sanitary napkins, and they cannot suffer more troubles during menstruation. What makes Yang Panli did not think of it? People who have produced the sanitary napkins in China are actually Liu Sheng. David is unchanged, but the degree of surprise in the heart has reached an extreme. 20 sanitary napkins production pipeline 24 hours without selling sanitary napkins. Is this a concept? This is basically the rhythm of the Chinese sanitary napkin market. The first big brand sanitary napkin, that is, Liu Sheng, has taken a very favorable prerequisites in the Chinese market. As long as Liu Sheng thinks, as long as it is made or selling women's supplies, it will be a lot. After all, people have recognized the first big brand. 10 billions of people, that is a huge market. According to the things that Luo Sheng have analyzed, there are 2 billions of women to buy sanitary napkins. Even if someone earns $1, it is 200 million RMB. The sanitary napkin is a one-time consumer product. There will be women who have used this item, Luo Sheng and partners, every day. It can be said that the more earnings more, the more earnings, the more earnings more. Sheng Jun, I really didn't think that the market of Chinese women's supplies is so huge. In accordance with our Jews success concept, you now have a successful prerequisites. You are great. Before Jamino lifted him Jiang Qing on the other side, I didn't feel anything until your appearance. I found out that the Rosiad family's partners really appeared. David said with a smile. Renui IT wants to break the brain and I don't understand. Luo Sheng like this teenage-old child. How can I think that the brand of a sanitary napkin? He is at the end of the discourse, and Luo Sheng will be a partner of the Rosny family, which is equivalent to telling Luo Sheng, I am very satisfied with you here. We will conduct more cooperation in the future. Mr. David, you are awkward. I just happened to do such a thing, and this is to invest with my partners, with a joint venture between the Chinese government, and make money. It is still very far. Nothing more is a big name. At this time, I don't know the money, mainly to make the brand and credibility. Many times, the invisible asset is more valuable than the tangible assets. I can say it without exaggerating. Single now, any Shuai Shengji, I can sell tens of thousands of francs. Of course, I just make a bit, such an invisible resource. I will not choose to sell. Luo Sheng is getting more and more. It can feel that David starts to follow his rhythm at this time. The language of language is very powerful. Always unconsciously follow his rhythm. This is an art. David is the case of the Rosny family France. He left the first good impression to David. As long as David can think of this today, then, between them more cooperation will not have much problem. Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 443 Rafa Winery. Luo Sheng felt that he chatted with David was quite good, although there was no substantive thing, but both sides can feel the possibility of further increasing cooperation. A lot of things, in such a case, it is not suitable for details, and Luo Sheng has come to Paris this time, mainly with Jamino to make a car production base. Although the contract has been signed, Luo Sheng needs to be confirmed again with the Chinese government in the future, whether it is the land in terms of land, or the power supply and other supporting things. It needs to be confirmed and communicated. Other cooperation, David feels that it is necessary to watch it first. After the first investment project landed, talk about other aspects of cooperation is not too late. In terms of funds, Luo Sheng has great guaranteed. After a single European Cup, Luo Sheng took the $50 million, has become a terrorist number close to $35 million. So large a fund, even if some big companies in the world or you can't take it out, let alone, getting out of $50 million gaming. From this level, Luo Sheng not only has huge funds, but also has a huge asset. Luo Sheng promised the funding plan, did not use the European Cup of Football Fund, but signed the plan on the land pledge of Tokyo. That is, if the Rose's interest is unacceptable, you can use Luo Sheng to mortgage. Some procedures of this land pledge also need Jamino to sign a series of documents from Tokyo. After the contract documents get their hands, it is the real football. Luo Sheng took out these planes. Rothschild's family had confirmed when negotiations, these places are now maintained a good rise in Tokyo. Some of them have earned it in Tokyo, more than a few more. In the process of negotiating, Luo Sheng ranked 2 programs. One was the land of Tokyo as the Russell family's guarantee equity collateral. The other is in a form of stock pledge, as a guaranteed rights of the Rosnian family. Luo Sheng frank, if the Chinese government does not follow the foreign investment law to seize the Rosny family's funds or forced confiscated, then the ensuring mortgage will give Rothschild family according to the contract. Cities of stocks. Rothschild family think that these pledges are too large. Luo Sheng's number of pledged stocks, At this time, there is an excessive increase in the net value. Using this as a guaranteed rights, absolutely no real estate is guaranteed. As every one of these assets, Liu Sheng has reached an unbelievable point of David, which means that Liu Sheng is the same as the Rochman family. In terms of asset operation, there is a quite advanced meaning, and even David is thinking of another possibility. This Liu Sheng is a national or a large group of spokes in China. Because of the things of real estate and stocks, David and Liu Sheng chatted some investment views. After he got the answer to his heart, he transferred the topic directly to China's joint venture law. For policies issued in various national governments, the Rosiad family should conduct a series of research. China's joint venture bill, although it looks very good, this joint venture law has not entered the real implementation stage. There are too many provisions. In the eyes of their high-end investors, there are still many vulnerabilities. In terms of funding assets, the Chinese government's joint venture is not enough sincerity. I don't know if China has been in a closed time, or the reason is, in short, this joint venture law, in them these true in the eyes of the investment. It is not possible to fully guarantee the interests of foreign capital. For David's cautious and optimistic attitude, Liu Sheng is very happy. After all, the Soviet Union has brought the disaster brought by the Rosanian family. It is quite huge. No matter what the big family, you need to put a reservation attitude toward your own funds. Rose now dares to put a lot of money into China, mainly with his commitment to the funds in Tokyo, Japan. But this is definitely a good start. The Rosani family, as long as they start to intervene in China, then there will be a lot of strategic investors in China in the future. Liu Sheng and David and most foreign capitalists. His heart is very clear. China's foreign investment law, the guarantee of foreign investment in China is quite in place. From the foreign investment method, there is no the behavior of any destruction. China is in this time. It is really necessary for foreign investment and foreign technology to develop the country. 10 years of dying in China is the most rapid development of the world. If you do not use joint ventures to introduce foreign capital, introduce advanced developed countries' technology, then China is not evolved in any way. David and Liu Sheng chatted. The more I felt speculative, and even a feeling of methane, from the investment concept, the foreign investment law in China, and the attention of the time to invest in China, as well as China's current in the state. I talked about it. He is more satisfied with Jamino's partner. He feels that it is time to make Jamino investment in Liu Sheng. Everyone ended the dinner under the very friendly atmosphere. Jamie's raised in the next time. The next day, he invited Liu Sheng to visit the Lafite wine, as a partner. Jamino ready to give Liu Sheng some high-quality red wine as a gift. Early the next morning, Jamino led 2 cars to Liu Sheng, and attached to Liu Sheng straight to the Fifi winery. Located on a gravel hill in the north of Bodiza village, Bordeaux, France, the climate soil conditions are unique. It covers an area of 178 hectares where the vineyard covers an area of 103 hectares. And the area of the 4-level winery is also larger than the vast majority of the 2 third-class wine gardens. On the way, Jamino has begun to tell Liu Sheng's history of Lafite winery. Lafite, its name Fite is from the French dialect height in the southern part of the medieval, interested in small hills. The Lafite vegetaries were in 1854 by a noble garden surnamed Fite. In the 14th century, in 1675, she was purchased by the Duke of Lorraine. The world of wine. Zhigang is in the wine world. He also has the top historical famous Tributo, Yudang Wang and Kalili family. The Fuang Louis XIV once said that the Higang family may be the richest family of France. In the 17th century, France is basically the world of Bergen. At that time, the famous communicative flower of the upper-class communication flower Fuang Louis XV Mistress Bombardier had a unique clock. Let Lafite often becomes a cup of the Versailles. After the death of the third generation of the SHG family in 1755, Lafite property has entered a more confusing history. But the quality of Lafite is still not disappointed. Jazz in 1868 was purchased at 400,000 francs in the public auction. Today, the Lafite Vegetaries have become one of the famous French red wine representatives. J. Mino is responsible for the latter wine, and the history of the Lafite Vegetaries and the situation of the Lafite wine can be said to be a guidelines. The insider introduces it. The natural head is the way. Luo Sheng is not very clear about the history of Lafite winery. For these things that J. Mino tell him, it is more interested, because Luo Sheng is clear. When the later generation, Lafite wine is sold in China, the price of it looks genius. This site address. Chapter 444 Luxury Theory. There are no two bottles of wine in the world, each bottle of wine has its own soul. In the process of finding wine, drinking the process is a discovery and exploration, fun at the time. The value of wine is also here. Jamie, while leading to Luo Sheng in front, Nora said, while pointing at the wine in the wine cellar. This wine cellar is the first big wine cellar in Lafite Manor, and the wine in the wine cellar is tolerated with the best red wine in Lafite Manor. You see, the red wine of the Lafite wine, each year has a different taste. The last time you buy China's red wine from the Lafite wine, most of the price is not high. Although you have also purchased some 49 years. 51 and 52 years of quality red wine. It is not the top red wine sequence of Lafiterie. The amount of wine in Lafite Guberg is about 15,000-20,000 boxes. The deputy is 15,000-20,000 boxes. You have purchased an F5th year before the last time. I really want to do not understand. What do you buy so many 82 years? The 8 seconds of rapid is nothing more than quality. And it will not be the best in the past 10 years. Seeing Luo Zongsun, a kind of thoughtful expression, Jimamino did not care, but pointed to the oak barrel in the wine cellar, and they were more proud of his face to continue excitement, loyalty. See, no, the oak bucket of the oak barrel is the best red wine of the Lafite wine. After we work together, I will send you some of the most top-scale red wine for tasting. These red wine, even the France the nobles of the side are also very difficult to drink. The top red wine. The more you drink, the less you, the more you are. The more you are, the more people are more sought after. It is also called Albroni effect. Luo Sheng appeared in his face, and later China has become a toy Lafite. The 8 seconds of Lafite is the bottle of red wine, which means that when later generations, these China the rich man spends a big price to buy the real Lafite, nothing more than the quality of the second level of Lafite wine. If it is a fake Lafite, it is even more ground. Since Jimamino set out the production of Lafite wine in 8 seconds, that is, the number of red wine produces only so much. In such a thing, Jimamino is not necessary to lying with him. Will only put the numbers are said to be accurate. He didn't understand. China consumes 1 million bottles of Baura wheeled red wine every year. It is from where it comes out. After throwing these things, his heart is more tired of thinking that the red wine purchased before. There is no top-scale red wine sequence. It seems that the Lafite wine is also looking at the dish. I suddenly listened to Jimamino. For the Bolin effect, Luo Sheng immediately turned out to make a business in the future of the partners, and what he told. The shopping mall always likes to visit the higher priced stores, and they think that the price is high, representing the quality, good service, high taste, high style. The upper texture is a top, selling 200 yuan in ordinary clothes, selling thousands of dollars after entering the counters of the big shopping mall. But there are always people who are willing to buy commodities, such as 10,000 yuan, hundreds of thousands of Rolex, millions of Lamborghini, and even tens of thousands of houses, often can be in the market. As everyone knows, This behavior is just a psychological misunderstanding that makes us confused by many people. This kind of pursuit of psychological needs of high-price commodity consumption, American economists, Van Barn named them as the Boole effect. He believes that commodity prices are fixed, the more popular, because people may want to be eye-catching by using high-quality products. This phenomenon is called showing freight consumption. Luo Sheng remembered that in the auction near Hangzhou West Lake, the 202 Longjing sold the price of 10,000 yuan. What is the special one of these 2T? Its price actually wins gold. Expensive diamond? I know that this 2T leaves is coming. 18 tea trees were grown on the West Lake Longjing Mountain. It is the Song dynasty tea Wang Huangpromen planted, and the emperor of the past has designated tea from the 18 tea trees to Huangyi tea. Later, the emperor Qianlong attached the 18 tea trees produced as royal tea. These 2 tea from the auction will come from these 18 tea trees. Why is the more expensive, the more people tend to buy? From a psychological point of view, the purpose of consumers' purchase such goods is not just to achieve direct substance satisfaction and enjoyment, to a greater extent to obtain psychological satisfaction. Since some items have a showability of others, such as purchasing a high-end sedan displays status, collecting famous paintings showing elegant hobby, so the higher the price of such goods is set, but the demand is more willing to buy. To a certain extent, high-priced goods can show the rich and status of the buyer, and it can be respected, and people can satisfy their feelings. Consumers will not have a lot of effort, and they do not hesitate to buy expensive goods that can cause respect and envy. In essence, this is an embodiment of showing off. From psychology, people show off, nothing more than wants to praise others, sing and envy, to make psychological self-satisfaction. Its deep level is a psychological state of the outbreak house. Of course, people with this type of psychology are poor enough, and they are pressing for a long time. Once the pocket is drum, it is necessary to vent the long-term poverty and depressed suffering. This is understandable. The French can call the wind in the luxury market. This theory should be very thorough. It is J. Minot's guys who look nervous. It is very thorough for this kind of thing. Red wine, this kind of thing. The pursuit of quality. The higher pursuit is the brand effect. When Lafite red wine became the international brand of international, this kind of Boole effect will be better. People will have a certain realm for the pursuit of high-quality big brands, and they will be like Temio said. The price of a good year's red wine will be, and this high price is, the better it will be sold in the market. The best thing in France is luxury, and most of the world's brands are concentrated in France. On the one hand, the French pays attention to the quality of luxury goods. In terms of luxury goods, the high quality and world of French products are famous. In another aspect, the French pay attention to the propaganda of luxury brands, no matter when it is. The brand of France, as long as it is a person with money, it is a symbol of identity and status. Luo Sheng thought that loyalty has a lot of difference in this area. After all, it has cultivated a large brand, not a one-time thing. Genius Rimmel's this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. The 445th chapter. Stuffy Big Fortune. J. Minot. After your winery is doing a good wine, those grapes and grape seeds have been dealt with. Luo Sheng visited their wine cellar of Lafite, and he thought of a thing. He asked casually, a sentence. Grape skin and grape seed? How do you ask these things? After making red wine, these things are of course directly to handle. Those rubbish is difficult to use, that is, when doing fertilizers. J. Minot is not good. J. Minot the Faith suddenly asked such a way to feel very confused. He didn't understand that this Luo Sheng appreciates these wineries. How can they suddenly ask such a word? The grape seeds and grapes have these things. The people in the Bordeaux are very disadvantaged. After all, this is basically engaged in red wine. The grape seeds and grapes are both feet. The grape seeds and grapes can be said to be a mountain. Treatment is very laborious. J. Minot analyzed the topic asked by Luo Sheng, but did not think of anything. He always has a feeling. Luo Sheng's partner is very deep every time. There are very few nonsense. Oh, it turns out. So, Mr. J. Mino, I have a very mature idea and cooperation. Do you want to listen to it? Luo Sheng revealed a kind of evil. A mature idea and cooperation intention? Exclamation mark. The J. Mino's face revealed a shocked. Although J. Mino wants to keep the previous kind of wave, it is also surprised by Luo Sheng. This is not to visit the wine cellar of the Lafite. How can I suddenly take a mature idea and cooperation intention? My closest partner, if you have mature ideas and cooperation intentions, I certainly want to listen to the teachings. J. Mino smiled very exaggerated, and his face was an expression that was ready to listen. 100 places to study in the France, plus 50 technical workers to France. How do you see? Luo Sheng smiled and didn't wait for J. Mino answer, but continued to smile, said, I guarantee that I have said the idea and our collaboration value, if necessary. You don't agree with my conditions. This is what you are my closest cooperation on the partner. I have mentioned such a condition. If others are, how much is it? I will not tell this golden noodle that can lure the golden egg. 100 places to study in France, plus 50 technical workers to France? Question mark. There is a little calm in the J. Mino face. When I negotiated with Luo Sheng had already taken 300 students from him and hundreds of jobs. These things are very troublesome, and he is very busy with family. Just getting Luo Sheng's request. This is just that there are so many places. Luo Sheng ranked more than 150 people. It is simply that he feels sad. No, it should be said to be difficult. But when I think that Luo Sheng is a magical boy, even the upper level of the family is very popular, I want to change the law and let him contact Luo Sheng. Prepare and cooperate with Luo Sheng. More projects. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng said, this is a gold top. Do other people? Luo Sheng will not say this gold idea at all. Many times, a good idea, or a good solution, far more useful than getting some money. J. Mino said, Zonk Sun Jun, the ugly words said in front, if you are coming out, I don't satisfied it. These places are automatically cancelled. You know, the quota you want before, I spent it. How much strength? I have to satisfy you. Not only let you satisfied, but also make you feel sang. Once you can do this, you will feel that the names I said are less. Under normal circumstances our country will also have many international students and people who work from Paris. You can even get this. I am very doubtful. Luo Sheng lost a hygienic eye to J. Mino, more exposed the desirable look, as if I can't look at J. Mino at this time. After J. Mino saw Luo Sheng's expression, he felt very hurt. Handling international students and working on this side of Paris, and there is no simply as simple as Luo Sheng. So many international students have to have a school to receive it. The school in France is very high for students, and there are not many teachers in Chinese, and the students sent over Luo Sheng. Basically, there is basically not how many people speak French. In short, he needs a lot of things you need to get here. But Luo Sheng said that it is very happy with J. Mino. Can be said by Luo Sheng as a thing of the smoldering. That is a quite a good thing. If you are not sure, I will let Yang Pan will help me find some strength partners here. When I arrive at that time, don't say that I have some international students and technical workers, it is 500 and thousands of people. Any problem? Just transferred from the very hurt expression to the surprise. Luo Sheng poured a scoop of cold water. Loyalty? You don't mean this. This is still a big stick plus it. Isn't it to 150th place? I promised it here, and we are the best cooperation partners. There will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Don't get the relationship between our two people. J. Mino said with a smile. He has a big stick for Luo Sheng. Things to take a piece of meat bones are very dissatisfied. But he didn't say much. He is more conceived at this time that Luo Sheng will be a big thing to make money. Although J. Mino is also guest, Luo Sheng has to take those articles and grape skin, but he can think of brain juice. these grape seeds and grape skin can do. If these two things are good things, they will not be the grape seeds and grapes of the mountains and grapes. I am with you. In the vicinity of your laffitery, you can dry the laffite and the grape seeds and grape seeds of the surrounding winery, and the grape seeds and grape seeds and grapes. Leather. This is recycle grape seeds and grape skin. You find a spokesperson to operate this matter. The price of the time must deprecate the lowest. After drying, transporting these dried items to China at the time, we set up a company in Jiangqing, producing something, and then the industry chain, belonging to the industry of our two people. At that time, you will get an unexpected surprise. Luo Sheng slowly say the idea in your heart. Genius removes this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 446. Can't imagine. Luo Sheng is very strong in engaging in grape or grape seeds from France to China. The grape yield of the Bordeaux area is quite huge, and after the production of red wine, after drying, it is definitely a considerable amount. But after these things are dried, transportation will be simple to extreme. The car base should be built on the side of Jiangqing. Every day, there will be items from France to China, these grape seeds and dried grapes, and they have passed. Luo Sheng remembered very clearly, when the later generation, grape seed powder was a good thing. According to the latter people, grape seeds contain various amino acids, vitamins and minerals, can be beautiful and beautiful. The grape seed contains a substance called goryosol, also known as anthocyanin in OPC, has a strong antioxidant effect. Grapeseed beauty is a new beauty concept. The research shows that OPC has the ability to help skin reinforcement oxygen exchange, which can effectively resist skin oxidation aging. Grape seeds or natural sun shields can prevent UV to infringe the skin. The main components of grapeseed extract OPC can also repair injured collagen and elastic fibers, the best use in summer, enabling keeping skin whitening. The main three categories. First is middle-aged and elderly people. They think that grapeseed health products can prevent aging, improve body immunity. Second is women. They believe that grapeseed products have delayed skin aging and beauty. It is allergic patient, because studies have shown that grapeseed products can alleviate partial allergic syndrome. The study of grapeseed extract found that grapeseed extract has a relief-free radical and antioxidant. More and more experts have begun to recognize the health effects of grape seeds, mainly from the original sputum OPC. Such a substance is a strong antioxidant that can remove toxic free radicals in the human body, protecting the cell tissue from free radical oxidation damage. Many medical studies in the later generation show that preparations containing the original sputum have anti-aging, anti-cancer effect, and is beneficial to the health of the cardiovascular system. In addition, animal experiments also show that grapeseed products have anti-prostate cancer, anti-liver tumors, and can also counter the damage of nervous system. A small sample of the population has found that grapeseed products can reduce cholesterol and improve the function of the blood circulation system. There is also a study showing that grape seeds are beneficial to skin health and can make skin. The reason why Luo Sheng can remember the grapeseed powder and grapeseed oil, because his wife likes to health care, once because of drinking grapeseed powder, their two people have a quarrel for a while. It is also through the quarrel, Luo Sheng understands the value of grapeseed powder and grape skin. There is a substance in the grape skin called resveratrol, with blood fat, antithrombosis, preventive arteriosclerosis, enhanced immunity. There is a tannin, with antalgic, delayed aging, enhanced immunity and prevent cardiovascular disease. The grape skin is rich in polyhydroxyphenol compounds resveratrol, with blood fat, antithrombosis, preventive arteriosclerosis, enhanced immunity. Another important substance in grape skin tanning, antalgic, delayed aging, enhances the efficacy of immunity and prevention of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. The anthocyanin contained in the grape has strong antioxidation, anti-mutation, reducing liver functional disorder, protecting cardiovascular. The grape skin also has anti-cancer effects. The researchers of the University of Illinois Pharmaceutical University have found that this substance is in more than 70 plants such as peanuts and grapes, but especially grapes and red wine. Up to most. The Chinese agree with grapeseed powder, which can be considered a high-end atmosphere. The grapeseed oil contains rich unsaturated fatty acids, mainly oleic acid and linoleic acid, wherein the content of sullenic acid is as high as 72%. Lyrex is essential fatty acids that are easily absorbed by the human body. Long-term consumption of grapeseed oil can reduce human serum cholesterol and effectively regulate human plant neurological function. Grapeseed oil is rich in vitamin E, which has strong antioxidant properties, and can effectively extend the shelf life, which is not easy to cause oxidative fatigue caused by light, heat radiation, and air contact with air. Since it is relatively stable, except for cooking oil to eat and used to make a variety of foods, grapeseed oil is also one of the important raw materials for high-grade cosmetics and medicines. The grapeseed oil also contains minerals such as potassium, sodium, calcium, and various fat-soluble and water-soluble vitamins suitable for making older and infant nutrition food, medical food and high-altitude workers. At this time, after the Francis-finished wine, the grape skin and grape seeds are basically directly to be discarded. They will even think that these things are very hinful. If Liu Sheng and Jim Amino are involved in the production of grapeseed extracts at this time, as well as the production of grape particles, then basically can be turned into treasure. Don't be the same as garbage. The skin and grapeseed are acquired. Rough machining. Harvest grape seeds and grape dry. Take these things. In the side of the Faith Company, it turned into a grapeseed powder, turned into a grapeseed oil. No matter what it is, it will sell a big price. In the case of trade, Liu Sheng, in the event of the export of grapeseed equipment. At that time, the development of China's grapeseed has reached the most advanced level of the world, and the earliest research in the world, even the earliest research in the United States, come out of these things. On the opening of grape resources, it is also to be a distance from China for 10 years. What? Red wine brewed the rest of the foot. A foggy of J. Mino. If Liu Sheng said something is something else, Jim Amino will not be too surprised. But the grape seeds and grape peeling will have the rest of the next foot. Liu Sheng, who is going to recycle, he really feels in his heart. It was surprised to an abnormality. The region of the Bordeaux region, rich in grapes, and the area of the vineyard can reach more than 60,000 hectares, according to the average of 7,000 vines per hectare per hectare. The weight of the vine is about 180 grams of fruit. If the 8th string of fruit is pressed according to each grape tree, then the output of each grape tree is about kg, and a hectare of grape fields can harvest 10,080 kilograms of grapes. According to 10 tons, 10 hectares of 100 tons, 100,000 hectares is 600,000 tons. The annual grape production is that the average person does not dare to imagine, and the production of grape seeds according to the 10 more than 1, which is also quite a large astronomical figure, plus the number of grapes, it is possible to reach something above 100,000 tons. The treatment of these grape seeds and grape seeds is a fairly trouble-time process after the red wine brewing in the Bordeaux region. Most red wine estates directly employers transport these footsteps to a special area for fermentation. After fermentation, these things will be used to recover the vineyards. Genius Rimmel's this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 447, Danchuaro is not disclosed. Jim Amino is surprised to look forward to Liu Sheng. How did he think of it? Liu Sheng will comment out such a suggestion. I have a distinguished partner, you and know how much? How much is the production of the annual grapes in our Bordeaux area? How much is the next grape seed and grape skin? Seeing Liu Sheng smiling, J. Mino continued said, the Bordeaux region has about 600,000 tons of grapes, and it is still increasing year by year. It is approximately 80% of which is used in wine. 7% for processing juice and other grapes, 13% is used as consumption. Production of thousands of tons of grapes. The next material for brewing or juice is mainly the grape skin and grape seeds, and the two are about 20% of fresh fruit. The grapes and grape seeds after processing will even exceed 100,000 tons, and if we open the acquisition, it is probably 50,000 tons. Do you think you also have the idea of acquiring these things? In our China, there is a saying called Han Xin Point for soldiers. This is good. This is to tell you, this cooperation intention. It is the bigger the output of your side, the greater the output of your side, then the more things you will do. I will take a lot of acquisitions here. As long as you have this thing, then I will open the amount of acquisition. Luo Zongxen's mouth was slightly tightened. I took a smile in the shoulder of Jai Mino. Two people are partners. I have a good business here. The key is to take care of you. The key is to see your emotions are not interested in this matter. If you are interested, we can spend some time sitting down and talking about the specific things. According to my budget, the last pure profit of the next ton should exceed 20 francs. If you feel less money, if there is not much value, I will not force you. Cooperation. Many partners who want to cooperate with me, it is estimated that they will have a lot of interest to this matter. I haven't waited for Panbo translation, and I didn't wait for Jimamino. Luo Sheng continued, if there is a cooperation idea, it is cooperated together in our three aspects, and another partner is the three wells of the three wells. Miss, we invest three people together, according to the 313 programs. Sheng Jun, for your cooperation, I am absolutely reported to support attitude, let alone I promised to do this with you before. How to add a partner between you suddenly? What? Mino's brow got slightly, and his face has a dissatisfaction. Mino said to Luo Sheng, the more the footsteps of the grapes. He is very happy. After all, in accordance with Luo Sheng, he can make a lot of grapes. The acquisition of the next foot will make you Uncle Philip in money. 100,000 tons of foot, one tap. If you can earn 20 francs, that is 2 million francs, that will be a huge number. And there are so many things in red wine, so much every year. As long as you invest in this area, that is, he will make a lot of money every year. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng said that the minimum to earn 20 francs per ton. These are still pure profits. If he can reduce the cost of the acquisition, if the cost can be lowered in other ways, the pure profit per ton will increase significantly. Previously, Luo Sheng said that the acquisition of these angles, that is, these angles are cost-effective. The large winery in the Bordeaux area is their Lafite wine, each of which is hired by employers. Not only did you have any money, but also money. After all, they're large wineries, there is no time and energy to operate this kind of thing. Jimamino, how do I find that your brain doesn't seem to have some problems? You don't need to sell the raw materials. I don't need to sell it deeply. Do you need to sell? Luo Sheng took a look at Jamai. Do you have this sales terminal now? Do you have a customer who sells products? Do you just put these things after the rougher processing? I will have a good thing. I have a profit with you, just a most preliminary profit estimates, specific things. I think I still have to find the account budget of the three wells. Give me a specific profit space. Do you have a deep development? Mino's face revealed that he was deeply confused about Luo Sheng said, China is a developing country. In his eyes, it is extremely backward place. At this time, Luo Sheng actually told him that he made roughing in Bordeaux in France, and the deep development of finishing is to do in China, which makes him feel unacceptable, feeling more confused. Why don't I develop this kind of thing? Do you see your expression? It seems that I can get this deep development. Luo Sheng once again lost a white eye. Communications. Then you can tell me now. After the acquisition of these things, what do you want to do? Mino shrugged slightly, directly throwing out of his heart. Ask the topic. We have a sentence in China called the sky, which is not leaked. If I have said to you, When I get out of this kind of thing, it is not beautiful. Luo Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. Luo Sheng did not think of it directly into finished products in France, but he felt that if he directly made a finished product in France, these foot bars in the Bordeaux region did not come to him. As long as the winery here is the business opportunity, I know the true role of these underlying materials. At that time, the purchase price of these underlying materials will not be such a price. After he returned to China, he would also start collecting grape seeds and grapes in China. China also has a wine processed company at this time. The next item they produced, he also wants to do at this time. At that time, he will definitely earn a lot in this matter. Moreover, this kind of grapeseed powder and grapeseed oil are temporarily sold to Japan. It is the best choice. There are many people with money in Japan. 3 Wells and Uzi have made a large channel. As long as they will be willing to promote this, the things are good. It will be used for these people to give these people. Can the sky cannot be disclosed? Exclamation mark. Is it not good? Exclamation mark. What is these 2 sentences? After the translation of Pan Bo's translation, Jimamino was hard to understand the meaning of these 2 sentences that Luo Sheng said. It is Pan Bo. When I translated these 2 sentences, I don't know how he translated it. The secret of the old days cannot be easily leaked. If it is disclosed, it will not be so good. China's profound cultural heritage, translated in French, is simply too much. Pan Bo did not figure out. These 2 sentences used French to translate to Jimamino. Jimamino can understand how much. But Jimamino listened this time. Luo Sheng said that this should be a secret. That is, a deprocessed thing is a secret, which will not reveal to him. Communications. We are partners, and this matter is our 3 aspects. Why can't you disclose this thing and I will tell me? I will not tell you what you said. Jimamino's face revealed unhappy. Jimamino feels that Luo Sheng wants to cooperate here, but also selling wanzi. So Luo Sheng is a little odd. But if Luo Sheng said, if you don't want to cooperate with me, I can find other partners here. There are 5 large red wine varieties in the Bordeaux area, and the Lafite wine is nothing more than 1. The more I miss this thing, Jimamino is more troubles. His face seems to overturn the dye bottle, and the 5 flavors are mixed. Genius reveals this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 448 Buddha, can't say. Luo Sheng made a gesture of Amitabha, and said it was precise. Luo Sheng's expression directly followed his Wang Bo behind him. Wang Bo did not think that this monkey scorpion actually made it out. Before Luo Sheng and Jimamino chatted what grape seeds and grapes, Wang Bozen did not pay attention to this matter, but always paying attention to the top red wine of Jimamino. Although he doesn't like to drink red wine, this time Jamin said, the winery here made him pick a few buckets. He naturally, but did not think that he was talking about it. Amitabha's gestures have come out. Jimamino's translation Pan Bo is a dizziness at this time. This kind of thing doesn't know how to translate. But he is a way to translate this sentence, and ancient Buddhism has a statement called not to say. Jimamino's brain has a fine black line. What kind of moths do this time? Even if he doesn't like Buddhism, but he knows that this is a Buddhist gesture. He smashed his head, and his expression was very helpless. At this time, Jimamino has a kind of idea that Luo Sheng talks about this thing. It is not a big shot. This is not a matter of the car base. If you don't talk about this matter, you can't damage the friendship between the 2 people. But thinking of the earning of at least 2 million francs that year, he strongly, and said, so, loyalty, I can understand this. This cooperation is our 3 aspects. I am braving processing, drying the grape seeds and grapes. You are in China. After finishing the finishing, the finished product is sold by the Miss said. Bingo. Jimamino, you are not wrong. I am such a meaning. Do you have money? Luo Sheng played a dumb sound referred to, and his face was slightly embarrassed. I played a handsome. Luo Sheng did not think of it. But the words are to understand. Then I will ask a question. The words of the 3 parties, when working, How can we guarantee our interests? Jamino finally asked the question in his heart. The Rosiad family has ancient training. Don't easily take advantage of our partners, but don't suffer. Ugly words are in front. Talk about everything, then you can make better cooperation. If this is not the case, they would rather not do such a sale. This Luo Sheng said for a long time. He has always heard the fog in the fog, and he did not get what he wanted. Luo Sheng just mentioned a cooperation intention, no hammer. Jamino, you can rest assured, the premise of our cooperation is to have supervisory mechanisms, not what we have invested in money, no matter what it is. In financial, each party must have a supervision mechanism. All the money is to go to the company's account. At that time, everything will be clear. Let's do such a company. It will never affect our future cooperation because some fly is small. This small cooperation, just part of our future cooperation. If there is no big accident, the possibility of our three parties in the future will be quite big. Luo Sheng said in a straight pair of panels, his face for Jamino. The question says, his heart is so dark. Do you work? There must be a cooperation. Interest is interest, money is money. Absolutely can't have any problems in the account. At this level of their current, it is disdainful to make a small action on the book. The things they have to cooperate in the future, and if such a thing is clear, it is a good thing to see a good thing. Jamino, my partner, Miss Yazi is very wide, and there is a sales channel of the high-end people. When you sign an agreement over Tokyo, you will see Monsieur Dang. I have an idea here. The high-end red wine here, as well as the high-end luxury goods on the side of France, and we can also sell hands in Japan. Moreover, in Tokyo, we have developed the effects of the corresponding crowd, so that our tri-parties will benefit. On the side of Tokyo, Monsieur Dang is very wide. You will be clear about it. Wait until China. I'm shocked. China's big brand things will also join the channels of this sales. Luo Sheng has an idea very early, selling luxury goods from Tokyo to Sunday, then sell luxury goods from France to Japan. Both countries are developed countries, and the rich people have more than other countries, and some goods can be made in complementary. Francis Perfume, Francis Bag and some big names of France can promote the high consumption people on the high consumption people in Tokyo. And the high-end consumer goods on the other side of Japan can also get Paris side is sold. What is the business of the Jamino family? Investment is almost all Europe. Once this method is successful, they will have a good benefit. Although he has no better luxury and good things temporarily, with the grapeseed oil and grape seeds and some things he envisaged in the future, it has formed a tripartite market. At that time, as long as the goods flow in the tripartite, and the benefits will be quite high, whether it is what ages, trade is the most profitable. After all, it is sold to him from the hands of rich people, even if it is tariff, there will be no too much big problem. Amount, this operation. Specifically, I need to talk to your partner in Tokyo, after all, I have not exposed to your partner here, Jamino said about Luo Sheng. Although there is also a certain idea and opinion, he did not say it directly. It is not a lot to do in the issue of trade. Of course, Jamo is clear, this is a very good opportunity for Lafite, which is a very good opportunity. High-quality red wine potential customers are mainly concentrated on high-end people. I really have to have such ideas. The gains of Lafite wine will have a significant improvement. Luo Sheng said that the idea of common benefit, with the vision of Jamai, can also see this matter if it can be implemented in accordance with Luo Sheng. They will definitely benefit from it. Genius Rimmels this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 449 What should I do? Semicolon. Jamai, wine. I also saw it almost, the top level red wine. I can't understand this here, this. You have a heart to send me some red wine. You will give me some luck directly. We went to the purchase of Paris. I want to buy some good things to give my family and partner. What about you mean? At this time, Luo Sheng has no idea to continue to visit the winery. After all, the best wine seller in Lafite wine is seen, other wine cellars, even for several wine. What is the difference in? The difference is not big. There is that time, it is better to buy shopping. This time, I came to Lafayette Drill, Luosheng. I want to see what the winery of the Chinese people is like. A winery. The second is to withstand the winery, and Jamian talks about the three-party cooperation, but he didn't think of it. After that, he didn't think of the business of grape seeds. They are 5 people, except for the 9 wells, and he still understands some red wine. Others have Yang Pan Pan, and they're basically the basic common sense of red wine. Several people can know that red wine is made by grapes. It is quite good. The purpose of this is reached, and I have made a large project. Luosheng decided to bring them a few people on the side of Paris. By the way, they purchased a few extra rewards for them. Yazi Auntie, I am of faith. I was originally to go to you to see you in Tokyo, but don't be prepared to engage in a joint venture production base in China. I am here to France. In Paris, France, I and the Citroën Company, which have hawked the car, have now initially reached intention. After I returned to China, I can implement this plan. Luosheng returned from the large shopping center of Paris to the hotel, and quickly rushed, and he hit the phone from the side of the 3 wells. What? Going to France? Talking about the same car with French Citroën Motor Company? After listening to Luosheng, the Sanjing Yazi was in the face. There was another color. 3 wells. There are some shares on Toyota, which is a shareholder of Toyota, although not involved in the operations of Toyota Auto, but some about car things. She is quite understanding. China has developed in the past few years, and many international auto companies have stared at China. However, due to some of the technical protection and technical barriers, Toyota Motors and US Auto Company have not intended to invest in the investment plant on China. They don't want to give technology to China, but want China to buy the whole cars they produced. German Volkswagen Motors and China tried to run a joint venture plan of Santana. At this time, the boots have not fully landed. Luosheng actually reached a car production base with a car company in France. It is simply the expectation of the 3 wells. She remembered very clearly, when Luosheng called her, I asked her, there was any possibility of joint venture with Toyota. She also asked this matter through the top of Toyota Group. The top of Toyota Group is not interested in cooperation with the Chinese government. Not to mention one of Luosheng to cooperate. It is because of such a reason, she has signed the agreement of Luosheng to sign the company's joint venture and feels very surprised. When did you go to France? How can I talk so soon? Sanjing Yadai asked with doubts. Yazi Auntie, I am here for a week. I just talked here. Isn't this time? I am going to give you and King Tsai sister buy some good things. Wait for the 9 wells back to Tokyo on the side. I let her bring you. You think about it. Do you have anything you want to buy in France? If there is, please tell me directly. I will let the 9 well the child is purchased here, bringing you back. France here. I also found an assistant. If you want to see the good things in France, although I said this, I will come here. Take these things to transport you. Luosheng said directly to the things in his heart. When he came to France, he did not say to the 3 wells. If you really say it, Sanjing Yadai estimates to let him play 2 days from Tokyo, then come to France. France is the romantic capital, and it is a paradise of world luxury goods. In Paris, since the mother is ready to prepare some good woman supplies, it will not be bad in the 3 wells and the village Huixiang. Many times, Luosheng is clear. If there is no help of the 3 wells and the small village Huixiang, his current achievements are absolutely less than 1. Now no money in your hands. What is good? Naturally thinking about it. Luosheng pulled his finger to the finger. Chen Xiran and Kaoru also need some top red wine. Relatives and friends need some of the specialties of France. It is Poet-au-Père. He has to give a little in France. Loyalty. Don't be so polite. Yadi Auntie does not miss anything. Your heart is gone. Sanjing Yadiazi hangs a touch of smile. Yadi does not need Luosheng to buy something. Mainly Luosheng can have such a heart. She feels satisfied. For a few days ago, Liu Sheng made her and the village Huixiang investment part of the money to the European Cup to carry out betting. She and the village Huixiang, two people, did not invest less. According to the six-fold revenue, they did not be less in the European Cup wake money. I don't buy something for her. It is not important. It is important that Liu Sheng's psychology can think of her. Yazi auntie, you don't have to be with me. I look at it and choose some. Yes, there is such a thing. Yazi auntie, I want to engage in some large machine equipment on your side. This kind of thing we can produce themselves. If possible, you can build a large mechanical processing plant on your side. We will produce some large machines in line. What? Do you engage in large machinery processing plants? Exclamation mark. When the three wells. The brain got a black line. Chapter 450 is so unreliable. Three wells and as a depressed. This Liu Sheng is so unreliable for recent time. Made in the style of large machinery processing plants. Produce large equipment. This kind of thing can be made to do it. This large mechanical processing plant. The funds of investment are huge. And the return is extremely low unless there is a stable shipping space. In addition, this large factory, whether it is in the construction of the factory or the employees, there are some troubles, although Japan encourages building large plants, but the land of Tokyo is too expensive. Building the large machinery processing plant is not worth it, and there is no business development to make money. In terms of technicians, good technicians are not easy to recruit. It is a difficult point in wages and various treatments. Loyalty. What is bad? Engage in large machinery processing plants. This kind of thing seems to be a little unreliable. What do we produce? Sanjing Yadians did not directly deny Liu Sheng's statement, but turned to ask. Liu Sheng also thought of what to do. Yes. I order a large number of grape seeds and grapes in Bordeaux in Paris. I am going to build a large factory in China to produce grapeseed powder and grapeseed oil. Building these plants just need a lot large-scale equipment. Now China's manufacturing experience is insufficient, and the time is too long. So, at this time, I think you will find a place in Japan to find a place cheap. Build such a factory. Liu Sheng did not avoid his ordered a large number of grape seeds, and said it directly. That is not to build a factory. What do you want to do? I am looking for a factory here to help you make if you can't. Building a factory is not only cost, and the benefits of this factory will be very low. After all, the factory production of large equipment is more like a cattle in Japan. After listening to Liu Sheng, he directly overthrew Liu Sheng's ideas. She told Liu Sheng she wants a large equipment. She can find other factories to help production. Do not need to build a factory. Yazi auntie, this. I have developed a big place in Jiangqing. The future. There are many things that are ready to do, and this equipment I have to produce, and many devices have similar places, as long as take a little change. Then it is possible to transform other large equipment. Liu Sheng paused to continue. Yadi auntie, these 2 years I have to build in the factory. The large equipment used, if it's produced, saving a lot of money. You said that you have to build a lot of factories. What do you build so many factories? The brow of the three wells shut into twist. 3 wells. Yazi really didn't understand this time. Liu Sheng's current price has reached a point that I look up at some big capitalists. Whether it is invested in the stock market, or the real estate market, it is investment gaming. Liu Sheng earned a lot of money. How did he want to do so many factories? It is definitely 2 different directions and investment in investment. At this time, it is still a quick thing to invest in money. The most important thing is that the equipment we need to do a good job, will be a unique thing, no matter from the perspective of the patent. I think it is necessary. After the construction plant, Liu Sheng sinks slightly, telling the things and 3 wells of the patented technology in the heart. After this sentence, Liu Sheng suddenly said, Yazanti, isn't I engage in large chain supermarkets in China? I have an idea. I want to let me engage in large chain supermarkets to the world. If you want to achieve such a goal, then this large supermarket must have a fist product that is getting out, and most of the goods are produced in my factory. Only this can guarantee the quality of items in my supermarket can also grow long term. Luo Sheng explained the three wells, and he felt that there is no need to conceal with the three wells. He is generally constructed in China. If you say that, I can understand some, but I still have the old saying, investing in building a large-scale machinery processing plant, we have to discuss with Long. Also, the grapeseed and grapeseed oil are reliable. Sanjing Yazi is still some doubts about Luo Sheng. After all, she has never heard of some people studying such two things. Yazi Aunt, our national scientist, found through experimental research, grapeseeds on women's beauty. Grapeseed's double role on the skin. On the one hand, it can promote collagen formation, moderate cross-linking. On the other hand, it is a kind effective free radical cleavage. Agents can prevent the skin excessive cross-link, which prevents the skin wrinkles and vesicles, and keeps the skin's softness of the skin. As the human skin is damaged by a large number of free radicals and anti-free radicals, under UV damage, human skin accelerates aging and wrinkles. Grapeseed oil is an efficient antioxidation and removal of free radical beauty skin care products, and it is easy to connect to the skin connective tissue to assist in protecting the skin from ultraviolet damage, nourishing skin, reducing skin diseases and wrinkles, even eliminate scars. The grapeseed oil is one of the most powerful free radical cleavages found so far, and its anti-free radical oxidation capacity is 20 times the vitamin C, 50 times the vitamin E. It can eliminate all kinds of spots such as skin spots, chloasma, butterfly spots. Factors such as dirty air, ultraviolet injury and cosmetics activate free radicals, resulting in a large number of deaths and metabolic disorders, and intracellular impurities cannot be metabolized, resulting in pigmentation, while death-aging cells have added skin color, making the skin gray no shiny. Grapeseed oil can accelerate skin cell generation, promote metabolism of cells, make the skin fair and tender. Free radical attacking cells, making skin cells significantly damage, the cell membrane is destroyed, and the moisture in the cell membrane is lost, resulting in a lack of moisture, dry, desquacing, wrinkles. Grapeseed oil allows neovascular cells and protected epidermal cells to be filled with skin moisturizing. Acne is the skin of lipid accumulation and bacteria in the skin. The inflammatory response is due to the presence of histamine. The histamine is due to the free radical attack by the spactic grain cells and fat cells, leading to the inflammation factor released by the cell membrane rupture. Grape seeds can remove histamines and make the skin smooth. At the same time, there is also the effect of healing scars. Therefore, grape seeds are known as Women's Guard Skin Dimension Oral Cosmetics. Make a mask, skin care oil, oral capsules, etc. with grapeseed extract, and have been sought after by many women. It is also a reason I am preparing to build a member of the Roseate family to build a large factory specializing in the production of grapeseed powder and grapeseed oil. I think you like this. It should be understood. Genius removes this site address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M.